This is Audible.
Harper Audio presents The Patron Saint of Liars by Anne Patchett, performed by Julia Gibson. Copyright 1992 by Anne Patchett. Production copyright 2007 by HarperCollins Publishers. Habit. 2 o'clock in the morning, a Thursday morning, the first bit of water broke through the ground of George Clatterbuck's back pasture in Habit, Kentucky, and not a living soul saw it. Spring didn't care. Water never needed anyone's help to come up through the ground once it was ready. There are rivers, hundreds of them, running underground all the time, and because of this, a man can say he is walking on water. This was a hot spring that had broken loose of its river to make mud in the grass, and it kept on till it was a clear pool, and then a little creek cutting out a snake's path toward the Panther River. Water will always seek out its own. George Clatterbuck found it when it was already a pretty steady stream. It was only fitting that he should be the one, seeing as how it was his land. It was 1906. He was hunting for his family's dinner. He smelled the spring before he saw it, foul and sulphurous as spoiled eggs. He thought it was a bad sign, that it meant his land was infected and spitting up bile for relief. The water was warm when he dipped in his hand, and he wiped it off against the leg of his trousers. He was thinking about it, thinking what he ought to do, when he saw a rabbit on the other side of the field. It was as big a buck as he'd seen, and he knelt down slowly to get off his shot. He had to shoot on his knees. His father taught him that way because he was afraid the rifle's kick would knock the boy off his feet, thought George would be safer close to the ground. But since that was the way George learned, that was the only way he could ever do it. And now here he was, grown with a family, going down on his knees like a man in prayer to shoot a rabbit. He blew the head clean off and didn't disturb the pelt. He thought he would tan the hide and give it to his daughter June for her birthday. June, like many little girls, was partial to soft things. By the time he'd tied the legs onto his belt, he'd forgotten about the water altogether. It wasn't long after that. Times turned hard for the Clatterbucks. Both plow horses came down with colic, and Betsy, the horse George rode to town, got a ringworm thick as your thumb that no amount of gentian violet could clear. Not a week after, every last one of his cows came down with mastitis that left them all drier than bones. George had to get up every 3 hours in the night and bottle feed the calves, whose crying put his wife beside herself. "Sounds like a dying child," she said, and she shivered. George didn't say this to her, but he was thinking he might have to slaughter the calves and take his losses. Bought milk was more than he could afford. Then, if he didn't have enough to worry about, the horses broke free of the corral. George took some rope and set out to bring them back, cursing the rain and the mud and the stupid animals with every step. He found them at that spring he had forgotten, drinking so deeply he thought they'd found her. He was frightened then because he thought such water would kill them, and where would the money come from to buy 3 new horses? But the horses were fine. Betsy's hide was smooth where the ringworm had been, and the other 2 were past their own disorder. George knew it was the spring that had done this, but he didn't know if it was the work of the devil or the Lord. He didn't tell a soul when he drove his sick cows down to the water, but by the time they came home their udders were so full they looked like they might burst on the ground. Then little June took sick and laid in her bed like a dull penny. Doctor came from Owensboro and said it wasn't the pox or scarlet fever, but something else that was burning her alive. She was slipping away so fast you could all but see her dying right before your eyes. And there sat her parents, not a thing in the world to do. So George goes out in the middle of the night with a mason jar. He walks in the dark to the spring, fills up the jar, and heads home. He goes to his daughter's room and looks at her pale face. He prays. He takes the first drink of water for himself, thinking that if it was to kill her, he'd best die too. It is foul-tasting, worse even than the smell of it. He lifts up June's head from her sweaty pillow and pours the water down her throat, the whole jarful. He only lets a little run down the sides of her face. He wonders for a moment what it would be like to feed a child from his own body as his wife had done, but the thought embarrasses him, and he lets it go. The next morning, June is fine, perfect, better than new. When the spring had saved his livestock, George kept it to himself, not wanting to look foolish. But when it saved his daughter, he felt the call to witness. He went into the streets of Habit and told what he had seen. At first the people were slow in believing, but as hardships came to them and they went to the spring for help, all was proved true. Tales of what had happened spread by word of mouth, and before long people were coming up from as far away as Mississippi. The truth was stretched out of shape through all the telling, and soon the lame showed up wanting to walk, and the blind wanting to see. The spring can't do everything, the townspeople said. It's wrong to expect so much. And then one boy died right there at the water's edge. He was that sick by the time his folks brought him. He's buried in Habit now, 200 miles away from his own kind. One of the people who got word of the spring was a horse breeder named Lewis Nelson, who lived in Lexington. Lewis's wife, Louisa, had rheumatoid arthritis, and her hands froze up on her, even though she was only 22. They set off to Habit to see if the water couldn't do her some good. The Nelsons were rich, and when they came to town they were looking for a hotel, but there wasn't one. George had made a vow to never make a cent off the spring, and Habit said that was only fitting. So when visitors came, they were taken in with charity, many times by the Clatterbucks themselves. This put the Nelsons ill at ease, since they were used to giving charity and not receiving it. June was 17 that summer. She had grown up as well as she had started out. She was a kind of a saint in the town, the first one saved by the spring. But all that really meant to June was that there were few boys bold enough to ask her out, and the ones who did thought it would be a sin to try and kiss her. She gave up her room for Mr. and Mrs. Nelson and slept on the sofa downstairs. After her second trip to the spring, the use of Louisa's hands came back to her, and she taught June how to cross-stitch. Her husband was full of joy. Lewis was a devout Catholic with a head for figures. He saw the hand of God in the spring and thought the thing to do would be to build a grand hotel in the back pasture. No one was ever sure how he changed George Clatterbuck's mind, but probably it was by telling him that a lot more people could be saved if there was a bigger place to stay, and that George was being unchristian by denying them. It's easy to imagine that Lewis had seen how well the Hot Springs hotels had done in Arkansas and Tennessee, and knew there was some real money to be made. Not long after that, the architects came with their silver mechanical pencils, and after them the builders and the gardeners. In 1920, the Hotel Louisa opened its doors. They'd wanted to call it the Hotel June, but June, afraid of scaring off the few dates she had left, said, "Thank you, no." When the roses on the wallpaper were still in their first bloom and the carpet was soft and springy beneath your feet, there wasn't a hotel in the South that could match the Hotel Louisa. People came from Atlanta and Chicago and New Orleans, some to be healed, but most to play tennis on the grass courts and dance in the fancy ballroom. Lewis sent for his collection of horse prints in Lexington, and Louisa picked out velvet to cover the settees for the lobby. There were 2 formal dining rooms where people ate with real silver and drank champagne smuggled down from Canada. At 5 o'clock, everyone went out and stood on the front porch to drink bourbon and soda. No one from habit ever went inside after the opening day. It made them feel like they weren't quite good enough. Even the Clatterbucks, who were supposed to be partners in everything, kept to the other side of the woods. You couldn't see their house, not even from the 3rd-floor rooms. The guests never knew they had ever been there at all. The crash of the stock market in 1929 and the great drought that came over the land were so close together that it was hard to separate one from the other. Everything was coming to an end, and the spring would not accept itself. Maybe there was a reason for it, that things got so hot that even the water underneath the ground felt the pull of the dry air. In no time, it went from a trickle to a strip of mud, and then not even that. But whatever it was, the town of Habit took its leaving as a sign, just as they had taken its arrival. For the spring, this was no hardship. It was just going back, folding into one of those underground rivers. It would break through later, years from then, someplace else. Next time, people might not be around for miles. It was very possible that no one would ever drink from it at all. Not long after all this, people stopped going to the hotel, though it would be hard to say if it was because of the spring or because they were the kind of people who had kept their money in banks. June used to walk across the field in the evenings and look at the place in the ground where her salvation had come from. She saw men in suits and women in silk dresses carrying out their own bags and taking hired cars north to catch trains. The Nelsons tried for a long time to get the water to come back. They hired people who said they knew how to coax it out of the ground, but the spring was long gone by then. They stayed on in the hotel alone until the middle 30s, hardly coming out for anything. You could trail them as they moved from room to room, one light going off and another one coming on. People said they could set their watch by what window was bright at the time. Then one day, the Nelsons packed up and left, without saying goodbye. Word came soon after that the Nelsons had made a gift of the Hotel Louisa to the Catholic Church, and this put the fear of God in everyone. It was one thing to have rich people in your pasture, but when the Clatterbucks thought of Catholics, they saw statues of the Virgin Mary going up in the yard 10 feet high. The Clatterbucks could have kept the Catholics off since they owned the land, but nobody told them that. When the lawyers came and knocked on their door, there was nothing for them to do but look at the ground and shake their heads. A few weeks later, 2 buses pulled up, and a group of little old women in white dresses were led or carried up the front stairs. The church had changed the name of the Hotel Louisa to St. Elizabeth's and turned it into a rest home for old nuns. But the nuns were miserable. They'd been dirt poor all their lives following the word of their church. The idea of spending their final days in an abandoned grand hotel made them restless. Soon the tiny women started wandering over to the Clatterbucks in their bathrobes, searching out a simpler way of life. The Clatterbucks, good Baptists every day of their lives, took pity on the old Catholics and overcame their fears. They served them platters of fried mush with sorghum, which were received with heartfelt prayers and thanks. It made the family feel needed again. The old women's dependents called to mind the early days of the spring when the sick were healed. They thought that God had seen again what was best. But the church did not agree, and 2 years later the buses returned and took the nuns to Ohio. Mrs. Clatterbuck cried when they left, and June touched the medal around her neck of St. Catherine of Siena that Sister Estelle had given her. She wore it all her life. The Hotel Louisa was getting worn. Fretwork slipped from the porch, shutters hung down. In any other town it would have been ransacked, people breaking out windows and carrying off furniture in the night. But the people of habit were true to their name and just kept on avoiding the old hotel like they did in the days when they wouldn't have had the right clothes to go inside for a cup of coffee. The Clatterbucks waited and watched. Then one day a station wagon pulled up the front drive, and 2 nuns, dressed in what looked to be white bedsheets, and 5 big-bellied girls got out. June and her mother were just coming through the woods at the time, out for their daily walk. The nuns cut across the dried creek bed, not knowing a thing. They didn't know how the hotel had come to be, or that they were standing on top of what might have been the closest thing to a real miracle that any of them was ever going to see. They were occupied unloading the car. "Pregnant girls," Mrs. Clatterbuck said. "They've gone and made it into a home for pregnant girls." Rose. 1. I was somewhere outside of Ludlow, California, headed due east toward Kentucky, when I realized that I would be a liar for the rest of my life. There was plenty of time to think about things like that, headed into the desert alone, windows down, radio up. I imagined that it was possible for people to have talents, great talents, that they never stumbled across in the course of their lives. Somewhere out there, maybe in one of those African countries where all people have time to do is starve to death, was a painter who had never seen a canvas. Maybe he scratched simple pictures into the dirt with a stick, and it felt right to him, even if he didn't know what it meant. So maybe I was born to lie, and it just took me 23 years to find the reason to do it. I started out with a lie of omission, which some people might see as easier, but I think is actually more complex. I left my husband with only a note. Dear Thomas, I am unhappy, and it cannot be resolved. Do not try and find me. I will not come home. I'm sorry about taking the car. Rose. I reworked it 24 times, but it was still not a good note. Writing is not my talent. It was stiff and formal, given the fact that we had been married for almost 3 years, and that he was at every turn a good man. But I thought the smallest bit of kindness would send him out looking for me, and since he wouldn't be able to find me, what kind of life would that be for him? Wandering in the desert, showing my picture in gas stations, pinning flyers that gave my height and weight, the place I was last seen, onto telephone poles. The hardest part was knowing how to sign the note, because love wasn't right, and anything less, sincerely, all best, was worse than nothing. So I went with nothing. But like I said, I started with omission, which means the contents of the note were true, but there was a larger, unmentioned truth which I took with me from Marina del Rey. I was pregnant. The beginnings of a child, his, mine, slept between my hips, a quarter-size life beneath the steering wheel of the blue Dodge Dart. Maybe you could trace the lying back further than that, to the darker issue of lying to myself. I lied to myself for 3 months, thinking that my period had gone someplace from which it would quickly return, that my body had simply forgotten and would remember. I lied to myself about wanting to be married, too, but I forgave myself that. Forgiveness was at the heart of everything. Because I could not ask, I could not be forgiven. What would be the point in confessing a sin for which you had guilt but no remorse? Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I have lied to my husband, left him never knowing he will have a child, and would do it all again in a heartbeat. Bless me, for I will continue to lie until I go the way of all the earth. Bless me in my absence of remorse. At 19, I had been to Tijuana 3 times, drank mezcal with high school boys, bet them money on dart games, and let them kiss me. Never anything else. I was saving myself for that one person who would be mine alone in all the world. That's what I thought at 19. There was one out there who was looking for me like I was lost. I had been to Los Angeles a dozen times, and farther, up the coast to Malibu and Zuma and Ventura. Names so beautiful you'd think they were someplace else. And all the time I watched the waves, and let the boy who drove me put his arm around my waist and slip the ends of my hair into his mouth, as if they'd just blown there by accident. I never cared. Never cared for any of them. I would go into the water all the way through late November, even when the waves were high and cold enough to cut you in half. I would swim out with long strokes while the boy quickly drifted back toward the shore, shivering in the daylight, looking for his shirt. He would try again, go up to his ankles, his knees, but the water would push him back as fast as it pushed me out. As long as it's a regular day, not too rough to begin with, the ocean is pretty smooth once you make it out past that first set of waves. That's why people are afraid to swim in the ocean. They try to jump over those waves and get slammed down to the bottom and pulled across the sand like a piece of shell. You've got to go through them. Dive under just when they're rising up for you. Set your direction, close your eyes, and just swim like hell. Once you get through that, you'll find there isn't a better place for swimming because it's the ocean, and it goes on forever. You don't have to see anyone you don't want to. If you look out away from the beach, it's easy to imagine that there's no one else but you in the whole world. You and maybe a couple of seagulls. I never turned and waved to the boy. I felt how cold the water was, but never like I felt him watching me. I knew how my arms would look, how a lump would rise in his throat as I dove down again and then stayed under too long. I swam until I got tired, and I didn't get tired fast. By the time I walked out of the Pacific Ocean, I would be sure he would remember this, and that I would remember it too. The swimming, not the boy. In church, I prayed to God. Every morning on my way to school, every morning before going to work when it wasn't on my way anymore, I stopped and knelt before a rack of candles. The flames would tremble inside their red glass cups when my elbows pressed against the railing. I would pray for the soul of my father, who I said I could remember, but could not. That his young and handsome face from my parents' wedding picture was watching over me. I would pray for the exams I had not studied for and the small ruby ring in the window of Cantrell's jewelry. I would pray for high-heeled shoes, my girlfriends, and permission to do as I pleased. I would pray to be noticed, beautiful, and loved, but mostly for that sign to which I was rightfully entitled. Every candle I lit, every long wooden match I gave a dime for and struck against the bottom of the coin box, making a small disruption of sulfur and light in the church, was by way of reminding God that I was still here, waiting. I knew that it could come at any time, and that any time could be a long way off. But I thought that by constantly placing myself in God's presence, He might be more inclined to think of me sooner rather than later. I did not ask for more than my share, one sign. That which was by rights mine because I believed and was so ready to listen. Sometimes I prayed for holy orders so that I would walk away from them in a way that would make me amazing, the strength of my will sanctified by God. Father O'Donnell had said that God called us to our vocations in some kind of dog whistle voice that only we would hear, and if we kept our heart open, our ear to the ground, we would know what to do. Nun or wife, my choices loomed above me like giant doors, and I waited, listening for God to give me the word. But God was quiet in San Diego in the middle 60s. If He had an opinion as to which way I should go, He kept it to Himself. Or maybe He said it while I was in the shower, humming something, and the moment of my lifetime passed me by. but I was like a woman lost in the desert, her eyes trained for water for so long that she begins to think she could drink the reflections of light on the sand. What I finally accepted as my sign came in the form of Thomas Clinton. As Father O'Donnell told us, God can come to us in many ways, and we should never be quick to discount anyone. I was 19 and working as a secretary at Sim's Candy Factory on Pacific Avenue. I ate the lunch I brought from home on the beach. Thomas was in college, went to our church, and asked if he could take me to dinner some Saturday night. Which Saturday night? My mother was happy because he didn't wrap chocolates or drive a truck. I said yes because it seemed so hard for him to ask me. I wondered how many Sundays I had walked by him while he watched me, how many times the words had come up in his throat, or he had started to reach out to touch the sleeve of my dress, but I was past him already, and he would have to wait another week. You think that sounds conceited. You think that maybe it was the first time he had seen me, thought to ask at all. But any girl who tells herself the truth knows differently. So I said yes to Thomas Clinton, and later thought that I had said yes to God, and later still realized I had said yes only to Thomas Clinton. My mother and I had our own lives, our own schedules. Sometimes it seemed like the only time we managed to spend together was in the bathroom while one of us was getting ready to go to work or out for the evening. "This is going to be a good date," my mother said. She said it every time, regardless of who I was going out with. "I have a feeling." She was sitting on the edge of the tub, still wearing her dress from work. She sold cosmetics at I. Magnan's. She used to work in hosiery. Cosmetics was a big promotion because she made a commission, and my mother knew that no woman thought she was beautiful, or beautiful enough, or beautiful in the right way. "They look into the mirror, and all they can see is a collection of flaws," she used to say. "I can fix that." She sold to them gently. She soothed them. When they said their eyes were small, she did not deny it, but instead brought up a thin blue pencil from someplace deep beneath the counter and showed them how to draw themselves on. "There's no sense worrying about what you're given," my mother would say. "The important thing is what you do with it." I was working on my face from the vast collection of samples my mother brought home, overused testers with just enough left for us. She rubbed a Kleenex over the top of a lipstick and handed it to me. "It's too light," I said. "It's not too light." My mother liked to watch me get ready, like I had watched her get ready when I was a girl. After my father died when I was 3, after enough time had passed, she would get ready to go on dates herself. I would pick out her earrings, sniff the bottle of Rive Gauche, which was her. The women at church were always telling my mother she should marry again, that she should give me another father. "Rose has a father," she told them. "She doesn't need another one." My mother took marriage very seriously. It was a sacrament, the same as communion. It was a long time before she decided that maybe being married to someone who was dead wasn't as binding as being married to someone who was alive. By the time I had graduated from high school, she had pretty much settled with Joe, who handled claim forms for an insurance company. But then it wasn't a date anymore, only a series of nights she went to his house and nights he came to ours, and they made dinner and watched TV, and went home late, but always went home. "Your blush is too high." I looked in the mirror again and started to wipe it off. I had stopped fighting with my mother, at least over makeup, a long time ago. It was the thing she knew. I could give her that much. There was a way she watched me when I was looking in the mirror. She thought I didn't see her. She would stare at me so intently, and I knew she was trying to see me like a stranger would, to judge me as harshly as the world would judge me. If she had that information, She thought she could prepare me somehow for what was to come. "Pretty girls have it harder," she said while I brushed out my hair. "What?" "People think it's the other way, that the ugly girls, the plain girls even, they're the ones to feel sorry for. But they don't have so many—" She stopped and pushed her eyebrows together, trying to think of the word. "Distractions, I guess. There will always be people there to tell a pretty girl what she should be doing or thinking. At the counter, it's the pretty girls you can always sell the most to. They never know their minds." "You don't know what you're talking about." My mother loved to talk about things like that, but I wasn't in the mood. I was going to be late. I pressed my mouth against my hand and then washed it off. "You're a pretty girl," my mother said. "I was a pretty girl. I know what I'm talking about." My mother was a pretty girl. I had seen the pictures, her dark hair sweeping off her forehead in a wave, her head tilted imperceptibly to one side, her mouth open to show the rows of small, perfect teeth. There was a picture of her in her confirmation dress standing on the steps of the church, another waving from the bow of the Queen Mary, a snapshot taken on a guided tour, her sunglasses on, her gloved hand raised to the camera. But as she grew older, my mother became beautiful. I could never find the exact moment it happened. In the pictures, she changed. Her face had lost its sweetness but taken on another thing. You can see it best in the photograph taken at my father's funeral. Who would have had the nerve to make a picture then, or how it came to be in her possession, I never knew. But there she was in a black dress, walking toward the camera, but looking away from it. The cemetery is only a backdrop, the trees making an arch behind her, the headstones arranged like lilac bushes. She is more beautiful than a bride. Once, when I was 10 and intent on finding every photograph of my father ever taken, I ran across this one. When I showed it to her, she closed her eyes and turned away. "Keep that if you want it," she said. "But I don't ever want to see it around, do you understand me?" For the rest of the day, she was quiet. And while I later understood it was because she didn't want to remember the day she watched them bury my father, at the time, I thought she was ashamed of the beauty that seemed somehow to break apart the grief around her. I put the picture in my Bible between the Gospels of Luke and John. I took the Bible with me when I left. It is the only picture of my mother I have. I left her in the bathroom and went into the closet, turned on the light and shut the door. There was a full-length mirror inside, and I wanted a minute to look at myself without my mother watching me. What would she say if she saw me coming to her counter? Would she run her fingers along the sides of my face as I had seen her do to other women, and tell me what could be done about the shape of my mouth or the length of my nose? And would I think what all those other women must think? That no matter how beautiful she made me, I would never be as beautiful as her. "I'm going to wear your blue dress," I called out through the door. "Sure," my mother said. "That'll look good." I pulled the dress on over my head, and for a minute I thought about staying, locking the door from the inside for no good reason other than I couldn't remember for a second what Thomas Clinton looked like. But then I did. It was a night that at 19 in Southern California in May was like every other night you had seen so far, but a night that when you remember it years later in a place without an ocean is like a powerful dream. Everywhere you went you heard the water, the same way you had always heard your breathing, and would later hear the highway, or trains, or women's voices. But the sound was so much a part of everything that you couldn't hear it at all then. This is what I took for granted. The sound of the water, the light on the water day or night, the way you could look out for so long you couldn't tell the difference between the water and the sky. the sand that blew onto the highway in sheets and formed small dunes against the curbs, the smell of the water, the tough grass that grew from nothing, the soft, hot tar, and the birds which never occurred to me would not be everywhere I went. I am saying this from memory, and there are things I am forgetting. But I remember this. I wore that blue dress of my mother's, which was spotted with holly leaves, because I knew that when the wind caught it and blew it back, the skirt would press against my legs and be as big as a sail. I knew we would walk along the beach that night, and he would have to remember the sight of me in that dress. I wore it because he went to college, and I liked the way he had to keep looking away from my face when he spoke to me. I knew that dress would break his heart. Thomas Clinton was about my height, but there was a lightness to him, the size of his bones, the width of his shoulders, that made him seem smaller. Everything about him made me think he had been born late, that he would have been better off being his father or my father. I could imagine him in a wide-brimmed felt hat, a newspaper folded beneath his arm. I could see him gladly giving up his seat on the bus to anyone who seemed to want it. He picked me up in a blue Dodge Dart with wide bench seats. My mother and I didn't have a car, and to ride in one was always an occasion. I rolled down the window and leaned my face into the night air while he drove me to dinner in silence. The streets were wide and lined with small houses, every one of them exactly alike except for some small thing. A hedge around the front, a bay window, a garage. They were painted in sherbet colors, pale orange or pink, a creamy yellow. The lawns and the sidewalks made neat lines. You could count on everything being just so. I looked at a house and then closed my eyes for a minute. When I opened them again, I would see the same house a full block away. It was a game I liked to play whenever I was in a car, especially when I was in a car with a date who had nothing to say. Words came hard to Thomas Clinton. He managed to tell me before our dinner arrived that he was studying to be a math teacher. He would have been better, I think, drawing equations on napkins to show me how he felt. What percentage of his heart he had given to me already, as opposed to percentages given to his family, his work. He was fluid in numbers, he could explain them, but in an Italian restaurant pushing a veal cutlet from side to side on his plate, he was lost. It was not a romantic place where long silences are full of meaning. It was bright and clean, and the waitresses wore uniforms that made them look like nurses. Our waitress came by too often because it was late and all her other tables had paid up and gone. "Don't you like that?" she said to Thomas, pointing at his dinner. "If something's wrong, you'd tell me, right?" She was a woman in her early 50s, whose bright blonde hair looked like candy spun onto her head. "It's fine," he said, and cut again at the meat. "It's good." "Well, I hope so. Your girlfriend liked hers. Look, she's almost finished." She leaned over toward me, like she wanted to tell secrets. "The cheesecake is good," she said. "You're skinny. You can eat cheesecake. If you have the room, you should think about it." There was something about the way she talked, her easy manner, that made our silence singularly unbearable. "I'll just have coffee," I said. "That's why you can eat cheesecake," she said and sighed. "Because you don't. That's the way it works." As soon as she had gone, I wanted her to come back. I was no stranger to first dates, to their special kinds of horrors, but the ones I'd had tended to talk more often than not, to try and make an impression any way possible. "I know you work at Sim's," Thomas said finally, his eyes fixed down. Our plates had been taken away, but the waitress had insisted on bringing him his dinner packaged up, even though he'd said he didn't want it. "You might not want it now," she said, leaving the folded white sack on the table between us. "But tomorrow for lunch you'll want it." "I work at Sims," I said. "I schedule deliveries." "I know, because I saw you once, going into the building in the morning. I drove past you." He stopped, and I waited, thinking there had to be something more. "And you knew me from church?" He nodded. "I've seen you at church. You go with someone." "My mother." "Your mother," he said. "I thought it was probably your mother." I looked out the window, because I was afraid I would embarrass him if I looked at him too long. I felt genuinely bad for him, not angry or bored the way I did with so many of the others. I wished I had an idea what to say myself, but somehow the tone had been set. The passage of words would be difficult between us. "I think I'd like to take a walk," I told the window. So he paid the check while I waited by the door, and the waitress said good night, and then came after us in the street to give Thomas the sack of cutlets he had left on the table. "You two look real cute," she said. "You have a good night." I was right about the wind, but by then I was sorry about the way it made my dress into a flag that waved behind us. It was a dark night, and darker as we walked across the highway and down toward Imperial Beach, and I was hoping he wouldn't notice it. There was only a little light on the waves, no stars. As hot as the day had been, it had cooled off, and I could smell the smell that wasn't exactly sand or salt or water, but all three together. When we stopped, I put my hand on Thomas Clinton's shoulder to balance myself and take my sandals off, and I felt him tense, almost as if I startled him, as if he had forgotten I was there. But when I pulled away, he put his hand over mine and held it there near the collar of his shirt. We stayed there, just like that. There was something about the gesture which was so strange and unexpected that I think I would have just stood there all night. "I knew it was your mother you went to church with," he said finally. He was facing the water. His voice was low, so I had to lean in to hear him over the sound of the waves. I didn't ask him to speak up. I knew if he stopped talking, he'd never be able to start again. "I knew it was your mother, and I knew where you worked, and I knew where you lived. I drove behind you one morning, all the way from your house to Sims." I looked at him, thinking it had to be a joke, but then knowing for sure it wasn't. The wind was high and it pushed the sand around. It threw my dress out straight behind me. "More than one morning," he added quietly. "Don't think I'm crazy. I'm not. My God, there is nothing crazy about me. It's something about you, Rose. When I saw you in church, I saw the way you put your forehead on your hands when you're kneeling there." He ran his fingers along my fingers. His hand was shaking. "I would sit right behind you, the back of your neck, the back of your dress." He pressed my hand into his shoulder, but he wouldn't look at me. "Every week I thought I would talk to you, and then I finally did. And tonight, all night, I just sat there, and in my mind I was telling you everything, things I had thought. It's been 7 months. You'll think I'm crazy, but I couldn't not tell you this." My heart was beating so fast, and all I could think of was, fast as his. My heart is beating as fast as his. "I had to wait until the thought of not telling you was worse than the thought of telling you. Does that make sense? Once I saw you eating lunch by yourself. It wasn't too far from here. I hadn't even been looking for you, but you were there. I used to think if I just had your picture, that would be enough. Then I could look at your face. Your beautiful face." He stopped and drew in his breath. He was still watching the ocean. The waves were high from the wind. They were as black as the night was black, the same way they had been blue like the sky that afternoon. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I could see him. He wore small wire glasses and had pale hair. He was handsome. I hadn't really thought about it before. I remember I started to cry, though I'm not sure why anymore. Maybe it was just that I had waited such a long time to hear someone say those things to me. It was romantic. What a thought to be 19 and be willing to give up everything in your life because someone says something to you on a dark beach that sounds romantic. He didn't make a move toward me, and somehow that made it all the more spectacular. All those boys I'd turned away. All those boys who, when they kissed me, slipped my blouse out of the back of my skirt and tried to run their hands along my stomach. All the boys who said what they wanted, told me my breasts, my neck, the sides of my legs. I was stronger than all of them. I could twist myself away and walk into the water, demand that they take me home or take myself home. But I didn't know until that night how they must have felt, wanting to press the side of their face against my breastbone and hold me, the comfort that would come from that, and I gave them so little. It was dark, and Thomas Clinton could have been anyone, but I thought he knew me like God knew me. The longer we stood there in silence, my hand caught between his hand and shoulder, the more my memory set about improving his words, until they churned through my stomach and over my chest, spreading down through my arms and legs like my own blood. It was my own blood. The plainest form of 19-year-old sexual desire on a dark beach of the Pacific Ocean in Southern California in May, and I knew so little that I took it to be a sign from God. I faced him, pressed in chest to chest, bent his neck down with my hand, covered my mouth with his mouth, moved his hand down my back, pressed in like I was trying to pass through him, my whole body through his. I stood on one foot and wrapped my other leg behind his. I knew from every time I'd stopped before what the other body wanted from me. My hand raking up hard from the nape of his neck to the crown of his head, then down inside the collar of his shirt, then back between us, working down the front of my dress until my arms came out of the sleeves and went back to his waist. Where was he? God help me, I don't remember him. Not until the point he held my arms and pushed me back. Held me there and looked at me. And when he was afraid and couldn't look again, he folded me back into my clothes and buttoned my dress and looked for the 2 buttons that were gone but couldn't find them in the dark, in the sand. He picked up the white sack with his dinner which had fallen from his hand and brushed the hair out of my face, and took my hand and led me back to the car. He drove me home without saying a word, and walked me to my door, and didn't kiss me good night. He called me the next night for a date, and the night after that, and the night after that. He married me at the end of the summer in Our Lady of Lourdes, and Father O'Donnell said the Mass, and his parents and his 2 sisters came down from Victorville, and we moved into the married students' apartments, and my mother cried, but did so quietly in the kitchen while I took out the last of the boxes. And the next year he got a job teaching math in a high school in Marina del Rey. That is everything. That is all there was to know. 2. My mother knew how to drive, but didn't. She said she'd forgotten. She'd forgotten how to ride in a car as well. She would walk every place she possibly could. If it was raining, she would wear jeans and a sweatshirt, wrap her work dress in a dry cleaner's bag, and put it in with her shoes and purse in one of the large plastic iMagnans bags we kept stacked beneath the kitchen sink. If she had to go someplace far from home, she took the bus, but she didn't like to. She said it was dirty and crowded, and she didn't like to sit next to strangers. If there was an emergency, a terrible emergency, she would call a cab, or Mr. Lipton, the superintendent of the building, to come and drive her. She did the night I was 5 years old and my eardrum burst. She did when I was 14 and ran a fever so high I couldn't tell her who she was, even though she asked me over and over again. They took my appendix out, and when I was well, Mr. Lipton drove me home, but Mother walked, because going home was not an emergency. It's no great mystery. It was because my father had died in a car. But he didn't die in a car. He died later in the hospital, which is the thing that makes the story tragic instead of just very sad. The car got away from him somehow, forgot gravity despite its weight, and flipped 3 times before digging itself into a sidewalk where no one was walking. His spine was nothing but dust. Bone dust, my cousin told me secretly in the backyard of my uncle's house when I was 7. He was the one who gave me the details. I never got them from my mother. I never asked. It took him 5 weeks in intensive care to finish what had been started. It was there my father died of pneumonia, which, from what I understand, is like drowning. But I loved to drive, the way people love forbidden things. Thomas taught me soon after we were married. He was a patient teacher and loved the fact that he could do something for me, though I wondered if later he regretted ever showing me how. We would sit on the cement steps in front of our apartment building, next to the red hibiscus that the gardener was always having to clip back so it wouldn't completely block the front door. I rolled my shorts up as far as I could, trying to get a little color on my legs, while Thomas quizzed me from the safety manual. "At what point in a rainstorm are the streets most dangerous?" he asked. "Who would go through the intersection first if 2 cars arrived at the same time?" While I was taking the test, he went and bought me flowers, and I wondered if the high school girls were in love with him, if they wrote their names next to his in a notebook during math class. For a long time I couldn't bring myself to drive in San Diego for fear of passing my mother on the street. It was a ridiculous fear, because I knew every route she walked and when she walked it. But once we moved to Marina del Rey, I drove every place I could think of to go. I would drive to the electric company to pay the bill in person, drive to one grocery store that had good prices on staples, and then another one across town because the produce was nicer. I would take Thomas to school in the morning and wait in the long line of carpooling mothers to drop him off at the door, then rejoin the line at 3 or 5, depending on whether or not he was coaching basketball. But then one day I missed. I was too far away, driving up the Pacific Coast Highway, listening to the radio. I was looking at the hills, thinking about the fire that had swept through last year and left them a charred pile of prickly black sticks. Now here they were, 1 year and a couple of floods later, as thick and green as they had ever been. The hills were the reason I was so late, and when I was sure it was impossible for me to make it back in time, I simply didn't try. Thomas was worried. He waited at school for a long time, then walked home and looked there. Then he started to think that he had possibly missed me and that I was waiting for him, so he went back to school. I can't remember Thomas ever getting angry with me. Sometimes in bed at night, he would retell the story of those 7 months before we met, when he would watch me. "I remember one day you wore a red dress to church," he would begin. "I never had a red dress," I said, my head on his chest, his arm around my shoulder. "It was a red dress with half sleeves and a round collar. You had on flat black shoes and a black belt." "It must have been my mother's," I said. "I don't remember it." "You sat right in front of me, I would always get there late so I could sit near you. But that day you came in after I did. You were alone, and you sat down right in front of me. I could smell your perfume, and your hair wasn't completely dry. I never heard a word Father O'Donnell said." His sadness was a powerful thing then, and he never forgot it, the way my mother never forgot the Depression, and so was forever saving little bits of things that might be useful later. Thomas said he made a promise to God, and even though he never said exactly what the promise entailed, I knew it went beyond to love and honor and obey. This was a promise with desperation in its origin, the kind of deal that Jonah cut in the belly of the whale. The difference being that I'm sure Thomas kept his promise in the years I knew him. So if my driving bothered him, he didn't say. If my lateness bothered him, sometimes all the way through dinner, he didn't tell me. I did try to be on time, and nearly every day I was. It's just that I had found a tightness in my chest. Some nights it woke me up, and I would lie there taking shallow breaths. I would listen to Thomas, who slept so quietly beside me, and feel the warmth of his body in bed with me, and I would think, what makes something a sign from God? What makes something right? I didn't even know what I was thinking of, but I could feel it pressing down on me when I slept, when I ran the vacuum, when I picked out the wallpaper, bought cereal, wrote home. The only time it seemed to go away was when I was driving. The world moved because of the directions of my hands. I rushed it past my windows as fast as I wanted. At first I knew where I was going. I would make up excuses, little reasons that took me farther and farther away. And then I gave up. I was never going anywhere, and there was no sense lying to myself. People think you have to be going someplace when, in fact, the ride is plenty. I loved to drive early in the morning, before the traffic started up. I loved to drive in the hard rains and see the world blur and clear beneath my windshield wipers. When it was dark, I could see the lights of the other cars speeding by me, and when it was sunny, I would roll down the car window and look for the islands. Anacapa or Catalina, through a tangle of my own hair. I bought maps in every town, stuffed the glove compartment with directions. When I studied them late at night, after Thomas was asleep and the pain in my chest had gotten me up again, I was never interested in where I might go, only the contours of the roads, the kind of lines they made, their shape and width, the views I imagined they would afford me. This is what I was looking for. I continued to light my candles up and down the Pacific Coast Highway, though I was less sure now of what to ask for. The first sign had simply changed the shape of my life, left me sharing an apartment with one person instead of another. There was a loneliness in being answered, as if God and I had less to say to each other now. I put in my coins and took my match from the box, pressed my forehead to my hands in prayer, but all I could think about were the candles that were already lit. Who had come here before me, and what did they want? Did girls still want to be married and loved? Did they want to never be alone? Or had the priest lit these himself? A primer to bring the faithful from the street like moths. I could have prayed, "Dear God, please keep me from Carmel," where every day my car was headed. It was a full day's drive. I would have to sleep over and come home the next morning, and how would I explain that? And what if I went and Thomas never asked me where I'd been for fear I might go away again and come back in 2 days or 3, or not at all? Would I head on to Oregon or south through Mexico? I had the maps, but I could not pray for what I didn't want. I was careful with my prayers, now that they had been answered. This is how the days passed, weeks and months. Places I could get to in time to come home. I worked as a temporary secretary and would call into the placement office when the money I had didn't seem like enough. I would stay in a job for 2 days, a week, typing or filing, answering the phones, until whoever was missing came back and I had time to drive again. I didn't always stay on the freeways. Some things can be seen only by going off into the secondary roads. The migrant workers moving through the strawberry fields, the palm trees. I liked to go down side streets, looking at the houses and the bicycles in the yard. Sometimes I would drive all the way to San Diego, just going through neighborhoods. When I got into town, I took my mother out to lunch. "Why aren't you home?" she said. "Doesn't Thomas worry about you? My God, I hate to think of you just driving around out there." "I only drive to see you," I said. "I'd feel better to think of you home," she said. Even though I knew which home she meant, I liked to think it was with her. My mother had married Joe the spring after I left, and it made me sad in a way. Not her marriage, but the fact that she felt she had to wait for me to go. "Who'd have thought we'd be a couple of old married women having lunch?" she liked to say to me. My mother was happy being married. It was a gift she had given herself, the permission finally to live again the way she thought was natural. Her life was good. She was doing well at work. She had regular customers who refused to talk to anyone but her. I tried to talk to her, to tell her about the pain in my chest that could be eased only by a drive, to tell her that May reminded me so much of October and this year of last year, but I couldn't say things I didn't have words for yet. All I was sure of was that I loved her, her red lipstick, her delicate hands. Sometimes I drove all the way to San Diego, but would only stand in the accessories department, watching her over a counter of scarves while she told another woman how to be beautiful. After I left the doctor's office, after he had shaken my hand and said congratulations, I drove the car out onto the freeway and couldn't remember how to drive. I pulled over into the breakdown lane and pressed my forehead against the steering wheel. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the traffic whipping past me. I kept thinking, someone is going to open the passenger side door and tell me what to do. Not Thomas, not anyone I know. Someone is just going to get in the car beside me and say, "Martha Rose, this is what we're going to do here." And I'd have done it, I swear to God. But no one came. Not even a cop to see if I was okay. For 3 years, I hadn't been able to say what was wrong with my life, but at that moment, it all became very clear. I had married a man I did not love. I was mistaken in my sign. I would have to have something else, because this could not possibly be my life. In a way, I thought it would get easier from then on, because knowing is easier. But how I would have rather known 3 months before, when I could have left with nothing inside me but guilt and sorrow. I kneaded my flat stomach with my hand. I dug the heel of my hand into the skin until I could feel a small pain, and then I pressed harder. I slept at home that night and never said a word. In the morning, Thomas sat at the breakfast table, grading a stack of papers. He was teaching summer school. "Show your work," he wrote on the top of a paper, and then worked the problem at the bottom the way it should be done, line after line of numbers and letters I couldn't understand. I had never done well in geometry. "She got the answer right," he said. "See that?" I looked at the paper. The girl had nice handwriting. I wondered if she was in love with him. "Are you going to work today?" he asked. "At a lawyer's office," I said. "It should last all week." "Rose, Rose," he said, and leaned over the table, over the cereal bowls and cups of coffee, and kissed my cheek, my mouth. A lump came up in my throat. He was never a bad man. No one will ever say that Thomas Clinton was a bad man. "Come on," I said. "We need to get going." When we got to school, he told me not to worry about picking him up. "It's a nice day," he said. But in Marina del Rey, they were all nice days. "Make them all smarter," I said, because it's what I said every morning when he left. "I'll do my best." And then he was gone, mingling in with a sea of children. He was 26 years old. When I went to Father O'Donnell, it was not to confess, but to make him my accomplice. I needed the name of a place to go, some place far away, where women had babies and left them behind, like pieces of furniture too heavy to move. A place that gave the babies to remarkable people, so fit to be parents that their sterility was unconscionable. I also wanted him to tell Thomas, when he came looking for me, that my desire to leave was sincere, and he should let me go, without ever telling him where I had gone. I'm making this sound very easy, when in fact it was not. It was sad enough to change my life for good, to make the blood reverse the course of its flow in my veins. I was going to St. Elizabeth's. Father O'Donnell had a file which he brought out with great difficulty. It contained flyers, nearly advertisements, that addressed the problems of unfortunate Catholic girls. Words like comfort and prayer were scattered through the texts, along with moral guidance. But I was interested in the location more than the description. St. Elizabeth's was in Kentucky, a state whose capital I did not know. I had never wondered about Kentucky, never imagined it as a girl the way I had New York or Houston or Paris. No one I knew had ever been to Kentucky or was planning on going, and so I thought it would be the last place anyone would look for me. "Tell me you'll wait until tomorrow," Father O'Donnell said. "Go home to Thomas, just for tonight, or go to your mother's. This isn't a decision to be made quickly." Father O'Donnell had baptized me and given me my first communion. He had buried my father and married me. I had been in love with him when I was a girl. I had wished he was my father. Maybe once he wished I was his daughter, because it was plain that my news was hard for him to hear. His face was flushed and damp, and there was a trembling around his mouth not unlike my own. I may have made a mistake in going to him, though it seemed right at the time. California was full of priests who would try to dissuade me, but not feel disappointed in me. It was his house, not God's, that I had come to in my moment of confusion. His windows full of saints, his pews, his rack of candles. Whenever I kissed a boy in school, cut a day of classes, argued with my mother over what I can't remember, it was not God's forgiveness I sought, but his. He was the one I told. We sat in a small room behind the altar, which he used to dress in before Mass. His vestments hung on wire coat hangers from the door jamb, great satin robes that looked ridiculously beautiful with no one in them. The window in that room had plain glass in it, meant for looking out over the parking lot and not for inspiration. There was a crucifix over the wash basin where any place else there would have been a mirror. "I have to go today," I said. "I've made a mistake, and if I don't leave now, I might not be able to straighten things out." "Divorce is a sin, Rose. I can't tell you otherwise. People today think that whatever they want right at that moment will be fine. But there are larger things to consider. Can you not see that?" It was a strange thing, but I never even considered divorcing Thomas. I was only leaving him. For some reason, that seemed different, even if I couldn't say what the difference was exactly. "I'm doing the only thing I can do," I said. When I wrote down the address of St. Elizabeth's, my hand was shaking. I asked if he would write a letter telling them I was coming. "Don't tell them about Thomas," I said. I thought the fact that I was married might disqualify me from a home for unwed mothers. I stood for a long time at the door, looking around the altar to the church where I had spent so much of my life. Mrs. Marnez was there lighting candles, as I had done year after year, asking God to show her His will. Old Henry at the front railing on his knees. A few people I didn't know. "What about your mother?" he said. "Don't tell her either." "Are you going to let her think you're dead?" he said. His voice was a whisper, but it carried, as the voice of a good priest carries. "Don't ask me this." "You've asked enough of me today. Now I'm asking you, Rose. What will you do about your mother?" I turned around to face him, but I shouldn't have. I understood then why confessionals were dark places where you told your secrets through screens. "I'll give her up," I said, and went out to the car. The second I said it, I knew that would be my penance, the worst thing I could bear. I was doing a terrible thing, but I would pay the price. If I gave up the thing I loved most in the world, then maybe God would respect my desperation. Elizabeth was not the saint I would have chosen to name a home for unwed mothers after. She had wanted a child, prayed for one for so many years, and when John came to her late in life, she was filled with joy. But then again, she was a woman who found herself pregnant when she did not think that such a thing was possible. Maybe that was the part they wanted us to remember. I have always taken names very seriously, people or places. It's because my mother took them seriously. It was my father who wanted to name me Rose. My mother told a story of being pregnant with me. "Big as a ship," she liked to say. She would lie on a chaise lounge in the little garden outside their apartment, her swollen feet sunk into a sea of pillows, and argue with my father over names. "He was sure I was giving birth to a flower," she would say. "Lily, Iris, Daisy." Those were the kinds of names he was interested in. My mother believed that a name should come from the Bible, or at least a saint. She settled on Martha, despite what Jesus had said. She understood how Martha felt, wishing her sister would give her a little help in the kitchen. Anyone would rather sit and listen, but there are some things, like dinner, that needed to be attended to. So I was Martha Rose. Martha until my father died, and Rose after that. My mother had a sudden change of heart then. She saw my father's need for a name that bore no more significance than the bush that grew alongside the house, a name that was as important as beauty itself. Elizabeth lost her child, too, in the end. That was another thing. But I didn't think about any of this for a long time, until I was nearly across the California state line. Until then, I was crying for my own mother with such a fierceness that I twice had to pull the car over to the side of the road because I couldn't see. August was a lethal time to attempt such a drive, but there was no waiting. A seasoned liar like the one I became is in no hurry. But the one I started out as that day in the doctor's office, my knees pressed together tightly, had hands that shook. I looked over my shoulder, cried easily. All of that is gone now. The back seat was lined with water bottles, and they made a gentle sloshing sound that was almost like an ocean. It was all I could think of to bring. My life, the car's life, were completely intertwined, and water, I thought, would save us both. The sun made waving lines of heat across the black highway. The land was so desolate, so untraveled, that I couldn't imagine why they had built a highway there at all. It was not so much a place as much as a place to get through, a stretch you had to cross if you were ever going to get where you were going. It turned out I had a little money saved. I had started putting some aside when I was taking so many trips. I thought, what if something ever happened when I was on the road? Something could break down. I kept a bank envelope under the tarp that covered the spare tire, and whenever I had a job, I'd put in 10 or 20. I didn't take a dime from Thomas when I left, but I took his car. That car had become my best friend. I could leave my husband, but not his car. By the time I pulled into a gas station in Barstow, I had spent the little bit I had in my purse, and so I took out the envelope. There was more than $600 in there, and I kept thinking, I must have known all the time I was slipping in money, never looking to see how much I had. Part of me was planning to leave. But worrying about the car made me careful, and most nights I just pulled over to a rest stop and put the water bottles on the floor and slept in the back seat. If something happened to the car, I'd be wiped out, stuck in some desert town with no way to go on. In Barstow, I asked a station attendant with the name Dwight stitched on his shirt in red cursive letters to look under the hood for me. "I'm going a long way by myself," I told him. I leaned under with him, trying to get a little of the shade. It was sickeningly hot, 105, maybe more. "I just wish you'd check to see if everything's all right. I don't want to get out in the middle of nowhere by myself and have something happen," I said. Dwight slipped his finger down into one of the belts, gave it a little tug. "Women shouldn't be traveling alone," he said. I knew it could go either way. He could help me out, or drop an aspirin into the battery, which would send me limping back to him as soon as I was 5 miles out of town. "I could use your help," I said. "I'm going to have a baby." It was the first time I just said it out like that. It was the first time it occurred to me that it could be something to use. "I'm headed just past Las Cruces. My husband, he's stationed out at Fort Bliss. He didn't want me to come alone, but he couldn't get leave to get me." He looked at me under the hood. My dress was loose and blew around. There would be no telling for sure. "You're in good shape," he said, touching the spark plugs. "I'll fill up the radiator, but you keep an eye on that. Pull over every 100 miles or so and check it. The water, it's got to be up to here. But don't touch anything. If it overheats, you just stand back and wait." I thanked him. I meant it. When I got back into the car, he came back and leaned in my window. "People will tell you your transmission's going to go, but don't listen to them. Your transmission is good." There were so many things I needed to know. How to fix a car. How to lie. My mother taught me how to put on eyeliner without smudging it. But life was going to take more than that. This driving was not a game. My back ached down into my hips, and I tried moving to one side and then another. Only the week before, I had thought I wanted nothing more in the world than to drive in one endless direction. Highway 40 was exactly that. East was an endless direction. The radio came in and out in waves. I ran out of songs I knew the words to, and then sang them all over again. I played games with myself. At the next town, I'll stop. I'll take off a whole day, get a motel room, sleep. But the next town would come, and I'd say, "You've made it this far, you might as well keep going. 1 more hour won't make a difference, and that will be an hour you won't have to drive tomorrow." When I did stop, it was to get gas, check the oil, fill the radiator. I would walk around the car a couple of times, lift my hands up over my head, stare at the landscape that looked the way it had on the stop before and the stop before that. I did not know how to keep going, and I did not know how to stop, so I kept going. I had started to doubt my body. When I got so tired that the cars in front of me began to sway on the road, I remembered my mother saying how tired she had been when she was pregnant, and I would think, so you're not really tired. When I felt sick at my stomach, I wondered if I was actually sick or if that was just part of it too. Anything I could attribute to this baby I could dismiss, because I'd decided somewhere along the road that I was going to have nothing to do with it. I was following through on my part of it. I would see this pregnancy out, but that was it. No sickness, no side effects. It was enough that I was going so far to have it, and that I would see it delivered into the hands of those decent parents whose complete and wholesome lives I liked to contemplate. There was a difference, I knew, between being pregnant and being a mother. I was pregnant. The steering wheel was so hot I couldn't move my hands around. That was one of the worst parts about stopping, making a cool place for your hands again. I tried writing letters to my mother in my head, but they weren't any better than the note I'd left for Thomas. I wanted to do better for her. I knew she'd been a good wife to my father, that she was a good wife to Joe, even if she could never love him in the same way. She took marriage seriously, as she had taken motherhood seriously. She would find a way to love me even if I told her the truth. But I could feel her disappointment, like a hot wind on my neck. The truth was something that would have to be mine alone. It was something that receded as I drove east. There was a time in my life when I'd wanted to know everything. I wanted to read the brutal details of every local murder. I wanted to know exactly how my father had died, the extent of damage to the car, the very place it happened. Facts had a certain irresistible quality. No matter how deeply they disturbed me, I thought I was better off knowing. But learning is easier than forgetting. The fact that my mother, that Thomas, didn't know where I had gone or the reason, made my life easier. But I like to think it made things easier for them as well. The world is full of things we're better off not knowing. But that didn't mean I couldn't lie to her. Late one night, after eating eggs and toast in a truck stop in New Mexico, I got all the quarters the cashier would give me and called her up. The phone was in the parking lot, and when I shut the door to the booth it gave off a blue fluorescent light. I put the change in a napkin and fed it steadily into the phone. When Joe answered, I was so surprised that for a minute I couldn't think of what to say. "It's Rose," I told him. "Rose? Rose?" He didn't speak to me, but dropped the phone on the bed and called out for my mother. Both of us were crying when she picked up, and it made it harder to understand what was being said. "Come home," my mother said. "I can't." "You will," she said. "I love you. I'm not going to have you lost out in the world. You're my daughter." I put a hand over my other ear, trying to block out the sounds of the traffic. "Things just weren't right," I said. "My life, it wasn't right. I can't tell you about it now. You're just going to have to trust me. I'm doing what's best." It was almost exactly what I had written on the postcards I hadn't mailed. It sounded every bit as wrong when I said it. "Whatever this is, we'll fix it. Thomas is going crazy. He's terrible, Rose. You can leave if you have to, but not like this." I looked out at the traffic going along the highway. "I'm already gone," I said. I stayed in the booth for a while after I hung up. Then I opened the door, which automatically snapped off the light. I had promised myself I would stay in that town for the night, but I didn't. There was nothing behind me and nothing ahead of me. The world consisted of as much road as I could see in either direction. I found myself looking forward to towns, counting down the miles to Albuquerque, Tucumcari, Amarillo. When I got close to a city, I felt almost euphoric, as if I had finally arrived. But 5 minutes later, I would be on the other side, looking at the mileage for whatever was ahead. I was disappointed in myself because it used to be I'd never care at all, but now I was tired in my bones. It was important for me to have something to concentrate on, because when my mind wandered, it went to my mother, or worse yet, Thomas. I would picture him sitting in our house, the lights off, trying to watch television. I could see him going through my dresses in the closet, running his hands along the sleeves. The worst was to think of him eating. The thought of him at the table alone, trying to finish dinner, was nearly enough to make me turn the car around. Once I did, just before Oklahoma. I drove back 25 miles and then turned around again just as quickly, because nothing looked any different. To be truly brave, I believe a person has to be more than a little stupid. If you knew how hard or how dangerous something was going to be at the onset, chances are you'd never do it. So if I went back, I would never be able to leave again, now that I knew what leaving meant. Just over the Oklahoma border, 35 miles outside Elk City, I picked up a hitchhiker. I told myself I wouldn't do it. It went against everything I believed about driving as something best done alone. But the sight of Oklahoma scared me to death. I pulled into a rest stop to refill my water bottles from a public spigot and spread the map across the hood. Arkansas was as far away as China. "Where are you headed?" a man said to me. He looked young, maybe 19 or 20. He was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. His hair couldn't have been more than 1/4 of an inch long in any one place. He didn't look like the kind of person who'd kill you. He looked like he knew how to drive. "East," I said, my hand trying to block out enough of the sun so I could see him. "East isn't a place," he said. "Well, I'm going east." "You taking 40 into Arkansas?" I looked around. There were no other cars in the parking lot, save one station wagon loaded up with kids. Someone must have left him there. I nodded. "I could use a ride," he said, "if that's the way you're going. I'd kick in for gas." Any other time in my life I would have said no, but I didn't see that there was anything left to lose that I hadn't already lost. "Sure," I said. "Come on." He looked so pleased, and when he smiled, seemed even younger, 16 maybe. "You know how to drive?" I asked him. "You bet." "Good," I said. "You're driving." I threw the keys over the hood and he caught them. It was a stupid thing to do, but I figured if something bad was going to happen, it would happen if I was driving or not. It would happen if I was awake or not. He got in the front and I got in the back. I asked him his name. "Billy," he said. "Listen, Billy, keep an eye on the thermostat. Don't let it overheat. Stay on 40 the whole time, promise. I'm going to get some sleep." We got into the car and shut the doors. He asked if he could play the radio, and I told him that would be fine. He looked carefully before pulling onto the interstate and then got quickly up to speed. If he played the radio at all, he waited until I was asleep. Asleep and driving at the same time. It was like a wonderful dream. When I woke up, it was dark, and we weren't going anywhere. I thought that I had just pulled over to get sleep, but then I remembered I hadn't been driving. I remembered Billy, and felt a wave of panic moving up from the soles of my feet to my throat. When I looked out the window, I saw him standing in a bright light talking to another man. We were at a gas station. Billy gave the man some money and got back into the car. "You're awake," he said. "I hope I didn't wake you up." "Where are we?" I pushed the hair out of my face. I wanted a bath. "Maybe 100 miles west of Fort Smith. You've been asleep a long time." I got out of the car and told him to slide over and let me drive for a while. He made sandwiches and cut up apples, and we drank water out of one of the jugs. "You didn't tell me your name," he said. "Mary." "It was nice of you to pick me up. I'd been waiting at that rest stop a couple of hours. I had a real good ride before that, almost 6 hours. Some trucker hauling oranges from California, but it wasn't as good a ride as this, though." He stretched one arm out of the open window and let the wind blow it back. "I love to drive," he said. "Not everybody'd let you drive their car, but I've been driving since I was 10 years old." He spoke quickly, and his voice was anxious and high. "That's when my dad taught me. Soon as I was big enough to reach the pedals and see over the dashboard, he had me driving a car. By the time I got my license, it seemed almost funny, you know, 'cause I'd been driving for so long without one. That's what makes me so careful. All those years I drove without one. I had to make sure I never got pulled over, 'cause then there'd really be hell to pay." He looked happy, all fresh-faced and young, like he could stay up all night. I kept thinking I wasn't that much older than he was, but I felt like I could have been his mother. "Where did you say you were coming from?" I asked him. He looked out at the road for a little while, trying to decide how much to tell me. "West," he said. "Just like you're east." "I've been west," I said. "I'm going to see my folks," he said, still watching the road. "They're right before the Tennessee border, not too much off 40 if you're going that far." "I'm going that far." "My father needs me at home. I got older sisters, but they're all married and gone. It's not like he's so old, my dad, but the place is too much for him and my mom to handle by themselves. I shouldn't have gone away in the first place. I'm all the help my dad's got now, nearly 300 acres to work. It would be too much for anybody. Don't you think that's too much?" I nodded, then took my eyes away from the road for a minute to look at him. "That's a lot," I said. You could tell what he would have looked like when he was young, the same way you could tell what Thomas was going to look like once he was old. His hair would have been redder, where it was nearly brown now. He would have been skinny with milky skin. "You're right to go back, if that's what you think you should do." Then he leaned back against the door. He seemed relieved somehow, like all he needed was for one other person to tell him, to forgive him for running away. It didn't take a lot to figure out he'd left the army someplace. "What about you?" he said. "Why are you going east?" "I'm going to get my sister Lucy down in Pensacola." "She in trouble?" "It's her husband," I told him. "He's been drinking a lot. It's gotten to be pretty bad for her. She's got kids and everything, but she's scared to go. You know how that is. She doesn't know what she's supposed to do, so I told her I'd come and get them." "Where are you going to take them?" "Home to live with me and my husband in New Mexico. We've got plenty of room. Maybe they'll want to stay on, I'm not sure. We'll have to see how it goes." "One of my sister's husbands ever crossed her, I'd kill him," Billy said in a tired voice. "That is, if my dad didn't kill him first." I thought about this for a while. I had always wanted a sister. "I may kill him," I said. "I'll have to wait and see." But he didn't hear me. He'd already fallen asleep. I ended up driving Billy right to his parents' place in Crawfordsville, Arkansas. It wasn't too much out of the way, and he said if I wanted to come in for something to eat and rest up for a while, that he was sure it would be all right with his family. "I've never had a ride like this before," he said. "To your door service." The house wasn't much, but there was a whole lot of land. I stayed in the car while he went up to see his parents. He would be telling them a lie. Some lie about getting out that he would have to keep up with for the rest of his life if he was never caught. You could see on their faces how glad they were to have him back, how much they'd missed him. "You shouldn't have been picking up hitchhikers, young lady," his father said to me. "But you couldn't have picked up a better one than this fella here." I couldn't seem to get enough to eat at dinner, even though his mother brought out food like she'd been expecting us. I ate like I was desperate. I wanted to touch everything in the house, the backs of the chairs, the family photographs, the bowls that lined the cupboards. It seemed like the first time I'd been someplace in years, even though I'd had a home of my own just 4 days before. When they asked me to spend the night, I was grateful. I was only a day's drive away from St. Elizabeth's, and suddenly I felt I had all the time in the world. What would the difference be, a day or two? My stomach was still flat, though harder now. I looked at it for a long time in the bathtub that night, deep in the hot water beneath the film of soap, and thought, remember this. It won't be like this again. I went to sleep in Billy's sister's room, in a single bed with a yellow flowered bedspread. I went to sleep in a girl's room in her parents' house, where people talked in quiet voices downstairs, and the windows were open, and the night blew in from the fields. I slept like his sister would have, without trouble or dreams. Billy woke me up, shaking my shoulder, saying, "Mary, Mary," in a whisper. He was kneeling beside my bed in his pajamas. Maybe he was only 10 or 12. Maybe he woke up in the night and was afraid and went to his sister. "I have to tell you something," he said. It was such a deep sleep I had a hard time coming up. I wasn't afraid or even surprised to see him there. "What is it?" I said softly. "I didn't tell you the truth," he said. "I went AWOL. I just left and bought these clothes. I buried my uniform back in Arizona." I reached out and touched his head, ran my hand along the side of his face. It was still warm from sleep. I wanted to take him to bed with me, just to keep him under my arm until he could rest again. "Don't worry," I said. "I've got to worry. What if they find me?" "They've got lots of guys," I said. I didn't want to wake up. Not completely. "You think I should tell my folks?" he whispered. "You should do whatever you want to. Whatever you can live with best." He sat back on his heels and looked at me. He reached out very tentatively and touched my hair. "I know you're lying too," he said quietly. "And if you need to stay here, I think it would be just fine." He stayed for a while longer, just looking at me. Then he got up and left the room, shutting the door behind him. In the morning, I didn't know for sure if he'd been there or not. I never knew for sure. I left before anyone was up. 3. I gave Interstate 40 up in Nashville. When you don't have a home, it's easy to get attached to things, people, highways. Wherever you are the longest starts to feel like the place you're supposed to be, and I had been on 40 since California. Now I was on 65 going north. Then the Green River Parkway up toward Owensboro. I had good directions. You'd think I would have known by then that all roads are more or less the same, but as I pulled off the exit for habit, I started to think there was a lot out there I hadn't seen, and wondered if maybe I should. I found a gas station off the highway and went in to ask about St. Elizabeth's. I knew how to get to the town, but not more than that. There was a woman sitting in front of the station sunning herself while 3 children who I guessed were hers sat dully in a small inflatable swimming pool half full of water. They were dark-haired and tan, and they all 3 looked to be about the same size. It was hard to tell because they were sitting down. One of them tried to splash me as I walked by, but the water fell short, making a little muddy spot in the dust. "Excuse me," I said to the woman. I was waking her up. I didn't want to, but I didn't know what else to do. "Ma!" one of the children screamed. "Somebody wants gas!" The woman blinked her eyes open and pulled up the top of her blouse, which she had down below her shoulders to get some color on her chest. She looked exactly like the children in the pool. They were only smaller, tanner versions of their mother. She shook the sleep off of her. "Sorry," she said. "I drifted off." "No," I said. "It's so hot. I know." She stood up and stretched her arms over her head. I imagined she didn't do a lot of business. She looked over to the pool. One of the girls was trying to hold another girl's face under the water, but there really wasn't enough water to do it right. The boy sat on the edge, watching. "Stop that," the woman said to them without much enthusiasm. "What I need are directions, really," I said. "I'm looking for St. Elizabeth's." The woman's expression changed. She looked back at her children again, and then back at me. "Up there," she said, her voice flat. 3 miles past town on the left." Then she turned around and headed inside the station. "Can I get some gas?" I said. I had half a tank, but I didn't want to have woken her up just for directions. "You got enough to get you there," she said, and went inside. "Boo!" one of the girls in the swimming pool said. It wasn't until I was back in the car and driving again that I realized what had happened. That just by saying where I was going, she would know all of my business. She didn't like it either. If I drove through a town, I didn't see it. Habit was nothing but 2 stores and a dozen or so houses that were closer together than the others. St. Elizabeth's, on the other hand, would have been nearly impossible to miss. I came over the top of a hill, and there it was, sitting back from the road. It was giant and white, and looked more like a natural phenomenon, like the Grand Canyon, than a home for unwed mothers. I guess there was nothing peculiar about it as a building. It was beautiful because it was impressive. Spires and latticework, jutting balconies, arched windows. It was just so completely out of place. Kentucky had been all mountains and fields of tobacco so far. I couldn't imagine who would have built a place like this here. Who would have looked all over and come to the top of this hill in Kentucky, driven down the first stake and said, "Here's the place we're putting it." But I got my answer soon enough. I pulled the car up near the front steps and got out to read a brass historical marker. That's where I first heard the history of St. Elizabeth's, the Hotel Louisa and the spring. It told the story of how the Clatterbucks and the Nelsons came together, about a child named June falling ill, and the wealthy horse breeder who built a hotel for a spring that eventually dried up. The letters were tiny, and they managed to pack a lot of information on the sign. When I finished, I looked up to the massive front double doors and felt a sinking feeling all the way down to my feet. There was no more time, no more traveling. I had arrived. I read the sign again and then again. I thought about getting back into my car. I must have made a sorry picture standing there, taking such an incredible interest in the hotel's history. The suitcase beside me was so small, it looked like something a child would take to spend the night with a friend. I rubbed my ankle up against it. "It's an interesting history," a woman said. I turned and found a nun beside me, one who was obviously skilled in moving quietly from place to place. She wasn't much more than 5 feet tall and was completely covered in white cloth head to foot. She was clearly of a different breed than the nuns I was used to seeing in California. "You've come to stay with us?" she said, keeping her eyes on the sign, possibly so as not to frighten me off. I told her I was. "We always know the girls who are coming to stay," she said. "Of course, sometimes you can just tell, but even when you can't, they're the ones who read the sign. We used to wait for them to come inside themselves, but they could read this sign for hours. Once, a girl stood here halfway through the night, then she just went away, and we never saw her again." She reached down and picked up my bag. "Didn't bring much, did you? Well, that doesn't matter. Clothes are the one thing we have plenty of." She asked me my name. "Rose," I said. "Martha Rose Clinton." "I'm Sister Bernadette," she said. And then she stopped and looked at me. She tilted back her head so that the light fell under her visor. She was possibly 30 herself, with small, bright eyes. She reached up and pushed some hair that had fallen into my face back in place behind my ear. "Mother Corinne hates to see girls with hair in their eyes, and you have such a pretty face, Rose." She touched my cheek for a moment and smiled at me. "You'll be glad," she said. I wondered what I would be glad about. Having the baby, giving the baby away, coming here at all. None of them seemed like particularly joyful things. I followed her up the stairs and into the main lobby, keeping my eyes on the long black rosary that swung in and out from the folds of her skirt. Then I looked up and saw a sea of pregnant girls. If you see a pregnant girl on the street, maybe you notice. There could be some brief registration in your mind about her or her child, and then it goes. But this room was full of girls, sitting on sofas, reading magazines, talking quietly among themselves, and each was more pregnant than the last. One girl's size served only to exaggerate another's. Their bellies were so uniformly large they overwhelmed the room, so that it wasn't the girls you saw at all, only a gathering of distended abdomens, overinflated balloons, from which small wisps of girls were attached. I felt that surely I had come to the wrong place, that whatever these girls had was not what was wrong with me. I was thin, flat, tall, and when they looked up at me, you could tell that was the very thing they were thinking. Or possibly they were thinking, "Wait and see." Sister Bernadette pulled me through without introductions. I must have looked pale, and I felt pale. I knew now what was coming. My body was going to rebel, take on a life of its own, make decisions without me. All of this leaving, this sadness, this driving, had been about having a baby. I was going to have a baby. Until that exact moment, I hadn't understood this fact at all. We went behind the elaborately carved registration desk, where 100 wooden boxes stood without keys. Sister Bernadette knocked lightly on a door that read, "Office." "Mother?" she said. The nun who answered the door was as tall as I was, but 3 times my size. She was a big woman in every sense, heavy-boned with weight besides. Her face was soft and red, and a tuft of iron-gray hair jutted coarsely from beneath her wimple. Her breasts were as noticeable and as awkward as the stomachs of the girls who filled the lobby. They created a shelf that ensured that anyone meeting her would have to keep their distance. I couldn't help but think a nun must be embarrassed by such breasts. "What have we here?" she said, as if I was another delivery, a carton of milk, a sack of flour. "This is Martha Rose Clinton," Sister Bernadette said. "Yes, of course, from California." "California," Sister Bernadette said. "What a long way to come." Mother Corinne made a strange movement, almost as if she was bowing her head for a moment, and Sister Bernadette was silent. She left as quietly and completely as she had arrived. "Come in, Miss Clinton," she said, and I followed her into the office. It must have been Lewis Nelson's office. There was still a picture of a horse on the wall, along with paintings of St. Elizabeth and the Sacred Heart. It was an office built by a man who was playing at running a hotel. The desk was big enough to sleep on. The chairs were leather. The big picture window looked out to the place where water once came from the ground. "So you know Father O'Donnell," she said. "Yes, in San Diego. Did his letter come?" "No, there's been no letter, but he called. He had several interesting things to say about you." She toyed absently with a silver cross that hung around her neck. "What did he have to say?" "That would be between Father O'Donnell and myself," she said, opening up a file I couldn't see. The distance created by the desk was formidable. She kept her eyes on the paper in front of her. "Do you know Father O'Donnell?" I said. It never occurred to me that he might know people here. But she didn't answer my question. I got the feeling Mother Corinne was in the habit of asking questions, not answering them. "Do you know for sure that you're pregnant?" "Yes," I said. "So you brought a medical report?" "No, but why would I lie about a thing like that?" Mother Corinne looked up at me and shrugged. "It's happened. You're not showing, and people will lie about strange things. Most girls wait until they truly need our services before they arrive, so it's quite easy to tell. Other girls are vagrants looking for a place to stay for a while." It had been a long drive, and I was tired enough to want to kill her. But at the time, I remember thinking she looked like someone who would never die. "You spoke to Father O'Donnell," I said. "Yes." "Then you know at least I'm not a vagrant." I paused, wondering how to address the rest of it. "I'll try to show as soon as possible," I said. "Don't be fresh, Miss Clinton," she said, marking something in the file and then closing it. "I'm here to look out for the welfare of all the girls, you included." I stared at the face of St. Elizabeth, an older woman, so happy to be pregnant. "About the father," she said. "Yes." "What became of him?" "He's dead," I said. "It happened in a car." She sighed and shook her head, reopening the file and making yet another mark. "Dead," she said. "Yes, of course." Then suddenly Sister Bernadette was back and leading me up the stairs to my room. What if he had been dead? That would make me a fairly sympathetic case, a pregnant girl with a dead lover. That deserved at least a few words. Sister Bernadette opened a door to what must have once been a lovely room. Now the worn bedspreads and thinning carpet seemed depressing. At least there was a bed, which meant I could sleep. "You'll be sharing a room with Angela," she said. "She's a sweet girl. You'll do fine with her. You get some rest now, Rose. After a while, I'll bring you up a tray." I sat down on the edge of the bed. I was suddenly too tired to say anything, even to thank her. "You'll be fine," she said, and patted my shoulder. I dreamed of my mother at the cosmetics counter that afternoon, an endless line of women waiting as she tiredly told each of them how to apply their makeup. When I woke up, I was crying, as I would do for many years whenever I dreamed about my mother. And there was a dark-haired girl sitting on the edge of the twin bed opposite mine, watching me cry. "Hey," she said quietly. "You okay?" I wiped my eyes on the corner of the sheet. "You don't need to do that. Here, look here." She handed me a box of Kleenex, and I took one. "I'm Angie," she said. "I'm your roommate. Did you have a bad dream, or are you just crying?" "It was a dream," I said, and blew my nose, but I couldn't seem to stop crying. It wasn't anything much, but it wouldn't stop. "I wake up that way sometimes," she said. "Lately, you know, I didn't used to." She leaned across the gap of our two beds. "It makes me feel a little crazy, like there's all this stuff going on in my head that I don't know about. It seems like a person ought to at least know what was going on in their own head." "It seems that way," I said, and sat up. This was 2 times in a row now I'd woken up with someone watching me. I was starting to think that I was more interesting in my sleep. "You're not showing at all," she said, looking at my stomach. "I'm not much, but you can see it." She pulled her thin dress tight across her stomach to show me the little roundness that was there. "We must be pretty close together. That's how they decide on who rooms with who. If they put a real pregnant girl in with a new girl, the new girl freaks out when the other one leaves, or she gets real scared about having the baby and all. Someone said that once a girl tried to do herself when her roommate had her baby." "Kill herself?" No, kill the baby, you know. She drank a whole bottle of castor oil. Can you believe that?" I said I couldn't. "Well, who knows what's true around here? The stories you hear. They told me your name was Martha." "It's Rose." "That's just the kind of thing I'm talking about. Rose. That's a lot prettier. Where did you come from before?" "California." My head hurt, and I had that feeling that I'd been having lately, like the room was rocking. "California? Well, why'd you come all the way out here? Don't they have places like this in California?" "I wanted to get away," I said. I wasn't quite up to being questioned. I wasn't quite up to anything. So I lay back down on the bed. "Did something bad happen to you?" "My husband died," I said. Angie began to giggle a little, and she covered her mouth with her hand. "I sure hope you didn't tell Mother Corinne that." "Why not?" "Because that's what everybody says, stupid. Everybody says they had a really great husband, but he died in a car crash or something. Except now girls say he got shipped out to Vietnam and stepped on a landmine. Usually one of the older girls tries to tip you off before your interview. They say it's best if you just look down at your hands and act all sad and penitent." "Great." "Don't feel bad. You figure things out here in no time. I've only been here 8 days, and it already seems like my whole life." I tried to think of that, being here my whole lifetime. It made my head hurt worse. "So, what do I need to know?" I said tiredly. "Sister Bernadette and Sister Serena are the ones you want to go to if you've got something on your mind. Sister Evangeline is sweet, but she's older than time and pretty much blind. Sister Loyola is a snitch. She seems nice enough when you meet her, but she takes everything from your lips right to Mother Corinne's ears." "And Mother Corinne?" "Well, you already met her, and you can bet that anything you thought about her was right on the money." Angie looked at me. "I wish you'd stop crying," she said. What I couldn't understand was why in a place with nearly 100 rooms and only 25 girls, we had to have roommates at all. I asked it carefully, making sure Angie understood it wasn't her I minded, I was just wondering. She told me that years ago they used to have the whole place set up like a hospital ward, with all the girls in rows of beds in the grand ballroom. But then one girl got the pox, and they couldn't control the spread at all. "All those little babies born blind or missing arms," she said. "Can you imagine just waiting on that? All the girls in front of you having crippled babies, and you know you will too, but all you can do is sit around and wait for it to happen." After that, they put people in rooms. They say we can't have our own rooms 'cause of the heating costs, that they don't like to open the whole place up. But really it's because they don't like for us to be alone, or they don't think it's natural, as Mother Corinne likes to say. I had never shared a room with anyone but Thomas. I put on a clean dress. Billy's mother had washed and ironed the few things I had before I left Arkansas. The only vestige of the days of the Grand Hotel Louisa was that people still met on the front porch at 5 o'clock in the warm months. The bourbon and sodas were strictly forbidden, but we went there as if pulled by tradition, just to sit in the chairs and look out over the Clatterbuck's back pasture. "You've got to be respectful to the girls ahead of you," Angie told me as we were walking downstairs. "The farther along a girl is, the nicer everyone will be, like fixing her plate at supper and giving up chairs. It's only right, you know. We're all going to graduate sooner or later. There are 3 girls now, Charlotte and Nora and Lolly, who are already 2 weeks late. That's a lot to have late at the same time. Everybody's real nervous about it." The stairwell was lined with grand paintings, mostly of a beautiful dark-eyed woman I later learned was Louisa herself. Louisa with her hair up, standing in front of the fireplace. Louisa with her hair down, walking through the gardens. Louisa with Louis, his hand resting gently against her shoulder. I don't imagine she had time to do much else but sit for paintings. At the bottom of the stairs was a small dish of holy water nailed up to the wall. Angie dipped in her fingers without looking down and crossed herself, and after thinking about it for a moment, I did the same. We walked onto the porch in the late August afternoon of Habit, Kentucky. It was hot, but not like Flagstaff and Amarillo and Oklahoma City. There had been good rains all summer, and the grass in the pasture was heavy and dark. I had never seen such thick banks of trees, such softness growing from every surface of a field. Kentucky was another country, and in that country St. Elizabeth's was a country unto itself, where on the porch of a grand hotel 25 pregnant girls drank sweaty glasses of iced tea and watched the sun set west, while their loose dresses blew around their hips and pressed against their huge stomachs. I couldn't imagine which ones were 2 weeks overdue. They all seemed 2 weeks overdue to me. I watched their faces carefully. They looked like they had forgotten themselves, and maybe for a moment thought their husbands were upstairs changing in the room and would soon come onto the porch and kiss them and look proudly over the beginnings of their family. Every now and then a girl broke away from the group and walked down the front steps and into the field, where she could imagine herself to be the only woman in the world about to have a child. At 6 o'clock, the one that Angie said was Sister Loyola stepped onto the porch and rang a small bell. The girls hoisted one another up from their chairs with exaggerated effort and laughed. "That damn bell of hers," Angie whispered to me. "You think she could just say that supper was ready." As I turned to go in, I saw a man walking up toward the hotel. He was the only man I had seen since my arrival, and I wondered for an instant if he was coming to get someone. "Who's that?" I asked. "Oh, that's Son," Angie said, and waved to him. He waved back to her and smiled. He was a giant man, maybe 6'6". He wasn't fat, but as big and broad as an oak. His arms swept through the air like the branch of a tree. "He fixes things. Everybody's in love with Son." I didn't know how she meant that, really in love or as a kind of joke, but she had gone in to dinner before I could ask her. We said our prayers standing beneath chandeliers. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts. At dinner, we sat with girls who were closest to our class. Your class was the month you were due in, so I was the class of February. Charlotte, Lolly, and Nora, the class of August, sat at the head table with a couple of girls who were due any day. It made an odd kind of sense, their not wanting to get too close to the ones who were just coming in. By the 9th month, they were saturated with the things they were going to have to give up. Their friends, their home, their child. They had no cause to take on new alliances. We sat with a girl named Regina, who was due in January, and Beatrice, who was due in December. Beatrice was a big-boned, strong-looking girl who claimed to work in the mines alongside the men in eastern Kentucky. "I bet you worked 'longside the men," Angie said, laughing at her own joke. I was surprised at how bold she was, having been here only 8 days herself. Beatrice was clearly a girl who could give you trouble if she was so inclined, but she laughed a little herself and poured another glass of milk. She was showing nearly as much as the girls in the class of October. "Twins run in my family," she said, and smiled to show her big white teeth, which were miraculously straight and even. "My grandmother was a twin." "What a nightmare," Angie said. "If I have two," Beatrice said, "I might just take a mind to keep one for myself." But no one laughed at that, and Regina, who was quiet anyway, turned her head. Even at the end of my first day, I knew enough to know that keeping a baby wasn't something to be joked about. None of us would. That's why we were here. We ate the rest of our meal quietly. The food was not good. Vegetables were overcooked, the meat set in thin pools of grease, but there was a limitless amount of everything. "Sister Evangeline does the cooking," Beatrice said to me in a low voice, as if that would explain everything. I pushed back my plate, suddenly unable to go on. "Eat, eat, eat," Angie said cheerfully. "That's the war cry around here. I've gained 4 pounds in a week. The success of a girl can be measured in the pounds gained. That's what Sister Loyola says." She looked so thin to me, all knees and elbows. I couldn't imagine where she put those 4 pounds. "Can't you just see what this place must have been like?" Beatrice said. "I mean, with white tablecloths and white napkins and fancy china that all matched. There must have been a guy in a white coat coming around with little bowls of water, asking you if you wanted to rinse off your hands. My sister ate dinner in a real fancy restaurant once down in Lexington. She said that's what you do." "That's crazy," Angie said. "Everybody washes their hands before they go to dinner." "Hey, she ate there, not you," Beatrice said, helping herself to another slice of bread. "Well, I like to think about what I'd wear, you know, if this was still a fancy hotel. Something low-cut with little pink beads on it. Something that kind of caught the light when I walked through the room." "I'd wear black," Beatrice said. Her hair was thick and black, and her eyes were nearly black. It would look nice on her. "I wanted to make myself a black dress once, and my mother nearly threw a fit. 'Why do you want your one nice dress to be something you can only wear to a funeral?' she said." "Black is very stylish," Angie said. Then all at once all 3 of the women looked at me. "How about you, Rose? What would you wear?" But somehow I just couldn't get into the spirit of things. The idea of a pretty dress in a beautiful restaurant made me want to cry. We were all through with pretty things. We were all through turning heads, being young. "I don't know," I said. "I wouldn't care. I just wish it was a little darker in here." "Candlelight," Angie said softly. "We forgot about the candles." Then there was a commotion in the front of the room, and Lolly stood up and then sat back down again. Then other girls stood up and came to her table, and then the sisters came out, taking quick steps, their habits sailing out behind them, telling everyone to sit down and be quiet. A girl from the table in front of ours leaned over and whispered to us, "Water broke." "I can't believe this is happening on your first night here," Angie said. "I've been here 8 days and nothing like this has happened to me before." In fact, it was happening to everyone. My throat closed up in such a panic, I thought it was me they were coming to take away. As we watched Sister Bernadette and Sister Serena guide Lolly out of the dining room, we knew what was ahead of us. Lolly passed right by me, so close I could have touched her. She was younger than I was. She had a wide pink satin ribbon in her hair. Her hands were shaking. The back of her dress was soaked through. "They'll take her to Owensboro," Regina said in a dreamy voice. It was the first time she'd said a word all evening. "I used to live in Owensboro." "What will happen?" I asked Angie that night when we were both in our beds. The room was dark as anything I had ever seen before in my life. The town was too far away for the lights to come to us. No street lights, very little moon. "They'll take her to the hospital that's almost an hour away, and she'll have the baby. The sisters stay with you the whole time. They'll even go in the room with you and hold your hand if you want them to. Then after, they give you something to make you sleep. And in the morning you wake up, and the baby is gone." "Doesn't anybody ever keep it?" "Hardly ever. Lots of girls say they're going to right before their time. They say they're going to get married and all sorts of crazy stuff. Everybody always says they're going to have their baby without making any sound, get through their whole labor right here at St. Elizabeth's without any of the sisters finding out. That way they'd have to call for an ambulance, and you could ride all the way up to Owensboro holding your baby. But no one's ever pulled it off. They get scared about something going wrong, or they can't keep from calling out, and so they wind up going and having the baby in the hospital." "Then what?" "What do you mean, then what?" "Then you go home." "I don't understand. If you had to come to a place like this, I'd think you wouldn't have a home to go back to." Angie sighed, like she was tired of girls from California being so stupid. "When you leave, you tell everyone a lie. You tell them you're going to take care of your sick aunt, or you want a trip to Europe or something. Then you come back 6 months later and get back your job and have dinner at your parents' house and see your old boyfriend, and everything's just the way it was. Just exactly the way it was." 4. "Girls at St. Elizabeth's are the recipients of charity," Mother Corinne informed me. "But that does not mean they are not expected to work so long as they are able." Clearly, I was able. I kept my discomforts to myself. When I was sick quietly and privately, so that even Angie commented that I wasn't like the other girls. I was sent to work in the kitchen with Sister Evangeline. It was a job that few people were able to keep for long, as the smell of food sent them reeling sooner or later. But I found it comforting somehow. The kitchen was huge, with long steel tables for preparation, 26 gas burners and half a dozen ovens. Giant copper pans hung from the ceiling, and the bone handles of good knives jutted up from wooden blocks. The kitchen was the one part of the hotel which had maintained its glamour. It was a room Sister Evangeline rarely left. She tied the middle of her habit with a piece of string to keep it from falling into the food, and rolled up her white sleeves past her doughy elbows. Even when the meal was prepared, she wandered back and forth, touching things, moving the cinnamon back into line, checking the produce in the giant walk-in refrigerator. She was somewhere around 75, and gravity had pulled at her through the years, making her heavier and closer to the ground with every step she took. Often her glasses would steam so badly while she was working that it was impossible to see her eyes. But Sister Evangeline, whose prescription had been out of date for years, didn't seem to notice. When she was tired, she would sit in a chair next to the stove or next to the freezer, depending on the season, and say her rosary until she fell asleep. I was not much of a cook in those days, but the kitchen inspired me. At night I would bring the heavy cookbooks back to my room and read them in bed, while Angie talked dreamily about her favorite foods from home. I knew that even if I made mistakes, I could still do better than Sister Evangeline. She was nearly blind and very good-natured, so she never minded or saw when I slipped pans off the fire and went to work on them myself. "You're going to have a baby," she said to me one day after I had been there several weeks. I told her I was. "Well, let me see it," she said, and motioned with a big wooden spoon for me to come toward her. I dried my hands on my skirt and walked over to her. There wasn't much to see, but there was something. Proof had pushed against my skin and made me nearly as round as Angie. She covered my stomach with her hands and began to knead me gently like a delicate dough. "It's a girl," she said, and smiled hugely, so pleased about the news. She leaned over and pressed her ear to my belly. "Oh, you sweet girl," she said. "I love little girls, all God's children, but little girls are so nice." She straightened up and pulled down my head so she could kiss me. Her face felt cool against my cheek. "God's blessed you, Rose, just like Elizabeth." Then she said in a whisper, "Mother Corinne doesn't like me to tell the girls about their babies. That's why she put me back here in the kitchen. But I used to be Mother Superior." She smiled and put her hand back on my stomach as if she couldn't get enough of it. "So I say, if a girl comes into my kitchen, I can tell her what I want." I felt uneasy. "You can't really tell, can you?" "Oh, don't you doubt it for a minute. I've never been wrong, not even one time. It's God's gift to me that I can hear the babies. I was born in Kentucky, you know, the only sister here who was. When I was growing up, folks liked to say we were the only Catholics in the whole state. People were afraid of Catholics back then, thought we were witches. Then here I come along, telling everybody about their babies, and then they're sure like it's all no good. But my mama never bade me stop. She knew I was with God, and she was proud of me. She was a listener herself, heard voices in the garden sometimes. Folks grow up around here, they know things, like your baby's going to know things." I didn't like to think about the baby that way. I didn't like to think about it at all. The more that it was just something taking up space in my body, the easier it would be. If I thought of it as being something, a girl, a boy, mine, Thomas's, it all became too confusing. "Never you mind, dear." She rubbed my stomach like a lucky charm. "You've got a good girl. You'll do right by her." "I'm giving her up," I said quietly. "I'm not keeping her." I didn't like it. Her. It made me shiver. Sister Evangeline laughed and headed off toward a pot of something boiling. "Not you, Rosie. Everybody else, but not you." That night in bed, I tried not to think about it. I had never thought about it, what it might be like to keep this baby. I whispered to Angie in the darkness what Sister Evangeline had said. "Lord," she said back quietly. We had to keep our voices down, as the halls were checked for sounds, stray words seeping out underneath the doors. "Do you think she knows anything?" "They say she does. They say she knows about babies. I didn't know about her being Mother Superior, though. That's something." I was always happy to be able to give Angie a piece of news she didn't have before. "I wish I didn't know about the baby." "I'd love to know, a boy or a girl. You could picture what it was going to look like once it grew up. You could know for sure what you'd name it. What would you name it?" "I don't think about it." "You can't keep yourself from thinking of things. It used to be if I had a girl, I was going to name her Sharon, just because it's a beautiful name." She stopped for a minute. "But now I'd name her Rose of Sharon. Maybe I'd just call her Sharon, but her name would be Rose of Sharon." It was all talk. Angie and I would never name our children. But her saying that put such a tightness in my throat, I couldn't reply. "And if it was a boy, I'd name it for my boyfriend at home." "Who's that?" I whispered. She was quiet for a long time, and I could hear her steady breathing. She wasn't crying, because no matter how softly she did that, I could always tell. "Dwayne," she said. "That's the father?" There were girls who told stories about the fathers. They were the ones who said he was away and would come back and marry them the day the baby was born. But no one ever really told the truth. The truth, I imagined, was almost uniformly the same. Someone who said he loved you but didn't. Someone who loved you but got scared. Within that truth were an endless number of stories, each so personal that no one could believe theirs was like anyone else's, as I believed mine was like no one else's. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. We were so careful not to ask things. But in that dark room, I felt like a girl telling secrets. "No," she said. "That was Mr. Price. He owned the drugstore where I worked. I mostly worked the fountain, making sundaes and milkshakes and stuff like that. Sometimes I worked up front." She rolled over onto her side to face me and pulled the blanket way up over her shoulders. Angie got cold when it wasn't cold at all. I put my face right to the edge of the bed and listened. "Dwayne's my boyfriend. We've been dating pretty steady since I was 15, and everybody thought me and Dwayne would get married. I guess we probably will. He's a really good guy. You'd like Dwayne. But we never, did anything, 'cause we were going to wait." After that, she just trailed off, and for a while I thought she might have gone to sleep. "What about Mr. Price?" I whispered. She reached her hand out and touched the edge of my mattress, ran her fingers back and forth along my sheets. "You won't ever tell?" "Promise." And I wouldn't. We were friends. It all happened so fast it hardly made sense to me. I had never had a girlfriend like this before, but that's the way it was at St. Elizabeth's. It was like the army. It was like the war. You stuck with people because your life depended on it. She tucked her hand back inside her covers. "Mr. Price was older. He was a little older than my dad. And he was married. I went to school with his daughters. We all went to the same church. That's why he gave me the job, but later he said he gave me the job because he liked my ass. He'd say things like that to me, after. He told me I was beautiful. He said I wasn't like any other woman in the world. God, nobody ever said something like that to me before. I felt so daring, so grown up. The first time, it was a slow day. I'd been working there for months already, and he was always real professional, like he didn't notice me at all, even though he was always polite. There was no one in the store, and he came up behind me and put his hand on my chest. Didn't say a word, just touched me. I was so scared I couldn't move. I didn't pull away from him. I just stood there. So then he ran his hand under my sweater and went inside my bra, and then he sort of pressed me back against him. Anybody could have walked in, his wife, his daughters, but he didn't seem to care. I guess I'd always had a sort of crush on him. He was smart and good-looking, but I never really thought about it. Dwayne was so good to me, and there I was, letting Mr. Price put his hands in my clothes. It didn't even happen that time. He never said anything to me about it. It made me so nervous. I kept thinking I should just quit the job. But that feeling, it didn't leave me. Every time he'd tell me to do something, he'd stand real close, and I could feel him breathe on my neck. I'd think I was going to pass out. The next time, I was behind the back counter. I was waiting on somebody, and he came up behind me, crawling, and he starts running his tongue along the backs of my knees. He was licking my knees. I thought I was going to buckle, fall over on the floor. There's a customer right there and everything. Then he pulled down my underwear and started touching me, real lightly. Dwayne had never tried to touch me there. I wouldn't have let him, but Mr. Price was. When that woman left, he kept going, running his hand all over me. I never told anyone this. I never said it in confession. He had his head up under my skirt. The crazy part is, neither one of us said a word about it. It just kept happening. Until one day he says he has to leave early and he wants me to close the store for him. He left, and at 5 o'clock I changed the sign and turned out all the lights and locked the front door. It was winter then, so it was nearly dark outside. We always went in and out the back way, but when I get back there, he's waiting for me. He was leaning up against one of the storage shelves, all those bottles of pills, and he tells me to take my sweater off, just like he would tell me to ring up an order or take out the trash. He says, "Angie, take off your sweater now." And I did it. Then he told me to take off my shoes and stockings. He didn't make a move. He just watched me. He told me piece by piece until I wasn't wearing anything. And then he came over and put his arms around me and kissed me and said my name. And that was it. He had never kissed me before. We did it right there in front of a half a dozen different brands of birth control. And that's when it happened? Not the first time. We went on like that for a while. I wonder sometimes what I could have been thinking about. I'm sure I wasn't thinking about Dwayne or Mrs. Price or my family. I'm not even so sure I was thinking about him. It was more just me, the way I felt. I'd been such a goody-goody, you know, but all of a sudden I was walking around town and I'd think, none of you know what I'm doing. I thought I was such a big damn deal. I thought I was so in love. What did he say when you told him? He said he'd pay for everything. She drew in her breath. Part of me thought, what does it matter? If I'm the kind of girl who'd sleep with a married man, then I can be the kind of girl who doesn't have a baby, too. But I couldn't. You know, when it came right down to it, I just couldn't do it. None of us could, she said. That's why we're all here. So I told my mother I was pregnant. I didn't say who, but I knew she'd think it was Dwayne. She said, "Does Dwayne know?" And I said no. So she made up some big lie about me going off to my cousin's, and she sent me here, so that when I came back, everything would be just the same. I lay there for a while, thinking about Angie. Her brown eyes and heart-shaped face, her dark hair that fell halfway down her back. It was like my mother used to say about the pretty girls having it harder. I finally understood what she was talking about. "Promise me something," she said. "You bet." "Promise me you'll take me to see Sister Evangeline so she can tell me if it's a boy or a girl." "Sure," I said. "I'd feel better. If I knew that much, I'd feel better." "We'll go tomorrow." "Rose," she said. "Yes." "What about you? What was the name of the boy you slept with?" "Thomas," I said. "Did you love him?" I waited for a minute because I saw a light pass by our door. Sister Loyola out looking for wakeful girls. "No," I said. "I didn't." When I went to the kitchen the next morning, long before breakfast to start baking rolls, I found Sister Evangeline and Son peering in between the stove and the cabinet. "I dropped my rosary," she told me. She kept folding and unfolding her hands, which seemed helpless and small. "They were around my wrist while I was stirring something, and they just slipped off." Son was shining a flashlight into the slim divide, trying to see, but there was no telling. "Are you sure they went in here?" he said. "Right there, right down in there." She leaned over his shoulder as if she was trying to see. "They were my mother's," she said. "She gave them to me when I entered the convent. I've had them forever." Son asked me to get him a yardstick, and I brought one out of the pantry. He stuck it down into the crevice and tried to slide it back and forth. He paid close attention to his work. His hands were so huge that they made the yardstick into a twig. I didn't know Son much at all then, other than to say hello when passing him on my walks. He seemed to bear all of our pains. When he saw any of the girls, his face looked just for a second as if he understood that it was a man who had led us here, and he took the burden of that upon himself. He was only 45 then, but I thought he was 10 years older. The sun and wind and work had shaped him like the bed of the dried spring. He was a man who could never commit a crime because everything about him was so recognizable. His enormous height, the way one of his feet turned in and gave him a little limp. His hair that had grayed only on one side. I had never seen him wear anything but overalls and white shirts, and his boots looked like they would hold an entire watermelon. Soon there was a jingle, and the rosary shot out across the floor. I reached down to pick it up. The little wires that connected the beads and the metal crucifix on the end were hot from the stove. I held them for a second to cool them, and then gave them back to Sister Evangeline. She hugged Son, barely coming up to his waist. "I thought I could do without any one thing," she said, "but not these. It would have broken my heart to have these gone." Then she went off to show them to the other sisters. What was lost is now found. Son wiped the dust off the edge of the yardstick and put it back in its place. "I worry about her down here," he said to me. "Too many hot things, too many knives. But I expect it would kill her quicker to be taken out of the kitchen." This is the only place she feels to home. But you seem like a smart girl, and Sister Evangeline, she sings your praises. So you'll watch out for her." "I watch out for her," I said. It was early, not even light outside, and I asked Son if he wanted some breakfast. "That would be nice," he said, "if you've got the time." He had left his house, which was the old groundskeeper's cottage behind the hotel, when Sister Evangeline had called him, breathless and frightened for her beads. He didn't take the time to get himself some coffee, so I poured a cup for him and put it down on the small table we sat at to shell peas. "You're not from around here," he said. "No, I'm from out west, California." How many times had I said that already? Kentucky wasn't a place you could just be in. You had to be from there, or everything about you was strange. "I could tell from the way you talk." He took a long drink of his coffee. "Well, it's not just the way you talk. It's the way you move around, too. Look people right in the eyes. Hold your head up. You don't see too much of that around here." "We're all pretty much alike," I said. Son shook his head. "These girls get all round-shouldered, like they've been broken down. It's a sad thing to see. Used to be when I first came here, I'd holler out to them sometimes, say hello or something, and it like to scare them to death. I felt so bad. It was like I had murdered somebody." "How long have you been here?" "Oh, Lord," he said, smiling a little. "A long time. Since I was 18. Who'd have thought, you know? I was just bumming around, wandering, taking in odd jobs where I could get them. I thought I'd go all over the world, but I just kept going around Tennessee and Kentucky." He laughed. "Like I didn't have a sense of direction. I kept going in circles." "Maybe you didn't want to leave," I said. "Well, I guess you may be right." "How did you come to St. Elizabeth's?" "I came to Habit first, and I met somebody who sent me down here. Sister Evangeline was running things then, and I asked her did she need some work done. Anybody could see she needed work done, this place. A mess. You think it's not so great now, but before I came here, the pipes were half rusted through, and the lights only worked if you jiggled the sockets, and the roof? Lord! So she says I could stay on a few days until I could straighten things up, and here I am, still straightening things up." "So you never saw the world," I said, putting down a plate of eggs in front of him. He went to the cupboard and took out a little bottle of Tabasco, which he poured over his food like it was catsup. "I suppose I saw as much as I was meant to see. Not as much as you, though. California." I rinsed out my pans and started work on the rolls. St. Elizabeth's would be waking up soon, and the girls who didn't get sick in the morning were always fiercely hungry. "I used to drive a lot," I said, "but I was never very good at getting any place, so I guess I was like you. Lots of moving without covering a lot of ground." "You got this far," he said. It was nice to have a man to talk to while I worked. I could understand what Angie meant about all the girls being in love with him. It wasn't love, but the relief that came in a moment of something different. Our days were very much the same. Charlotte and Nora had had their babies, though they left without any of Lolly's production. Once they had gone, they sent us notes from the hospital saying they were fine, and then we didn't hear from them any more. They didn't come back. Now there were new girls at the head table, and we talked about when they were due. We talked about our sore backs and our hair, which seemed to grow an inch a day. We invented secret histories for the nuns and played Scrabble in the afternoons, but we didn't talk to men. In fact, we talked very little about men. Having Son in my kitchen made me feel extremely normal somehow, normal in the way my old life had been, fixing breakfast for Thomas. It comforted me. He took his dishes to the sink and washed them, thanking me for the breakfast, saying my eggs were better than Sister Evangeline's, but I was not to tell her. Then he reached out his hand to shake mine. It was an awkward gesture. When I took his hand, mine was lost, swallowed whole. "You let me know if you need anything," he said. And then he lumbered out of the kitchen. That was just the word I thought as I watched him go. Lumbered. By the second rising of the dough, Sister Evangeline was back, happy and clucking, her beads attached to her belt tightly. All morning she touched her hip to check them, make sure everything was still in place. I had made breakfast alone, and quiet Regina and a new girl named Helen I had never seen before came in to serve it. Helen was already showing as much as I was. I imagined she stayed at home as long as she could, wore loose dresses and stood behind counters. I hoped someone had told her not to say anything about a dead husband. I had forgotten to when she was right there. After the dishes were washed and put away, Angie came into the kitchen. Her hair was up in a high ponytail, and she had on a couple of those cheap dime-store bracelets that Mother Corinne was always yelling at her about wearing. She looked so impossibly young, like a girl who had stuck a sofa pillow under her dress as some kind of joke. "This is what I'd look like pregnant," she would say to her friends, and they would all laugh until their sides ached. "Did you ask her?" she said to me in a low voice. "Ask who?" "Sister Evangeline, about my baby." She was clearly irritated that I had forgotten. "It's been a big morning," I said. "Lots of kitchen drama." I went over and asked Sister Evangeline, who was trying to find some cream of tartar, if she wouldn't have a talk with my friend's baby. "Now, I'm not supposed to do that, Rose. I told you that's how I got in trouble. That's how I wound up here in the kitchen." She laughed and put her hand on my wrist. "I get in trouble again. They'll have me out back mowing the lawns." "Angie's sweet," I whispered, "a lot sweeter than I am, and she can keep a secret." I doubted the last part was true, but I knew the first was. "Well," she said, still so happy from her morning's misfortune and good turn of events, "I always like to see the babies." I introduced them. They would have met before, but as Sister liked to say, so many girls coming and going, they all start to look the same, which, in our case, was true. But when she put her hand on Angie's stomach, I knew it was all a mistake. Sister Evangeline's face dropped, and her eyes half closed behind her glasses. "What is it?" Angie said, meaning the sex of the child. "It's hard to tell," she said quietly. "I want to know." Her voice was impatient and high. "You told Rose." Sister Evangeline leaned over to touch her cheek to Angie's stomach, but it was more like she was trying to touch her cheek to the burner of the stove. All she could do was bump against her lightly, and even that seemed to cause her pain. I held onto her arm and helped her straighten up. "It's a girl," she said. Angie clapped her hands and kissed me and kissed Sister. "I knew it would be. I knew it would be all along. Rose of Sharon." She kissed me again. "Rose of Sharon." "Take me to sit," Sister Evangeline said. "This tires me out. I shouldn't do this at all." But before she left, she touched Angie's face. "You're a sweet girl," she said. "God will stay with you." I told Angie to go on, that I was going to take Sister Evangeline to her room. But once she had left, Sister said to just take her to a chair. She sat down heavily. "Are you going to tell me?" I said. "The baby dies," she said. "Not until the very end." Her voice was half-choked, and her cheeks were flushed. Yesterday, I doubted what she had said about me, but today, I believed. "Maybe she won't know," I said. "She'll be asleep, and they'll take the baby from her, and she'll never know." "You always know," Sister Evangeline said. Sister Evangeline did go to bed. She tried to find comfort in cooking, but she was tired, and I took her to her room. It was a maid's room down the back hall from the pantry. It was small and spare with white walls and a little bed near a window. I knelt on the floor and undid her heavy black shoes. I helped her under the blankets and covered her up like a child. "Stay with me a while," she said. I sat on the edge of the bed and held onto her hand. "Tell me something," she said. "What do you want to know?" "Anything," she said. "Tell me about your mother." It caught me off guard. My mother. It would be the thing she would think of now, the thing we all had in common. "My mother is beautiful," I said. "How is she beautiful?" "The way her hair smells, the way she crosses her hands over her knees like this." I thought about it. I saw her sitting on the edge of the tub, laughing. The way she always came home from work telling stories about something that happened that day. "And you miss her?" Her voice sounded small. I reached over and took off her glasses and put them close beside her on the night table near a glass of water. "Yes." "I know," she said, and squeezed my hand. I stayed there until I thought she was asleep. I looked out her window and saw fall coming up in the back pasture. I thought about my mother. I wondered if she would still be waiting for me to come home, or if she would have given up hope by now. As much as I wanted her to be able to go on with things, the thought of her forgetting took my breath away. I stood up from the bed and started to go back to the kitchen. "Rose," Sister Evangeline said. "Yes?" "Sing me something." "I can't sing." "That's all right," she said. So I sang her a song, but I don't remember what it was now. And by the time I was finished, she had fallen asleep. I was only responsible for working one meal that day, but I did all three. I chased the other girls away when they came in to take their turns. I was becoming more and more like Sister Evangeline. The only place I felt safe now was in the kitchen. I labored fiercely. I cooked with anger. I thought, "Damn you all, I'll feed you and make you strong. I'll feed you until you can't eat another bite, until you drop your forks and push your chairs away. I'll feed you until you want for nothing in your lives. I'll feed you until you're able to save yourselves." I pounded out the chicken with a spiked mallet until the breasts were thin as writing paper. I brought out frozen chunks of stock and melted them into soups. I filled the pots with potatoes and carrots and celery. I was careful to remove all the bay leaves, any tough ends. No one will choke on this food. No one will be hurt by what has come from my hands. I made rice pudding. I put in as many raisins as they might dream of having, made it sweet and warm, food to send you to sleep, food to keep you safe. I'd hardly looked at my car since my arrival. I'd had enough of driving. But tonight, I thought of getting in, driving every place, never coming back. I could drive back to California, see Interstate 40 with the sun setting ahead of me rather than behind. I could go into I. Magnon's where my mother would be selling lipsticks and stand on the other side of the counter in my big winter coat, which would be far too warm, and she wouldn't notice this baby. All she would see was her baby, the joy on her face. I closed my eyes and savored it. I wanted to never comfort. I wanted to be comforted. I wanted to be wrapped and held and kissed and rocked. I stayed in the kitchen. At 5 o'clock, the residents of St. Elizabeth's went onto the porch without me and drank their tea, even though the evening was turning cold, and pretended that someone was coming for them. They looked at the red leaves on certain trees so bright already they made you look away, and thought of last fall. Where had these girls been then, with their flat stomachs, never thinking how much could go wrong? I stayed in the kitchen and made their dinner, sent it out to the table, and waited to wash their dishes. And when the last dish was put away, Mother Corinne came in and told me it was not up to me to decide who should have a day off from work, and that we were to keep to the schedule, and all I had to do was look at her, simply raise my eyes from the sink I was scrubbing out, and meet her eyes, and she left without a word. When it was dark, I went out to my car and got inside. I took a map out of the glove compartment and spread it over the seat, leaving the car door ajar for a little light. California was so far away. I wondered if Billy had told his parents. I thought maybe I would go to see him, sit at his bright kitchen table while his mother made coffee and cut us thick slices of cake. For a minute, I thought about Thomas, and I wondered if things were easier for him by now. But then I stopped, because I just couldn't. There was no place to go but away. I looked at the maps for a long time, tracing my finger along roads, trying to imagine that there would be some place I could go and not know about Angie, some place I could go and not be pregnant, as the thing I wanted most to get away from was inside me. I got into the back seat of the car. I pulled the old wool blanket over my shoulders and fell asleep. I woke up to a tapping on the window. I could hear a man saying my name, and in the darkness I thought it was Thomas. Rose? Rose! I sat up and peered out the window. It was Son. He had a flashlight but was careful not to shine it in my face. I unlocked the door and slid over, an old habit sleeping with the doors locked. He leaned inside. "They sent me to find you," he said. I nodded. "You're gonna freeze to death out here." "Is it late?" "Nah, only 10 or so, but they don't like you just wandering off. Why are you sleeping in the car, Rose?" "I just wanted—" I stopped and rubbed my face. I was crying again. "I don't know," I said. "Wait here," he said, and headed back toward the hotel. I pinched the bridge of my nose and took deep breaths, trying to quiet myself down. After a while, Son came back and handed me a heavy jacket. "I told them I found you. It's Sister Bernadette doing bed check. I told her you wanted to take a little walk." "I want to take a walk?" I said. Come on out of the car." I got out and put on the jacket. It was one of Son's and it came down to my knees. It was so heavy I put my hands in the pockets, thinking they must be loaded down with sand, but they were empty. The weight of it felt good. It seemed to push me into the ground. We walked straight across the back pasture, not out toward the road where I went for my walks in the mornings, but out toward the bank of trees we watched from the front porch. Son was pulling in his steps, going slow so I wouldn't have to fight to keep up with him. He kept the flashlight in front of us. The dew was already starting to come up, and it soaked through my shoes and chilled my feet. When we got to the other side of the pasture, he showed me a break in the trees, and we followed a path into the woods. The same path George Clatterbuck had taken the morning he found the spring. Son put his hand under my elbow, lightly, as if he were afraid he might frighten me, and led me over the fallen logs and around the blackberry branches. I was still half asleep, and it never occurred to me to ask where we were going, or to think there might be something unusual about the groundskeeper leading me off into the woods in the middle of the night. I just wanted to follow. When we got to the other side of the woods, I saw a small white farmhouse all lit up. "I wanted you to meet a friend of mine," Son said. "Isn't it a little late to be visiting people?" "Miss June's always up," he said. "I've never been by here when she hasn't been up." He knocked on the door, and sure enough, the woman who answered looked like she'd been expecting us. She was a thin woman of maybe 65 or 70, with her hair done up in an elaborate twist on the back of her head. "Miss June," Son said, "this is my friend Rose. Rose, this is Miss June Clatterbuck." She took my hands and pulled me inside, saying how glad she was to meet me. "I can always count on Son to make my day. It used to be girls came down from the hotel all the time, but I'm starting to think that back pasture must be getting wider. No one comes to visit now. It's not like the old days at all." She put me down in an old flowered armchair and went off to get us some drinks. "So do you like living at the hotel?" June called out to me from the kitchen. I wasn't exactly awake yet. I wasn't sure what I was doing there at all. "It's fine," I said. "Not something a person could get very excited about, I suppose," she said happily. "Living in a home for unwed mothers and all." "No," I called back. "I suppose not." I shot Son a look. He nodded at me. I took it to mean that everything was all right. "Miss June owns St. Elizabeth's," Son said. "I do not," she said. "Well, you sure own everything under it. It was criminal the way they took that place from you. If you ask me, they ought to at least be paying rent." "What am I going to do with rent from the church? It's not the kind of money a person can enjoy." She came back in carrying a tray that she put down on the table. "When I'm dead," she said, "they'll find a way to get it once and for all." She seemed a little too bright about the proposition, like she'd cheerfully resigned herself to both facts, her death and the Catholic Church winning out. "You've just got to promise me, Son, you won't let them take down my sign." "Not while I'm around," he said, putting a couple of cookies on a napkin and handing them to me. "Oh, they hated that sign," she said, and laughed. "Did you see it?" "First thing when I came in," I told her. That's when I put it all together. This was June Clatterbuck, the little girl. She was the 3-year-old whose father made her drink the water and saved her life. She was the reason St. Elizabeth's was there at all. "I had that sign made after my mother died. Cost me a fortune, solid brass. I had it made up to look just like one of those historical markers the state puts up." She stopped and poured herself a Coke. "She wouldn't have liked it, my mother. She would have said I shouldn't do anything that might upset the sisters. But that was only because she was afraid of the big one. But I did it as soon as she was gone. They're fine over there. They do good by you girls. But no one likes to admit that St. Elizabeth's used to be the Hotel Louisa, and that before that it used to be my father's field and my father's spring." "They were supposed to call the place the Hotel June," Son said. He was sitting on the couch, which was too small for him. His knees came up nearly to his shoulders. There never would have been a hotel, June. I wouldn't have stood for that, even at 17. There aren't too many people who remember the spring anymore. I'm not saying it was any sort of miracle, mind you. It was a long time ago. Maybe it wasn't anything at all. But it did put Habit on the map for a while, and I think folks ought to be respectful of that. That's right, Son said. Catholics think they've got the market cornered on miracles. Fatima, Lourdes, that's where they want to see their miracles. If something happens in their own backyard, which just happens to be a Baptist backyard, well, then that's really not worth a thing. When Louis and Louisa Nelson first came here and they saw all the spring had to offer, the first thought in their heads was, let's make it Catholic. Sort of like America trying to get to the moon so we can say it's ours. I keep thinking I just bet the Pope is doing a slow burn over this one. He'd like to send some priests up there and say the moon was Catholic. She looked at me and smiled. Are you a Catholic, dear? I am, actually, I said. She put down her Coke on the table next to her. I don't mean any offense, she said. Why, some of my best friends are Catholic. Sister Evangeline up at the hotel. Do you know her? Rose works in the kitchen, Son said for me. She and Sister are thick as thieves. You bring her by for me, she said. It's getting hard for us to make the walk alone. I don't see her as much as I'd like to anymore. They keep her too busy over there. Things are better for her, Son said. She's got Rose now. I like nuns, she said. Of course, not all of them. That would be like saying you liked all people flat across the board, and that would be foolishness. We used to have a lot of nuns around here, back when St. Elizabeth's was a retirement home. They were the best thing that spring ever brought here. Not that you girls aren't fine, but I loved those old nuns. She paused and thought about it all. Sometimes I think that maybe I'll become a Catholic and become a nun, just so I could retire with women like them. Course, with my luck, Mother Corinne would retire in the bed right next to mine. We stayed for a while, but I was tired. June had enough energy to burn a hole in the carpet. It wore me out to think a woman 3 times my age was wide awake past midnight. Best stay with us, she said at the door. I've got to get her home, Son said. I shouldn't have kept her out this long. Listen to me, she said and took my hand, 'cause this is important. You come back here. You visit me. Yes, ma'am, I said. I'll watch for you from this window right here. She kissed us both good night, and Son led me back through the woods toward the Hotel Louisa. She's a live one, I said. I'm glad you took me there. He stopped before we got to the front steps. He looked up at the hotel like he was trying to get what he wanted to say exactly right in his mind. They'll have you thinking that what's going on right now is the only thing happening in the world. But there were all those other people living here before you, and there'll be a lot of them here after you. Go on now, he said. Go on up to bed. And then he headed off toward his house, the beam of his flashlight cutting a path into the darkness. I went up to my room. Suddenly, I was so tired I could barely make it up the stairs. I got into bed without taking off my dress. Where have you been? Angie said. I fell asleep in the car. What were you doing in the car? I don't remember. Well, Lord, I've been wanting to talk to you all day. I got so excited about what Sister Evangeline told me, about the baby being Rose of Sharon. A girl. We're both going to have girls. Yes, I said softly. She seemed awful depressed about the whole thing, though. Sister Evangeline, that is. I thought maybe she goes into some kind of trance or something when she's talking to the baby. Was she that way with you, too? Yes, I said. Well, good. I was a little worried at first. Don't be, I said. Good night, Rose, she said. Good night, Angie. Sleep well, she said. But I didn't sleep at all. 5. I did not know my own body. I thought of all those years I hadn't known my mind, didn't come close to understanding what I wanted. But my body was completely my own. I knew how to glance up at a man for just a second and then look away. I knew the weight of my hair and how it would fall against my neck when I turned my head. I knew the way my hand looked holding a glass and how my shoulders looked when I stretched. Through movement, I could bring people toward me or make them turn away. I understood the way I worked. But in 6 months, all of that was gone. My breasts were the first to defect, swelling over the neck of my dress as if trying to warn me of what was ahead. They were followed out by my stomach. Every day it was harder to ignore, harder to think this child did not concern me. It kicked and pressed against my back, my sides. It went back and forth like a channel swimmer. I was a tenement building, a place to live. It made me hungry and tired and sick. It made my hair thick and my skin pink. At night I would lie on my back and run my hands tentatively across the great expanse of my skin. It wasn't my own life anymore. It was a life splintered off from mine. It would grow beyond me. It would need so badly to grow. It would leave my body and go into the arms of that good mother who would raise it, watch over it, turn on night lights, wait for its cry. It would reach for her breasts instead of mine. Why won't you talk about it? Angie said to me. She was sitting on her bed cross-legged, her stomach resting in her lap. She was crocheting a baby cap, but she never looked down at her hands. She knew the movements in her sleep. The needle dipped mechanically in and out of the thin pink yarn. There's nothing to talk about. Look at yourself, Rose. Don't you ever look in the mirror? Don't you ever look down? God, sometimes I think you must take your baths with your clothes on, if you don't mind me saying so. This is supposed to be a happy time. The baby picks up on that, all your thoughts, everything. It goes right to her, right along with the blood and the food and that stuff. You've got to act like you're excited about this. I mean, if you're not, then fake it or something. If the baby knows what I'm thinking, then don't you think it would know if I was faking it? I was brushing my hair, which had become somewhat of an obsession with me. The consolation prize for the end of beauty was that my hair had become as thick as a horse's tail and nearly as long. It's not that specific, and you know it. You've just got to act pregnant every now and then. Knit something. Do something. Her crochet hook kept its rapid pace. She never slowed down for a minute. She'd already made a dozen sweaters, tiny socks, embroidered the collars of sleepers with rosebuds. For my Rose of Sharon, she would say. Right now, I'm her mama. I'm all she knows in the whole world. I've got to do right by her. What do you think? She held up the pink cap which dangled from a strand of yarn. It's so much more fun now that I know she's a girl. I can get the colors right. Do you like this one? It's nice, I said. I'll make one for you. I shook my head. Jesus, you don't think you could send your baby girl out into the world with a few things? Angie was putting together a box, which she planned to leave with the head nurse at the hospital. I did my best to never think of Angie's baby not surviving, never getting to wear those clothes. If I thought about it, I found I couldn't talk to her at all about anything, for fear of it coming out somehow. I could not stand to think about it. I'm sure that anyone who went to the trouble of adopting a baby would go to the trouble of buying clothes for it, I said. I'm not keeping it. I'm not going to fool myself. Angie's face darkened, and she wrapped her hands tightly around her work, pressing it into a ball. Oh, God, don't look like that. Honey, all I'm saying is, you do what's right for you, and I'll do what's right for me. But it was too late. She was already crying. It wasn't a bad thing. We all cried at the drop of a hat in those days. Our emotions were tripped by the simplest things. A sentimental commercial on TV could leave us sobbing for hours. I put down my brush and went and sat beside her on her bed. She put her arms around my neck and buried her face in my hair, crying like a rainstorm. I held her. She was still so thin. Her back all but disappeared beneath my arms. I kissed her hair. It was like holding a bird, a little life. "This is all I've got," she said, her voice breaking on every word. "I know," I said. "I'm sorry." "I can't not," she said. "I can't not." "I know." I rocked her and laid my cheek against her head until she started to settle down. Maybe that was all we wanted. Maybe that was why we cried, so someone would scoop us up and hold us in the soft cup of her arms. "The cap is so pretty," I whispered. "She'll have the nicest things of any baby in the world." Angie took a couple of deep breaths, and I handed her a Kleenex. She rubbed her eyes and blew her nose. "I'm such a waste," she said, and laughed a little. The storm had blown over as quickly as it had come in. "Can you imagine me being a mother? You'd cry every time the baby cried. The two of us sitting on the floor, howling at the top of our lungs." "Not a pretty thought," I said. "But this baby's going to have one hell of a mother," she said, sniffing a little. "I dream about her. She has blonde hair. She's a real big woman, you know, big-boned like Beatrice and tall as you. All she's ever wanted in her life is my baby. And the father is a doctor." "Exactly," she said, so happy that I was going along for once. She stayed close to me on the bed, held my hand. "But he's home a lot, crazy about kids. They have a swimming pool." She thought about this for a minute. "Not just yet. They'll build one later, you know, when she's old enough." I was pleased by her foresight. I wouldn't have thought of that. "That's good," I told her. "And what about you? Do you think about your baby's mother?" "Yes." "And?" I thought about her all the time, her good sense, her unfailing patience, her little quirks, the way she would sing when she washed the baby's hair. "She's my mother," I said. Angie nodded, understanding completely. "And the father?" But there hadn't been a father. In all of my daydreams, he was gone. "I don't know," I said. "I'll have to think on that." On one hand, our days were so relentlessly the same, they were barely worth mentioning. We ate, we slept, we went for walks. Now that the weather was cold, we drank our tea in the main lobby and clustered near the windows to look outside. On the other hand, the world changed every minute. I had seen 3 months of classes leave, almost every one of them in the night without goodbyes. Girls simply were not at breakfast the next morning, and were replaced with other girls, their rabbit eyes round with fear as they walked past us the first time. They pressed their suitcases against their stomachs. They looked away. Then, slowly, they blended in, grew to fit us, took their seat at the back table, and began to move up. I didn't know them well. I kept to my own class, the girls a month ahead of me or a month behind. After 3.5 months, I'd nearly forgotten what had brought me there in the first place, and when from time to time I felt my wedding ring, which I had slipped into the lining of my purse, I had to stop to remember what it was, what it meant. More and more I spent my time in the kitchen, and the girls who had been there a while commented often on the fact that the food had gotten better. Whenever I saw Sister Bernadette in the hall, she would stop and take my hand happily inside both of hers. "You're going to make me fat, Rose," she said. "I worry. I don't want Sister Evangeline to think that we haven't appreciated her cooking all these years. But I have to tell you, that chicken. What was that chicken?" "Piccata." "A wonder," she said. "God has given you a talent." "Thank you, Sister." "Rose," she said quietly, looking around a little over her shoulder, "you seem to be awfully good at the desserts. Do you know how to make Napoleons?" "I think I could figure it out." "My mother," she said softly, "made Napoleons. I haven't had one in years." "Then you leave it to me," I said. I always had a special fondness for Sister Bernadette because she had been so good to me the first day I arrived. Nothing would have pleased me more than to make a Napoleon for her. It was almost as if I could see her roll my promise around in her mouth. "Thank you," she whispered. As for anyone worrying that Sister Evangeline's feelings were being hurt by the sudden popularity of the food, nothing could have been further from the truth. She just didn't get it, and no one would have been so unkind as to explain it to her. She reveled in her newfound attention. Suddenly the kitchen was full again. After every meal a stream of pregnant girls poured through, all generous in their praise. Girls came by to help, or sometimes just to sit on one of the long steel tables and talk while we worked. After all of Sister Evangeline's years of exile in the kitchen, St. Elizabeth's had finally rediscovered her. Even Son started having his dinners in the kitchen. At first he came by just as we were finishing up, leaning back against the counter and talking about the shingles or the paint, until we asked him if he'd like something to eat. Then after a while it became so regular, I fixed a plate for him and set it aside. "Why don't you eat in the dining room like everyone else?" I asked him. He didn't eat until we were finished, until I was back washing dishes and putting things away. It wasn't right. "I didn't know I was hungry before," he said, running a piece of bread across his plate. "This is every night for 2 weeks now," I said. He brought his plate to the sink and washed it carefully. "If you've got plenty, then I'm much obliged to eat here. If you don't, I'll head home." "It doesn't have anything to do with the amount of food, you know that." "Good," he said. "I'll see you tomorrow, then." I asked Sister Evangeline about it. "He's not a dog," I said. "He shouldn't be waiting until everyone else finishes to pick up the scraps." "And there would be no other cause for him to want to wait and eat in the kitchen?" she said. But there was no cause I could think of. Now that her kitchen was full, Sister Evangeline had more time to do what she loved best, which was talk to the babies. "Oh," she said, taking a spoon of white clam sauce from the pot. "Oh, taste this." And she took it to Clara, 8 months, and slipped it in her mouth. "This baby likes fish, anything from the water. He'll go to sea some day." She tapped Clara's huge stomach with her finger. "You wait and see." Sister had a good sense of who wanted information on her pregnancy and who didn't. To some girls she told long stories, whole lives. To some she would merely say boy or girl, and to others nothing at all. What was said in the kitchen remained in the kitchen. That was the policy. "Think of me out there mowing lawns," she would say. The only thing Sister never seemed to grasp, or at least would never speak of, was that we were all giving our children away. "Rosie," she told me one night when we were washing dishes, "we're a team. You and me. We work the best together." "I think so," I said. We weren't alone as often anymore, and when we were, I found myself staying close by her side. She was the only other person who knew about Angie's baby, and while we had never discussed it again after that first day, it gave me comfort to have one secret I did not bear alone. But it was more than that. We cared for each other. I liked the way she held my arm when we went on walks. I took her to see June Clatterbuck in the afternoons, as I had promised. They went to each other like long-lost girlfriends, not two women separated by a short field. "Why haven't we been together every day?" June said. "Time gets away from us," Sister said. Sometimes I would stay with them for a while. I liked to sit and listen while they talked about the way Kentucky had been when they were girls. "Things were better back then," June said. "Folks came to the house all the time. People looked out for you. Now, some days it feels like a person could just get lost in the world." I couldn't imagine how June's life had changed at all. There she was, still living in the same house she'd been in since she was born. The view out her window was the same trees, same pasture. She hadn't had to watch highways or shopping malls go up beside her. "Her family's gone," Sister Evangeline explained to me later. "That's more change than anyone should have to bear." They liked to watch their soap opera together and cluck their tongues over moral indiscretions. "That Blair," June would say, "wearing a dress like that in the middle of the afternoon. You know she's up to no good. 4 husbands just since I've been watching." They never considered the drama that lay just across the pasture in a hotel full of unwed mothers. We had quietly switched our places, Sister Evangeline and I. Now she was shelling peas and stirring soups, while I put things together. Some days she would be my mother, and on other days I was hers. "You know how to cook," she said. "You don't just read the books, you understand food. Me, I never really got it, not entirely. Of course, nobody knew, but your talent is in food, the same way mine's with the babies. That means you go with God." I took 8 chickens out of the freezer and put them into the refrigerator to thaw slowly overnight. "I've been thinking," I said to her. "Maybe I could get a job as a cook once I get out of here." As far away as my departure seemed to me, I knew it would come. I had left Thomas so I could begin my life, and I knew it was high time I figured out what it was I should do with myself. Unlike the other girls, I couldn't just go back, flat-stomached and full of innocence, as if nothing more had happened than I had temporarily lost my mind and run away. I would have to drive again, find a place, live my life. "Oh, you'll work as a cook all right." She laughed to herself and started throwing the silverware randomly into different drawers. I always had to come down in the morning and sort out what she had put away. "Don't get all psychic on me," I said. "If you've got something to tell me, just tell me." "You don't want to know," she said. "You don't like knowing. Besides, you're a young girl. You should have some surprises in your life. The excitement of just finding out." She closed her eyes and nodded her head. "I remember that, when I was young, not having any idea what was going to happen." She smiled and reached up to pat my cheek, a gesture that had become less of a pat and more a series of short slaps the longer I knew her. "Boy, that was something, not knowing. I used to go around waiting for God to tell me what to do. Do I join the sisters or marry Timmy? I used to ask that every morning when I woke up." "Timmy who?" I said. I'm sure it was possible, but it was hard to believe. "Timmy's somebody or other. I don't remember exactly." "So what happened?" She spread out her arms as if to say, "Have you not noticed these black beads, this white dress?" which was at the time smeared with a red sauce. "But how did you know?" I asked her. She cocked her head, sure that a question so easy must be some kind of a trick. "My sign from God," she said. God came to us in the form of Father Bernard, who made the drive down from Owensboro 3 Sundays a month to say Mass in the Grand Ballroom. He came around 2 o'clock, after his Sunday duties were completed at home. First, he listened to confessions in the coat check room, which had a small wall that separated it from the front desk. It meant that everyone had to stay out of the lobby while waiting her turn. I never went myself, but Angie told me she could hardly keep from laughing, thinking of him sitting on a small folding chair that once must have held a young girl in charge of putting mink coats on hangers. "It's not the best setup," she said. "He keeps saying, 'What? What?'" It was a difficult day all around, as many of the girls refused to eat before communion, leaving them irritable and nauseated. The minute that Mass was over, they flocked to the kitchen and picked at dinner until there was nothing left, then wanted something else to eat before bedtime. Sister Evangeline and I worked overtime on Sundays. Except for the first Sunday of every month, that is, when the Ladies' Auxiliary sent down the church bus to collect us early and bring us to the Church of the Incarnation in Owensboro. Although St. Elizabeth's was funded by the Archdiocese, the government, and several substantial private donors, the Women of Incarnation's St. Vincent de Paul Society saw us as their special project. They saved their maternity clothes for us, had bake sales to fund special medical needs, and sent us all their old magazines. We were their good deed. And in return for their charitable work, they expected to see us clean-scrubbed and heavy with child at the front of their church once a month, with 2 nuns in front and back of the line. The average age of a St. Elizabeth's resident in 1968 was 23 years old. But on those Sundays, we all felt 14, schoolgirls told to be quiet and walk straight. We were the lost lambs brought back into the fold. Our immorality was past tense, and in this bath of forgiveness we were washed clean of our sins. 25 pregnant virgins on parade. The pews were hard on our backs, and kneeling was just impossible, though we felt obliged to try. The girls in the early classes went right to their knees, but the further along you were, the more difficult it was. You didn't want to admit that last month you'd made it down fine, and this month you were sliding the pew into the small of your back, pushing the knees you couldn't see out in front of you, and praying you would make it. Even if you could get down, forget about getting back up again. I saw girls suffer the entire Mass wedged in at a slant, neither in their seat nor on the ground. The Mass seemed endless, and I kept my eyes on the rack of candles where so much of my youth had been spent. What could I have been thinking of? St. Elizabeth's was full of girls who were not Catholic. They said they were because it was a lying time in our lives, and no one pressed the point. They had no place else to go, as there were no homes for unwed Protestant girls in those days. At Mass they took communion to avoid questions. You could see it flash across their faces for a moment as the priest reenacted the Last Supper, said, "This is the body of Christ. Happy are those who are called to his table." They would be joining up with us, the flesh-eaters, the people who believed not in the symbol but actually claimed to digest the thing itself, body and blood. But maybe, they thought, if I keep it clear in my mind, my portion will remain bread and wine, and no one will be the worse for it. Better to just eat the damn thing and have a roof over your pregnant head. They dropped their Baptist chins to their Baptist chests and said, "Lord, I am not worthy to receive you, but only say the word and I shall be healed," then scooted sideways, uncomfortably, through the pew and up the aisle to balance the Savior of the world on their own pink tongues. Except me. I had not received the sacrament since I left Thomas. I could not confess my sin, because I was not remorseful, and I could not take communion without confession. For a person whose life was comprised of lies, this was the one thing I felt dead certain I had to be honest about. It would be fatally wrong to lie on the altar of God, to say I was clean and at peace when I was neither. I'm sure that to second-guess God is the greatest sin of all. I decided he had no right forgiving me, and I held my ground. It put Mother Corinne beside herself. "What you do at St. Elizabeth's does not please me," she said, her voice completely without inflection, which was her way when she was angriest. "But that is among us, in our family. When, however, we are at the Church of the Incarnation, you are to take your place in line with the other girls. Is that understood?" "Understood," I said, and waited for my dismissal. It was the same exchange we had had at the first Sunday of every month. There was no point in arguing with her or trying to explain. I would simply agree, and know the next month we would go through it all again. I was pregnant, and there were only so many first Sundays left on my calendar. "You're a liar, Rose," Mother Corinne said to me. She kept her voice steady, but I could feel it straining. I could see the tender veins rising on the sides of her temples. "Yes, Mother." "You admit it, then?" "Yes." "But this time I'm telling you to promise. You must promise to take communion on Sunday." "Yes," I said. "I promise." And on Sunday I would twist my swollen stomach to the left and make the other girls climb over me. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't care about the embarrassment. It was a quality you had to lose to survive such an outing in the first place. I simply missed communion. That feeling of walking back to your seat with the host in your mouth, certain that God was with you now. Once Mother Corinne sat beside me and dug her nails into my wrist deep enough to draw blood, while one by one the others whispered amen to each body of Christ. She couldn't possibly have thought that would be all it would take to make me join them. After Mass, we were given donuts and milk in the church basement and made small talk with the women there as part of our responsibility to charity. The room was long with gray cinder block walls. There were metal tables and folding chairs set up for us. The ground-level windows were above my head and were nearly covered up with banks of leaves that had blown in front of them. On the wall were the old felt banners from Masses and Sunday school projects, crayon drawings of Daniel and the lion. The social was harder on us than the Mass, as many of the women had babies and small children, and in the basement we were close enough to smell them. Once I saw a woman give her baby to Angie, laid a newborn gently in her arms, putting Angie's hand beneath his head, and said how sweet he looked there. I thought at first she must have been insane, when in fact she was only thoughtless. Angie stood pale and rigid, the weight of this child resting on top of her own. "You make such a pretty mother," the woman said to her, and fixed the blankets around the baby's neck. It was like seeing Angie attached to an electric fence, able neither to let go nor to hold on, to simply be there while 1,000 volts of current cleaned her veins. "Let me," I said, and took the child from her cold arms. Angie slipped away, stumbled toward the front of the hall, and was gone without a word. It was, perhaps, the only truly good thing I had ever done in my life, because now the pain was mine, and I wanted it not to be. The baby wasn't more than a month old, and somewhere far away I heard the woman talking about her long labor. That sweet face, the domes of the cheeks, the milky smell. I ached to put its hand inside my mouth, my face on its chest. It was as if I had never held a child before. "Please," I said finally, wanting her to take it, wanting her to never take it. "They get heavy awfully fast," she said. "Come back here to me," she said. I said something, made sounds, and went toward the doors where the air was. I felt broken. "I want to get completely fucked up," Angie said once I found her outside. "Goddamn ladies, goddamn incarnation charity cases, fuck them." Her hands were shaking as she reached in her huge purse and took out her bracelets and long earrings, which Mother Corinne would not let her wear inside. She turned and faced the church. "Fuck you," she said. There were no bars in Owensboro, Kentucky. The town was dry. If there had been one, it wouldn't have been open on Sunday anyway. It had been a long time since I'd had a drink, but if we'd found a bar that Sunday, we would have taken down the town. After the social, we were given an hour and a half to walk around town and spend whatever money we had. We were given a small allowance from the sisters, and some of the girls got money from home every now and then. I still had part of my travel money, which I kept safe in the trunk of my car in case I ever had to leave again in the night. Not much was open on Sunday. A Woolworth's, the drugstore, a small grocery. 2 or 3 other stores would open up for us for that time, and we would wander up and down the aisles, just happy to look at things, pick them up, and smell the store-bought smell. I tried to remember the I. Magnons where my mother worked, one whole department for purses and scarves and gloves. 100 different pairs of gloves, every color, kid or cotton or satin, that went up to your shoulder. There was a woman there who asked you what size your hands were. Some days I would pick my mother up from work, and we would go and try on the hats. I remember a jade green cocktail hat with 2 feathers that came down along one side of my face, a little wisp of veil. My mother pinned it into place and said it looked so perfect that she would buy it for me with her discount. Even if you never have a place to wear it, everyone should own a hat like that once in their lives. But I didn't let her. It seemed too far beyond me. Now I was looking at a rack of mittens and stocking caps, warm and practical, thinking about those 2 green feathers. I would have liked to have that hat, maybe wear it alone in the bathroom while I brushed my teeth, just to have a beautiful thing. How each girl spent her money changed over time. Beatrice, who bought detective magazines at first, the kind she loved the most, the kind the ladies from Incarnation never sent in their monthly boxes, now spent her money on cocoa butter and hand creams. Angie, who used to buy lipstick and perfume, now spent every cent on yarn and embroidery floss. I didn't change, though. All I ever bought were postcards to send to my mother, which I wrote on and then tore up later. We all bought candy. We all said we would make it last through the month but inevitably it was nearly gone by the time the bus pulled back into St. Elizabeth's. Angie and I were both in bad moods that Sunday coming back. We'd gone through the stores quickly, picking up a few things we didn't want, a spool of black thread, a package of emery boards, paste. Then we spent the rest of our time sitting on a park bench in silence. In a few days we would be full of regret, think of a half-dozen things we needed, but for the time we felt too hurt to enjoy such luxuries as shopping. Holding that baby had hurt us, made us angry and full of longing. I looked out the bus window and watched the Kentucky landscape speed by. It was the first Sunday of December, and the trees were black and bare and wet along the road. In Southern California, such a day would have been unimaginable, but in Kentucky it was the beginning of winter, like the beginning of every winter. The air hung over the fields like a heavy gray marsh. You'd have to cut it to get through. If I was going to buy anyone anything for Christmas, I would have needed to do it that day, and I had forgotten. I had wanted something for Sister Evangeline, for June, for Angie. "You have a car," Angie said. "Why don't you go later? You could go all the way to Louisville if you wanted." But that was the point. I could go all the way to Louisville, or Lexington, or Cincinnati. I was afraid if I went anywhere, I wouldn't be able to stop going. I was nearly 7 months by then, and the baby was kicking me hard. I shifted my weight around in the seat. Beatrice leaned over the aisle and offered us some of her junior mints. She was so huge that her stomach nearly touched the seat in front of her. The doctor said it was one baby, one giant baby, but Beatrice swore it was twins, and Sister Evangeline backed her up. "That's 4 feet in there," Beatrice said, "not 2. I let the candy dissolve slowly in my mouth, and in truth it cheered me up a little. There was a time in my life when a junior mint could mean the difference between happiness and unhappiness. "I want you two to help me," Beatrice whispered. "Help you what?" "I've made up my mind. I'm going to have the babies at St. Elizabeth's." "You're crazy," I told her. "No, I'm not. I can take pain. I broke my arm once clean through, and I didn't cry out at all. I want to see these babies, you know, for a little while. It takes a good hour to get to Owensboro. That's all the time I need." "Beatrice," Angie whispered, "if you're so sure you're having 2, then don't you think you ought to go to the hospital?" "It's only the first one that's hard. That's what my grandmother said. You pay the full price for the first one, and the second one just comes out free." "I got me a book on midwifing at the library," she whispered. "I read it through. If you read it, you'll know how to tie off the cord and all." "Don't say this," Angie said. "I am saying it. I'm going to do it. Regina can't help me. She'd be too afraid. I need you two." Regina was Beatrice's quiet roommate, who walked the halls at night in her sleep. Beatrice had taken to putting a chair in front of the door before they went to bed, so that she could catch Regina before she got out and the nuns found her. Being found like that, asleep and lost, embarrassed Regina so badly that she wouldn't eat in the dining room for days. Beatrice was right in thinking she'd be no good in a crisis. "All right," Angie said, rifling through her purse. "We'll do it." "What?" I said. Angie kicked my shin, and Beatrice settled back in her seat. "Good," she said. "Thanks." Angie scribbled something on the back of a paper sack and handed it to me. "She won't do it," the note said. "No one does." Back at St. Elizabeth's, Regina and another girl named Luann waited for us on the porch. They were both from Owensboro, and so they never came along on Sundays for fear of being seen. Everyone in Owensboro thought they were off visiting relatives somewhere. No one suspected they were in habit, Not even Luann's aunt, who was a member of the Incarnation St. Vincent de Paul Society. They had their coats and hats on, as if they had meant to come along and had somehow missed the bus. Their faces looked chapped and cold. I wondered if they had been waiting outside the whole time. They stood at the door of the bus and waited for us to get off. Regina waited for Beatrice. You never saw Regina without Beatrice. If Beatrice was out alone, that meant that Regina was waiting for her in their room. I thought how hard those Sundays must have been for Regina, and how hard January would be after Beatrice delivered and left her with a month to wait alone. Beatrice had brought her back the box of hairpins and the pad of drawing paper Regina had given her the money to buy, as well as 6 rolls of butterscotch lifesavers and 2 Clark bars as a present. I was tired and restless. On the Sundays we were away, we had a cold supper, which Sister Evangeline took care of by herself, so I didn't even take off my coat and go inside. I set off through the back pasture, at first toward June's, and then away from her, not really going anywhere but through the woods. The ground was frozen hard already. The first light snow had been that morning, just a little bit blowing around. I was up early working in the kitchen, and by the time the rest of the girls got up, it had already melted and gone. It was the first snow I had seen in my life, and I opened the window and put my arm outside, letting it fall on the sleeve of my sweater. Walking in the woods that evening, I thought about what it might be like to be home, having Thomas make me dinner and put pillows under my feet, telling me I could do no work whatsoever, having my mother take the bus up from San Diego to stay with me in the final weeks. There would have been baby showers with party favors and long talks about names, and somewhere my mother would have found the christening gown that had been my father's. And somehow that all seemed worse. Walking through the woods alone in northern Kentucky, wearing a man's overcoat that someone had donated to St. Elizabeth's, I felt strangely better off. When it started to get dark, I headed back to the hotel, taking a different path through the woods. I came upon the groundskeeper's cottage unexpectedly, turned into a clearing, and found it there. It was small and square, and smoke came through the chimney and made the air smell like fall. The light from the windows fell in long yellow lines across the ground, and I could see Son sitting at a table. He looked as lonely as me. He wasn't reading or eating, just sitting there quietly, staring at his hands. He turned them over from time to time, and I watched him watch his long fingers, his broad palms. To be in a well-lit room at night is like being in a movie, and I could see him as clearly as if I were standing next to him. But he never saw me. Even if he had looked up, he wouldn't have been able to make me out in the night. I wondered about him. It was as if he had no life at all, that he fixed things during the day, took orders and did the work well, but at night went home and simply waited for the night to be over and morning to come, when he would be needed again. His face looked so empty and lost in the bright kitchen light that I wanted to touch it, not to be there with him exactly, but just to be behind him for a moment and put my hand on his cheek. Sundays must have seemed endless to him, with no one to say his name. That night, I wrote a card to Father O'Donnell back in San Diego and told him I was doing well. Then I wrote my mother and told her I missed her. I told her I was sorry not to be coming home for Christmas, but that I had a good job and couldn't get away just yet. Don't think that I am gone forever, I told her. I just need more time. Then I added, I never drive at all anymore. One truth. I decided for once to mail them off and wrapped the postcards in a sheet of paper that said, Please mail these. Then I put it all in an envelope and sent it care of the main post office, Chicago, Illinois. I hoped that no one was looking for me, but if they were, it would be better to have them look in Chicago than have it. There was a weight to missing. It was as heavy as a child. 6. Christmas came and went. The sisters tried. Even Mother Corinne was cheerful. They wound green tinsel boughs up the heavy banister in the main lobby, strung large colored lights across the windows. The Hotel Louisa had taken the holidays seriously, and the attic was laden with boxes marked Xmas. We had 3 full nativity scenes, each as complicated as a chess set. Kneeling lambs and wise men and camels spread across the tabletops. I was forever stepping on some little animal on the floor and putting it back in its place. June had Son cut down a big spruce from the edge of the property and sent it over to us with a red bow on top. But we all had our own way of decorating trees. There were the ones who thought it should be done right away, others whose families had always waited until Christmas Eve. We made popcorn and cranberry chains until our fingers bled from sticking the needles in them so often. The ladies of the St. Vincent de Paul Society sent a gift for every girl, and the sisters decided what most suited each individual and wrapped them and put them under the tree. Sister Bernadette wrote our names on the gift tags with a flowing hand. Many of the girls got boxes from home, but they kept the presents upstairs in their rooms, hidden under the bed so they could drift away in a private moment and open them alone. In spite of the carols and the red candles, the tufts of holly at each place setting, and the great exchange of cards, we were uniformly heartsick. We wanted to be home. My mother had a real tree for a long time after my father died, but every year it got smaller. Then one year, when I was 12, it was only a potted shrub, not even an evergreen, I don't think, and my mother and I laughed so hard trying to decorate it we couldn't see straight. We ate all the popcorn we meant to string and went out and bought an aluminum tree at the after-Christmas sales. We kept it in the hall closet of our apartment. With its branches folded down, it looked like a large, prickly umbrella. My mother and I just didn't take it all very seriously. Christmas meant that I. Magnan's was closed for the day, and my mother had a moment of peace between the last-minute shoppers and the people coming in to get cash refunds for sweaters that didn't fit. Christmas meant that I was out of school. After we went to Mass, we exchanged our gifts and went to the movies. One Christmas, we saw 4 movies in a row and didn't get home until past midnight. It was a day we gave over to enjoying ourselves completely. We felt daring and wild, making so little out of the holiday, doing exactly what we wanted to do for the whole day. And the thing we wanted to do the most was be together. I didn't think much about the later years, when Thomas and I were married and my mother was with Joe. We all spent the morning together, and then drove to Victorville to see his family. Of course, it wasn't the same. My mother relented and started buying a tree again, and the day became normal and structured, a real dinner with a ham and pineapple sauce. But even then it was all right, because my mother would look at me 1,000 times and smile, as if to say, "Remember when it was just the 2 of us? Remember when we ate the whole box of chocolates every employee of I. Magnan's received along with their bonus, and how we threw the ones we didn't like out the window, the jellies and the marshmallow creams, one corner bitten off?" We were a family at St. Elizabeth's, but on that day we seemed makeshift and uncomfortable to one another. We wanted our own families. One by one we would wander into another room and take deep breaths to try to keep from crying, or cry. I had a little pastry gun that pumped out perfect butter cookies. Sister Evangeline came behind me doing whatever she wanted, pushing in red halves of maraschino cherries or dusting their tops with red and green jimmies. "Damn it," I said. The gun had clogged. It was the 3rd time. "Don't swear," Sister Evangeline said, not looking up. "I can't work like this. I can't do my job if nothing works." "The cookies are fine," she said, so happy, so glad to be making Christmas cookies. "Don't be so nice," I said, suddenly choking up. "I can't stand it. Don't be so nice anymore." I put down the gun and held onto the counter. But she didn't come to me. I thought she would touch my stomach and try to make me laugh. "Come on, Rose," she said. "Get back to work now." She handed me the gun. "Lots of girls out there wanting their cookies. Lots of girls who feel as bad as you. You're not the only one in the world who misses her mother at Christmas." I stared at her. I was nearly a full foot taller than she was, and from where I stood, all I could see was a white draped head bobbing up and down over the sugary lumps of dough. "Do you miss your mother?" I asked her. "Every day of my life," she said. "Every minute." The other thing that made Christmas time so tense was that we were all waiting on Beatrice. She had moved up to the head table, the first seat. She was so pregnant that her stomach seemed to tremble when she was sitting still. 2 girls were due after her, went on ahead and delivered out of turn, one going out on Christmas Eve. "I'd hate for my baby to be born on Christmas," Angie said. "You've got to know you'll never get any good presents if you're born on Christmas." The doctor swore that Beatrice was fine, not dilated, not even close to dilating. He drove down twice a month to check us all. One of the bedrooms had been set up with an examining table, and he brought his own nurse. "It's going to be a big baby," he told Beatrice. "It's 2, she said. "Not this time." The doctor folded up his stethoscope and slipped it in his pocket. "Anyone else, I'd say we'd take it C-section, but you're a healthy girl." "Heavy girl is what he meant to say," Beatrice told us when recounting the story later. "You'll do just fine." The doctor said I was still looking like early February to him. He said this while I was lying on the table, staring at a single bulb on the ceiling with my knees spread open, that I looked like early February. Sister Evangeline gave me a holy card for Christmas. It looked to be as old as she was, but carefully preserved, not a single bent corner. On it was a picture of a beautiful woman, her chin tilted up toward heaven, a ring of stars in her hand, a swirl of clouds beneath her feet. "It's Saint Anne," she said, her face anxious, afraid I wouldn't like it. "The good mother. Don't show it to anyone for a while. I feel badly that I don't have something for all the girls." Angie gave me a sweater she had knitted herself. It was the color of the ocean at night, and there was a single pearly button at the neck. "It's going to be too small for you now," she said. "But I thought, hey, you're not going to be pregnant forever." "When did you do this?" I held the sweater up over my stomach. It was beautiful, as fine and stylish as a green cocktail hat. "I worked on it while you were asleep, or in the kitchen. A couple of times I was knitting on it right in front of you, and you never even noticed." From the ladies of St. Vincent de Paul, I got a hardbound copy of the French chef cookbook, which I was happy to have. June came over for Christmas Eve dinner. She came into the kitchen, stamping the slush off her boots. I had invited her. I knew there were plenty of people who liked June, but I wasn't sure that any of them asked her to Christmas Eve dinner. The little family she had left was far away now. I had told her I would come over and get her, but she said no, the walk would do her good. "Merry Christmas, girls," she said to Sister Evangeline and me. We wished her a Merry Christmas. I had never seen June at St. Elizabeth's. "When was the last time you were here?" I asked her. I was thinking a couple of months. Maybe it had just been last week and I had missed her. "Not since they took the old nuns away," she said, hanging her coat up on a hook by the door. "That's more than 30 years," I said. "That isn't so, June," Sister Evangeline said. "You came over when Sister Mary Joseph and I first came. You brought us a pie. Don't you remember that?" June nodded. "Maybe I did," she said. She looked around the kitchen, let her eyes wander over every pot and pan hanging against the walls. "It's still pretty much the same," she said. "The refrigerator, that's new. Stoves, too," Sister said. "Bunch of the burners died out on us in 1955. It didn't make any sense to me. We were so close. We were literally in her own backyard. "Why don't you come over?" I said. June picked up a cookie, looked at it, and set it back on its plate. She shrugged. "I never came here. I did when they were building it, and then maybe a couple of times after that. Opening parties, you know. We weren't so welcome here, the Clatterbucks." "But you're welcome here now," I said. "Old habits are hard to break." She laughed a little. "That's what we used to call the old folks in town when I was growing up. Old habits. Guess I'm an old habit now. I'll tell you, though, I used to go to the edge of the woods at 5 o'clock and watch the folks come out and have their drinks on the porch. This is way back when it was the Hotel Louisa. I used to think that they would all be sick people come to drink from the spring, and there they'd be, all decked out like a fashion magazine, high-heeled shoes, suit jackets, healthiest-looking group of sick people I'd ever seen. I guess it kind of burned me. I just stayed away." "Well, you're back now," Sister Evangeline said, tossing the whole thing off. "Rose and Sun, they brought you back." It was Sun who gave me the biggest surprise of all that Christmas. After dinner, he came into the kitchen and slipped an envelope on the counter. It was tied with a green ribbon. "What's this?" I asked him. "Open it up." It was a drawing of a chair. A little pencil drawing of a straight-backed chair. It was good, really. The chair just floated on the paper without benefit of room or floor. The drawing was careful and clean. On the back it said, "Merry Christmas to Rose from your friend Sun, 1968. "This is nice," I said, feeling surprised and a little bad because I hadn't gotten anything for him. "It's your chair," he said, looking away from me. "It's back at my house. I figured you could get it before you go, if you have room in the car and all. I didn't want to bring it over now. You know, that would look pretty stupid, me walking in here with a chair." "You made me a chair?" He nodded. "This chair?" "It's not a big deal or anything. I make a lot of chairs, tables, stuff like that." I turned the card over and read the back again. Then I looked at the drawing. "I'd like to see it." "Sure," he said. "Any time you want. I have it for you." "I'd like to see it now," I said. "Ah," he said. "It's Christmas Eve. Maybe you best stay here. Y'all be doing stuff tonight." I went back into the pantry and put on the heavy sweater I kept on a hook near the flower. "I want to see it now," I said. We headed out into the darkness, into the light snow. Silently, we went across the field to his little house, where I had seen him sitting alone. I could tell that he was limping more than he usually did. I wondered if the cold weather bothered his leg, and I wanted to ask what had happened to him, but I imagined that it was none of my business. I felt nervous somehow, almost like I was going to the house of a man I didn't know alone at night, and not to Sun's house to see a chair. I folded my hands across my stomach. I was 6 weeks away from delivery, and there could be no doubt that he was not bringing me out to his house to kiss me, to tell me I was beautiful. I was not beautiful. We wiped our feet carefully before going inside. It was like a doll's house. The little living room I had seen with a table right in the middle of everything, then 3 rooms in front of us, a kitchen, a bath, a bedroom. All the doors were open. Everything was neat and put away, almost as if he had been expecting someone to come. There was a painting of a horse over the couch, one of the leftovers from the days of the Hotel Louisa, I assumed, and the curtains seemed washed and pressed. It was careful, like the drawing, everything just in its place. So if he was to leave quickly, it would seem like no one had been there at all. It was too small for him. He made the furniture into miniatures just by standing beside it. He'd had to bow his head to come through the door of his own home. "There," he said, and pointed to the chair next to the sofa. "That one's yours." I would have known it. It was the chair in the picture. It was sturdy and graceful, made of a dark wood. There was a needlepoint cushion on the seat that tied onto the back of the chair. "Miss June made that for you. She told me not to tell you she did it, but I didn't want you to think I did it." I went over and sat in the chair. It was comfortable. It was the right height. "Get up for a second," he said. I stood up, and he grasped the chair by the leg and turned it over like a book of matches. Under the seat, in the exact same writing, were the words, "Merry Christmas to Rose, from your friend Son, 1968. He had carved it there. "That way you'll always know it's your chair." I thanked him and touched the letters with the tip of my finger. That night, I thought more about the chair than anything else. It was like coming back into the world, owning a real thing. There was a time I had chairs and lamps and a mattress and box spring, plates and books and records. All of that was gone now. Until that night, I had owned nothing that would make me think I could one day have a home again. And now I owned a chair, and it had my name on the bottom, proof that no matter what, it would still be mine. It was 3 days after Christmas, and everything seemed stale. The tree would stay up until New Year's Day, as would the decorations. But Christmas was over, and we wanted it behind us. We ate turkey sandwiches and turkey soup and a turkey pot pie. We were trapped inside the house with Christmas leftovers. There had been a heavy snow on December 26th, and even short walks were difficult. The sisters discouraged us from going out at all, telling us how we could fall, how other girls had fallen, what had happened. As ambivalent as I had been throughout my pregnancy, I now had a sense of coming into the closing stretch. I had made it this far, and the idea of something happening to me now kept me inside, watching my step. From the kitchen window I could see my car, wrapped in a white blanket of snow. It was as if it had gone to sleep for the winter. Angie came into the kitchen just after lunch. She was due the week before I was. It was impossible to believe that her baby was going to die the way it kicked and grew. She was so fine-boned and small that the pregnancy seemed bigger on her than on me, as if what she had was not so much a part of her, but merely stuck on. "Come on, Rose," she said. "I need to talk to you." "Then talk," I said. I was tearing up lettuce into a plastic waste can, the only thing I could find big enough to mix so much salad. "I want to talk to you upstairs," she said. Sister Evangeline and I both looked at her. Her fists were clenched, her face full of rage. "You go on now, Rose," Sister Evangeline said. "I'll finish here." I dried my hands and went to Angie, but before we were out the door, Sister Evangeline called to us. "I know about these things," she said. "My mother knew. I'd like it better if it could happen another way, but you call me if you need me." Angie stopped dead and looked at her. "Go on," Sister Evangeline said. "I was just telling you." Angie pulled me up the stairs by my wrist. "It's Beatrice," she whispered harshly. "What do you mean it's Beatrice?" But I knew. "She's having the baby here. She says she's going to do it." It was all I could do to keep myself from lunging for her. "You said she wouldn't. You said nobody did." "Well, I was wrong, okay? I can't talk her out of it. There's not a damn thing I can do but do what she wants." "We could go tell Mother Corinne," I said. "That would stop it." "You just do that." "Look, I don't want to, but this isn't a game. We have to do what's best for her." "She's all grown up," Angie said. "She's made her own choice about what's best for her." We got to her door and stood for another second in the hall. I held her hand. "Did you read that book?" I asked. She nodded, and we went inside without knocking. Beatrice was sitting on her bed, her feet stretched out in front of her, reading a detective magazine. Regina was sitting beside her quietly, watching. "Hiya," Beatrice said. We came inside and closed the door. "Tell her not to do this," Regina said. "Don't do this, Bea," I said. "Well, you tried. I've got to give you that much." Beatrice flicked through the pages of her magazine. "Dead girl found strangled in pool of blood that is not her own. That's the one I've been saving as a distraction for when things get bad." "When will that be?" Angie asked, sitting down on the opposite bed. Beatrice and Regina had one of the nicest rooms in the hotel, the honeymoon suite. It had a window seat with a beautiful view of the pasture and a separate sitting room. I wondered if the honeymoon suite had always had twin beds, or if they'd moved those in later. "Hard to say," Beatrice said. "I haven't done this before. I had the first one this morning around 6 o'clock, 45 minutes apart. Now they're 20 minutes. 22, Regina said, holding up her wristwatch. 22, whatever. My water just broke a little while ago, though. That's why I called y'all. It could be sooner or later, either way." Beatrice had her black hair up in a ponytail right on the top of her head, so that it made a black fountain down the sides of her sweaty face. She didn't have her socks on, and her feet were so swollen that her toes seemed to run together. "This is so much better, being here," she said. "My own bed, all of you. I'd say you all ought to do it this way, too, but they'll crack down after I make it. It'll be a lot harder to do. They don't expect it now. They're not—" Then all of a sudden, she stopped and closed her eyes. Angie, Regina, and I held our breath. Beatrice took Regina's hand and squeezed it so hard you could tell it hurt. Her face contorted with a pain so pure it made me want to cry out. It lasted too long. It seemed to go on forever. 17 minutes. That was only 17 minutes from the last time. Regina was paler than Beatrice, her own light brown hair slicked back with sweat. Beatrice exhaled and smiled. She was a little bit shaken, you could see it, but mostly she was proud. "See there? I can do this. I told you I could do this." She laughed. "Hurts like a son of a bitch, ladies. I'm sorry to have to be the one to tell you. This is pain. They say you forget all about it, though, once you've got the baby." That made me think that the four of us would never forget then, that we would have to carry that pain around with us forever, because there would be no reward for our labor. "Stop staring at me," Beatrice said. "Y'all are acting like I'm some kind of sideshow. This is going to be you here in not so very long." "It is not going to be me here," Angie said. "I'm going to be in the hospital like any civilized person." "Suit yourself," Beatrice said. But you drop me a note when your time comes and tell me that you didn't want to ride all the way to Owensboro in an ambulance holding your baby." I turned away from them, toward the window, looking for comfort and finding snow. Beatrice went back to her magazine, and the three of us sat there, waiting. Finally, she shut it. "Look," she said, "it's not that I don't appreciate this and all, but you're making me nervous as a cat here. Go do something. I'll call you when I need you." "We can't just leave you here," Angie said. "Get," she said. So we left. I went back to the kitchen, and Angie went to polish silver. Only Regina stayed on, because it was her room, too. It would have been beyond her to leave Beatrice anyway. "How's she doing?" Sister Evangeline said. "Who?" I knew she knew, but I just didn't want to get into it with her. She was a sister, after all, and I didn't want to incriminate her in any way. "All right," she said, peeling an apple. "Be that way." I couldn't settle down. I would try to read from the cookbook, but then I'd put it down and head back up the stairs. I caught Beatrice in the middle of one, panting like a dog. Regina had a wild look about her. Her eyes were big and round. Her shirt was soaked through. "Wow," Beatrice said, settling back. "That was 18 minutes, but the one before that was 13. It doesn't stay exactly the same." "Why do you keep looking at that damn watch anyway?" Beatrice said. She was getting tired, you could tell. "I have to have something to do," Regina said. All afternoon I tried to think about Beatrice, but I kept thinking about myself. That was where I was headed, the panting and pain of it. Like Christ in the Olive Garden, I prayed for deliverance. I wanted the birth to pass over me. At 6 o'clock, everyone came down to dinner, including Regina and Beatrice. I couldn't believe it, but there she was. Her face not nearly as pale, her hair brushed neatly. "I fixed her up," Angie whispered to me as we walked in. "I think she looks pretty good. It took nearly all the blush I had, but she's got some color in her." "Why are you here?" I said to Beatrice. She smiled weakly. "If I skip dinner, they'll know something's wrong. They're watching me pretty close, you know." So we sat at the table and took turns eating off of Beatrice's plate, though none of us was hungry. Sister Bernadette came by and put her hand on Beatrice's shoulder. "How are we doing tonight?" she said. "Fine," Beatrice said. "I'm a little tired. I stayed up all night reading." "No signs yet?" "Not yet," she said. "I don't know how much longer this kid thinks he can hold out." Sister Bernadette laughed and patted her arm. Then she wandered off to the other tables, checking, asking. I was impressed by the fluency with which Beatrice lied. She was no beginner. I suddenly wanted to hear her story, know just what had happened to her in that mine where she worked with the men, but it hardly seemed the right time to ask. I wanted all of this to be over, and yet I knew that once it was, she would be gone, and I would never see her again. It seemed clear that everyone knew exactly what was going on, except the nuns. The other girls looked at our table, nodded when they caught our eye. They were telling us they understood and would be ready to help when the time came. A light currency connected us. We were all in the same boat. We knew. When her first contraction came at dinner, we laughed and she put her hands over her face as if she were embarrassed. I could see the veins rising in her arms, her shoulders trembling, and then it passed. Her blush was streaked with sweat, and Angie leaned over to wipe her cheek with her napkin. Beatrice stayed all the way through dessert. She had another contraction just as the plates were being set down, but she was not even the first to leave the dining room. When she did go, She went slowly, stopping to talk to people while Regina stayed close at her side. "You'd think we were staging some kind of prison break," I whispered to Angie. "This is ridiculous." I went back into the kitchen, and Son ate his dinner while I cleaned up. When the serving platter slipped from my hands, he was there before it hit the floor. He caught it in one giant hand and laid it on the sink. "Sit down," he said, taking my shoulders and guiding me over to the chair. "You don't look very good." "I don't feel so well, I guess." Sister Evangeline wasn't around. She had taken to drifting off somewhere after dinner. "I'll tell you what," he said. "I'll clean up, and you can sit and talk to me for a change." "You've worked all day," I said, but made no move to get up. Son reached down and picked up my feet in his hands and set them lightly on the chair in front of me. There was something so familiar about the gesture that it made me shudder. "You want to tell me what's wrong?" he said, starting in on the dishes. "This," I said, and pointed to my stomach. "It wears me out." His face flushed, and he turned away from me. "Then you shouldn't be working yourself so hard. You chase the other girls off, take it all on yourself. You've got to think about what's going to happen when you're gone. Sister's going to need a new girl, and now I don't know but what she won't be able to stand it. You've been with her all the time." I had never thought about it, that what I was doing might not be what was best for Sister Evangeline. I looked down at my hands. "Look," he said, "I'm not bawling you out or anything. I'm just saying give it some thought. You're not like the other girls, Rose." He stopped. The sponge in his hand was suspended on the plate. "You're half running this place now. Everybody's come to count on you. They're getting attached to you. Do you understand that? You're going to be leaving soon. They've got to be able to stand on their own once you go." He looked at me, and for a minute I was sure he was going to say something else. He was such a big man. He was nearly as old as my father would have been if he were alive. The bib of his overalls was wet with dishwater by the time he put the last dish in the rack. "I need to go home now," he said, as if there was a reason to go, that someone might have been waiting for him that one night. "You just give it some thought. Don't let it bother you. Just think about it." "I will," I said. After he had dried his hands and buttoned his coat, he came and stood beside me. He reached out for a second, I thought to touch my hair, and then pulled back his hand. "You all right?" he asked. "It's just been a long day," I said. But the night was years longer. We went back to our rooms and waited under the covers for bed check. "Good night. God bless," Sister Bernadette said into the darkness, and we said the same to her. Once her footsteps were far away, we got up quietly and went to Beatrice's room. The contractions came closer and closer, but there was still no baby. It seemed that Beatrice would scarcely catch her breath before another one broke over her like a wave. "Read to me," she said, and tapped the magazine on her bedside table. "I think this would be a good time." All of her hardness had washed away. The pain had pushed a sweetness into her, made her nearly docile. I picked up the magazine. "You want the Pool of Blood one?" "Definitely." On the night of November 16, 1967, the body of Carrie Holcomb, aged 16 years, was found in an alley outside of Big Jimmy's restaurant in Waco, Texas, by Jose Diaz, an employee of the establishment. "This is going to give me nightmares," Angie said. "I can't stand stuff like this. Look, the hairs on my arms are up already." "So when you have a baby, you can hear what you want. Beatrice said, fading off into another contraction, which seemed ridiculously close to the last one. "Read it," Regina said. The coroner's report showed clearly that Miss Holcomb had been strangled, possibly with a telephone cord, at approximately 9 p.m. "It's always a phone cord," Beatrice said dreamily, the pain having left for a minute. "Have you ever noticed that?" "Jesus," Angie said, and covered her eyes. But the detectives that arrived on the scene were quick to notice that Miss Holcomb lay in a pool of blood, even though she had no cuts on her body. After careful analysis, it was discovered that the blood under Miss Holcomb's body was not her own. "You mean to tell me that somebody killed this girl, poured a bucket of somebody else's blood on the ground, and laid her in it? That's too sick," Angie said. "That's even worse than just killing her." "Dead is dead," Beatrice said. "How can it get worse?" But then she went off again. The only noise she made was something like a squeak, high and thin. She was holding Regina's arm with both her hands now, and I prayed to be away, to not see it. We went on like this through the night, close but not there. The pool of blood was something from meat, steaks, I think, that had been thrown into the alley from the kitchen door. It was the girl's boyfriend who'd killed her, dropped her there because she would not say she loved him, or so he said in his confession. He knew nothing about the blood. "What a hoax," Beatrice said. "I thought it was going to be better than that." We stayed awake all night. Even if we drifted off for a second, we were awakened by Beatrice every 7 minutes, then 5, then 3. She did not call out, but the fact of every contraction pulled us to her bed. By the time the sun came up, I was half out of my mind. I had crossed the line from exhaustion to being so completely awake I was aware of every time I blinked my eyes. I was suddenly afraid of everything. I didn't know how we could get through breakfast. I didn't know how we would ever get back any peace in our lives. It was as if everything was ruined now. It could not be reversed. The night we lost would never be regained. At 5:30 that morning, Beatrice started to move in her bed, pulling up her legs and twisting her head from side to side. "This is it," she said. But we were wrecked. Angie started to cry. Her hands were shaking. I got up quickly, quicker than I had in 2 months, and went down the dark stairs and through the dark corridor, past the kitchen. I knocked on the door at the end of the hall. "Sister," I whispered. "Help me." A voice, asleep but not tired like my own, called me inside. There was a small old woman in the bed, short and round beneath her blanket. She sat up and started looking for her glasses. Her hair was completely white, and it fell halfway down her back. She had on a flannel nightgown with a row of forget-me-nots around the collar. "Rose?" she said. I could not get over the sight of Sister Evangeline, who was not a nun, but any woman in her bed. "I need help," I said. She clicked on the little lamp beside her bed, and we stared at each other in disbelief. "Oh, Lord," she said. "Look at you." I looked down and saw my hands were shaking like Angie's. I felt like I couldn't stand up. "Help me," I said. She got up and covered her head and immediately looked like herself again. I was so relieved to see her face framed inside the coif. It made sense to me now. She pulled on her bathrobe and went into the bathroom and got a bottle of rubbing alcohol. Then she went through the kitchen, picking up a stack of clean dish towels, a ball of string, and her favorite knife, the one with the black handle she used for cutting tomatoes. "I wish you girls hadn't done this," she said, not with anger, but as a matter of fact. "It's been a long time. I don't imagine it's something you forget, but I'd rather." Well, that doesn't matter now. This is what we have to do, and we'll do it. We climbed back up the stairs and went into the room. In the few minutes I was gone, everything had changed. Beatrice had crossed the line. The contractions counted for something now. Regina had taken on a new clarity. She seemed alert and calm, wiping off Beatrice's forehead with a damp washcloth. "You're fine," she said sweetly. "Everything is fine." "I've never done two," Sister Evangeline said. "I don't even think my mother did two." She washed her hands in the sink again and again until I thought her skin would bleed. "I don't think I'm going to be able to keep quiet about this much longer," Beatrice said. "It doesn't matter, sweetheart," Sister Evangeline said. "You sing out if it makes you feel better. You're too far along to move now. You're going to have your way." She peered down between Beatrice's legs and slipped 2 fingers inside her. "Right there," she said. "All ready to go. 2 fine boys. The next time you push, next time you're ready, you get one out." "I don't want to do this," Beatrice said, and took short breaths. Angie came and stood beside me, and we held to each other like drowning men. Only Regina seemed completely calm, whispering and sponging, staying right on the bed beside her. What can I say about this? I had never seen a birth. I'm not sure I had ever really imagined it. It was like a movie that made you close your eyes and then open them again until you were unable to either watch or look away. I remember that birth had a smell as heavy and salted as blood itself, and I remember that Beatrice never cried out, even after Sister said she could. It was a point of honor. She said she would be quiet start to finish, and she was. "There's so little to do," Sister Evangeline said, easing out the first shoulders. "They do it all themselves." When I saw that first wet fish, its slickness, its blue cord, I pressed my hands against my stomach. The gates were open now to every longing Angie talked about late at night. This baby, my baby. To think I would be in a hospital asleep, and when I woke up, she would be gone. Never gone, I thought. Never, never. Sister Evangeline tied string in 2 places on the cord and drew her knife through what connected Beatrice to her son. Her hands were fast and sure, the way they'd never been in the kitchen. She turned him over and loosened the fluids from his throat, and he cried as his mother had not. Regina took him from Sister's hands and carried him to the sink with complete certainty, and Beatrice laughed, as loud and coarse as she ever had in her life. The second one was not free, as Beatrice's grandmother had told her, but it came more easily. Beatrice turned her head to the side. The light sounds she made seemed almost like desire, as if things had come full circle, and her face again contorted the way it had that night 9 months ago. Regina gave me the first baby so she could take the second. She had wrapped him tightly in a pillowcase. His was a face 1 minute old, a face more exhausted than my own. Mother Corinne came in just as the second cord was being cut. She looked at the knife and the blood across Sister Evangeline's blue terry-cloth robe. You could tell by her face that at first she simply didn't understand, thought that what had happened revolved somehow around that knife. "Evangeline," she said. "It came on her so fast," Regina said. "She just had them. She was fine, and then she just had them. I woke up Angie and Rose, and they got Sister Evangeline. There was no time at all." "Why didn't you come to me?" Mother Corinne said to me. She was furious. The blood had soaked through the mattress onto the carpet. "I was asleep," I said. "I just went to Sister Evangeline. I couldn't think. By the time she got up here to see what was wrong, it was all happening." Regina was washing out the baby's eyes, rinsing the blood from his open mouth. Girls started coming down the hall. Suddenly the world was up and pressing into the room. Every pregnant girl come to see her fate, and Beatrice laughing, a son in each arm. Sister Bernadette came, and Mother Corinne told her to call for an ambulance. It would take an hour to arrive, at least. Sister Evangeline pressed down into Beatrice and kneaded her abdomen until the afterbirth pushed out, and then she scooped it up in her hands and carried it to the wastepaper basket to throw it away. I followed Beatrice to the door of the ambulance, and then followed the ambulance down the road. It was snowing hard, and the tires slipped a little as they turned. Maybe someone called to me, and I didn't hear them, or maybe they didn't call. It was as if everyone was wandering blind, and I happened to be the one who went outside. Or maybe other girls were outside. If they were, well, what could I do for them? I had lost my capacity for worry, had used up every ounce of worry I had in me over the last 24 hours. Beatrice, Angie, Sister Evangeline, poor Regina. I should have been worried for them, but instead I watched the ambulance fade into whiteness until all I could see were the red lights spinning, and after a while, not even them. I pulled my bathrobe closer to my throat. I had put on my shoes at some point because I saw them there. I knew it must be cold, but all I felt was wet. Without worry to protect me, every thought that came into my mind received real attention. For the first time, I saw myself clearly, waking up in the hospital the next morning alone. I would not be brave like Beatrice. I would not win those few hours. Even if I could, they would not dent my need. I could go back to Thomas. He would take me still, I was sure. I could make the drive, brush the snow off my car. How amazed he would be to see me like this, how he would fall to his knees to have me back, both of us back. Or I could go to my mother's, who would hide me from Thomas, or back to Billy's in Arkansas. I could go someplace where I could keep this baby. I saw those good parents crying. "Our girl," they'd say. But there were other girls for them. St. Elizabeth's raised them, rich, fertile fields of babies. I was through with giving things up. I wanted something of my own. I kept going through the snow, as if the place I was going was someplace I had to walk to. My feet got heavier as the snow started caking to my shoes, but I couldn't see where I was going. It was white in every direction, and the dark lines around the edges could have been trees or hotels or towns. I should have been worried about that, too, but like I said, I just couldn't. I was thinking about the candles, about all the years I waited for my sign from God. I thought about it long and hard, and then I made a decision. "I'm not counting that one," I said. "I took it the wrong way. There hasn't been a sign. I was really good, you know, for a long time. You shouldn't forget that." I shoved my hands in my pockets and started walking in small circles. "I'm saying that I'll do what you want me to do if you just give me some kind of hint about what that is. Do you hear me?" I was shouting. The snow was filling up my mouth. "Your will be done, okay? Tell me what in the hell that's supposed to be." "Rose!" a voice called. I looked up but didn't see anything at first. I was hoping for a quick answer. "Jesus, girl, I've been looking for you everywhere." The figure that came toward me in the whiteness was huge, big enough to be the Son of Man. He who so loved man, he sent his only Son. Son took off his coat and wrapped it around me, bundled me like newspapers, firewood, and lifted me up. "Who were you talking to? What were you saying?" But I didn't answer him. I was watching the snow go past me, the dark bank getting closer. I was riding, being carried. I am 5 feet 10 inches tall. I had not been carried since the night my appendix burst, when the superintendent struggled under my weight to take me down the stairs to his car. It was summer and hot, and I was burning up with fever, and I felt him try to shift my weight in his arms. But now the snow beat down on us so hard it stung my face, and I was huge. 2 people in one, me and my daughter, in those arms, and the arms never faltered. They were bigger even than us. He took such giant steps. I looked down and saw the footprints rushing behind us, filling up with snow as they receded, being swallowed back into the smooth white landscape like we had never walked in this pasture at all. We went to Son's house because it was closer than the hotel. Son laid me down on his bed and took off my shoes. He rubbed my feet in his hands, my hands in his hands. He pulled off his sweater and unbuttoned his shirt and put my feet against his warm chest. He rubbed my legs and covered me in blankets. He was full of motion, never stopped moving. "Don't freeze up on me," he said to my calf. His voice was shaking. And at that moment, a little bit of me came back because I was worried about him. "I'll be all right," I said. He looked up, embarrassed at being overheard. "You need to change clothes. Get out of those wet things," he said. "Can you do that?" I nodded. He brought me a shirt and a sweater and some long underwear and socks. Even in my present condition, they would be too big. "Put these on," he said. "I'll get you in front of the fire." I peeled off my wet clothes and tried to dress, but everything about me was slow. I couldn't think enough to make my hands work, to see the difference between shirt and socks. I worked my way slowly into the fabric, wrapping myself again and again in blankets. I had started to shiver. I could finally feel the cold, and it was brutal. Son came back in and carried me to the sofa, which he'd moved right in front of the fire. "You don't have any frostbite that I can see," he said, going back to work on my hands. "What could have possessed you to go out like that in your nightdress?" "Beatrice," I said, but I didn't say anything else. I didn't feel like talking. I just sat and watched the fire for a long time, and then went to sleep. When I woke up, it was dark and the snow had stopped. Son was sitting in my chair, watching. He had stayed awake and kept the fire going. "Angie's going to think I'm dead," I said. "I went over there and told them. They said to just let you sleep for a while. They wanted to take you into the hospital, but I said you were fine. I don't think you were out there very long." "Is it late?" No, not even supper time. But you've been asleep all day, since 8 o'clock this morning." My sense of time had been destroyed in the snow. This was still the same day. This morning was still connected to today. I sat up and shifted my blankets around me. You have never seen so many blankets in your life. "I don't know what I'm going to do," I said. "About what?" "The baby." I yawned and shook my head, trying to force the sleep out of me. "What do you want to do about it?" "Keep it," I said, out loud and clear for the first time in my life. "I'm going to keep it, and I don't know how." "Stay here." "I can't stay here. They wouldn't let me." "Stay here," he said. "Marry me, and they'll let you stay." I turned around and looked at him. He looked at the fire for a minute, and then turned to me. "Marry me, Rose," he said. "I'm not going to try and talk you into something you don't want to do. But it makes good sense. We'll stay here. We'll bring the baby up together." I thought about it for a minute. Maybe this was the way it was supposed to be for me. God was telling me he was right after all. I was supposed to be married, live a small life with a man I didn't love. My old life seemed so far away at that moment that I figured the last marriage had been erased somehow, that I had come far enough to negate it. "All right," I said. Son looked at me, puzzled, then smiled. "Really?" "Really." He stood up, his head nearly touching the ceiling. The look on his face was so completely happy that I realized for the first time that he was in love with me. The dinners in the kitchen, the chair, that he was the one who went to find me in the snow. He loved me, and I was sorry about that. It would only make things harder between us. "I guess I'll take you home then," he said. "We'll work out the details of all of this later." "No," I said. "I want to do this now, tonight. If you want to marry me, then marry me tonight." "But there's no time to plan anything. You'll want to call someone, your family. You'll want to get a dress to wear." "I don't need a wedding," I said. "I need to get married. I don't care about anything else." Son sat down beside me. He thought it over. "I know there's a justice in Owensboro. If we called him now, he might stay open for us." "Then call," I said. Son spent a couple of minutes on the phone and then came back. He said he'd wait for us. Good. I got up, and Son brought me his coat. "Do you have one?" I asked. "Sure," he said. "I've got something in the back." We walked out to his truck and climbed inside. My shoes were soaking wet and cold. "I'll drive you over to the hotel so you can change," he said. "I don't want to change." I didn't want the time to stop or think. I just wanted to go. "You're going to get married in my clothes?" "It looks that way." So we headed toward Owensboro. The road was covered with snow, but it didn't seem to bother Son. He was a little worried, happy about the way things were turning out, but took my clothes and lack of desire to plan as troubling signs. "We can get a bigger place in town," he said. "Later, maybe. Your place is fine with me for now. The baby won't need her own room for a while." "Her?" "Sister Evangeline told me. It's going to be a girl." Son smiled. "A girl," he said. "That's something, all right." He looked at me for a second. Me or my stomach, it was hard to tell. "I'd like to give her my last name, if that suits you." "That would be nice," I said, and then thought about it for a minute. "What is your name, Son?" "Abbott," he said. "Wilson Abbott." "Wilson," I said, and nodded. "You don't have to tell me about the father. That's your own business. As far as I'm concerned, we start from right now, right this minute. Whatever's in the past belongs to you. Private." "I'd like that." "So if you want, this baby can be yours and mine, as far as she's concerned. I think that would be easier on a kid than knowing the truth." "I think so." "I've always wanted a baby, Rose. I'll be a good father." "I know," I said. "That's why we're doing this." I should have been kinder to him. He was changing his life for me, some woman he really didn't know at all. But I couldn't seem to bring a kind word out of my mouth. I wanted him to know what this was all about for me, so that if he wanted to change his mind, he could. I didn't want to think I was tricking him in any way. The driving was slow because the roads were still bad, even where the plows had come through. I hardly ever got out at night. I thought about going to the movies as a teenager, out to dinner. I was getting married. I tried to remember something about my first wedding, but I couldn't, not even the dress I wore. We weren't in Owensboro until 7. The judge told us he was just about to give up. "I've got a family," he said. "I can't be waiting around on folks all night." When I took off Son's coat, he stared at my stomach and then at Son. "So that's all the rush," he said. "Looks like you could have got here a mite quicker." "We just want to get married," Son said. "Have to is more like it from where I'm standing." He was a man in his 50s who wore a dark suit and red tie. He was so happy to see scandal, so pleased for a little diversion. "Most times we see a girl like that, she's got her papa holding a shotgun on some poor boy. But you're no boy, mister. You could be this girl's daddy yourself." Son put his hand on the man's shoulder. The hand said, "Remember how small you are, how easy this would be. Get about your business." "I'll have to call my wife and my son over to witness," he said, dialing the phone. "They just live around the block. I told them you'd be coming. They're waiting on you, too." The man rang up his wife, and by the time we were comfortable in our chairs, they had arrived, a short, round woman with tight curls and a boy who was tall and thin and not bad-looking. I wondered if they had picked him up at St. Elizabeth's 18 years before, as he bore no resemblance to his parents. "Take your places here," the man said, and arranged us in front of his desk. Son and I standing together, his wife beside me, his son beside Son. They looked bored. They were tired of marriage, had seen it all before. The woman pulled at a thread on her dress, which came out and out without end. She snapped it off and dropped it to the floor. She was trying hard not to look at my clothes, Son's clothes. I had a hand up underneath my sweater, holding up his long underwear, which was dingy from too much washing and a little frayed around the seams. The man opened his book and started reading quickly. I remembered those words: "Dearly beloved, honor and obey, sickness and in health, until death do us part." I had said them before, and for that second I wondered if Son had as well. When the man asked me my name so that he could say, "Do you, Wilson Abbott, take," I said, "Martha Rose Clinton," and Son looked at me, surprised. He didn't know my name either, and had been too polite to ask. I thought about giving my maiden name, Sloane, but I was used to Clinton. There were people who knew me by that name, and consistency is the most important part of a lie. When the service was over, the man started in on the paperwork, and his wife and son said good night and shook our hands and wished us luck. "It was a real nice wedding," the woman said to me. "Prettiest I've seen in a while." Her voice sounded like a record. Her kind words were part of what you bought. They were meant to leave a good taste in your mouth, so that for the next marriage you would remember to come back and try them again. The boy smiled politely, but was quiet. Then they were gone. "I'll need to see birth certificates," he said. Son took his out of his wallet and unfolded it. I said I didn't have mine. "Don't have it?" the man said. "Then what did we just go through all of this for? No birth certificate, no marriage. It's as simple as that." "She's from California," Son said by way of explanation. "I don't care if she's from France. A person needs a birth certificate to get married in this state." Son sighed and reached into his wallet. He laid 5 $10 bills on the desk. The man touched them with his finger. "Plus the cost of the service. That's $12. Son counted out $12, a 5 and 7 ones, and put his wallet back into his pocket. The justice showed us where to put our names and then signed the paper with a flourish. "Done," he said. "Married." Son and I stood out in the snow and looked at each other for a minute. "So," he said. "Well," I said. There wasn't much to say in the car going back. Martha is a pretty name, Son told me. I never use it, I said. That was my sister's name, Martha. I thought about asking him about his brothers and sisters, his family, where he was from, but there would be all the time in the world for that. I rested my head against the glass and watched the dark white world. Well, he said when we pulled up in front of St. Elizabeth's, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Dinner for sure. What do you mean? I asked him. Well, you're going to go to bed, right? It's getting late. I'm coming home with you. Tonight? You married me, son. I guess that's the way it should be, unless you'd rather I didn't. He rubbed his neck uneasily. No, you should do whatever you want. I mean, of course, you're welcome with me. It's your house, too. I just thought you might not want people to know. We haven't done anything wrong. They'll all know sooner or later. Sure, he said. You're right. I want to tell Angie is all. I'll wait for you. Go home, I said. I may be a while. I'll walk over later. I'll wait for you in the kitchen, he said. And we went into the Hotel Louisa through separate doors. Angie was asleep when I came in, and I wondered if she had gone to bed early or if she had been asleep all day. I sat down on the edge of her bed and looked at her pretty face. Asleep, she was a child. You could almost read her dreams across her forehead. I touched her hair. Hey, I said. She opened her eyes, blinked, and smiled. I was so worried when you left, she said. I'm okay. Son told us he found you out in the snow. You must have gone a little crazy, huh? A little. Me too, she whispered. I went into the bathroom and locked the door, and I couldn't stop crying, you know. Just couldn't stop. I thought I was going to jump out the window there for a second. Angie. What? I'm married now. I got married tonight. She raised up on her elbow. Go on, she said. No, I did. I touched her face. I wished I had a sister. I wished there was blood between us. I married Son. You're not joking, are you? No. Why, Rose? She whispered. I'm going to keep the baby, and I just didn't see how I could do it alone. If I married Son, then I can stay here. This wouldn't be such a bad place to raise a baby. She stared at me, her eyes open wide. She was completely awake. I'm jealous, she said. I'm happy for you, but I wish it was me. She looked down at her stomach, pushed at it with one finger. You're doing the wrong thing. Nobody gets married like that. It's crazy. You did it because of Beatrice, not because you love him. But I would have done it too. She looked at me. She wanted me to tell her how it could all be the same again. If I had been the one to walk outside, if I was the one he found, I would have married him too. I know. I was quiet for a second, waiting to tell her the rest. I'm going over there tonight, I said finally. I have to get things started now before I think about it too much. You married him, she said. I figured you'd go over there. We looked at each other for a long time. I was moving to a little house not a quarter of a mile away. I would still be at St. Elizabeth's every day. We would have been split apart soon anyway, when the babies were born. And knowing all of that, I still could not stand to leave her. She scooted over in her bed and lay down flat on her back. Come here, she said. I lay down beside her. We were too big to face each other, but we lay there together, and looked up at the dark ceiling and held hands. "It's going to be fine," she said. "It's going to be good, even." "You too," I said. "But I wish you weren't leaving. I wish we were going to be together." After a while, she pretended to be asleep, but I could tell she wasn't. I got up and took a few things, a clean dress, my toothbrush, some underwear. I would get the rest later. When I finally did leave, neither one of us said anything about it. Son was in the kitchen with Sister Evangeline, having something to eat. When I came through the door, she nearly threw herself at me. "This is just the way it should be," she said. "I was going to tell you 1,000,000 times, but I didn't." She clapped her hands. "I kept it all a secret all this time. I'm so happy, Rosie. I've never been so happy. What a big day. I deliver 2 babies in the morning, and my best girl gets married at night. There's never been a day like this in all the world." "You knew?" "Sure I knew." She waved her hand, dismissing me. "Of course I knew. I know all sorts of things." "More than just the babies?" "It's in my diary. The week you started working in the kitchen, I said, 'Rose will marry Son, sure as I'm born.' Why, I don't know that you two had even properly met then. I had to drop my rosary down next to the stove. My rosary! That's how sure I was." "I don't want to hear this." "That's your problem, Rosie. You never want to know. All sorts of things going on out there, and you don't want to know about them until they land on your plate." Son sat at the table, smiling. He didn't care how it happened, only that it had. I was tired. "Well, you two get going," she said, and gave me a little push toward Son. "I'll see you in the morning, if you're feeling up to work. You've had a big day today. You might want to take tomorrow off." "I might," I said. I kissed her good night, even though I felt strangely angry at her for knowing my business. Then Son and I went home. The house looked different than it had 5 hours before. It was my house now, at least to a small part. I looked around the living room. "Are you Catholic?" I asked him. "No," he said. "I'm not much of anything. Does that matter?" "No," I said. "I was just wondering." We took off our coats and stood in front of the fireplace, which was cold. "I could start a fire," he said. "I think we ought to go to bed, probably." "Sure," he said. "You must be tired. You can have the bedroom. I'll sleep in here. I fall asleep in here half the time anyway." "I know I'm no great find," I said. "But you might as well get used to sleeping with me. We're married. We've only got 1 bedroom." Son looked surprised, as he had 100 times that night. "You, Rose? Dear God, there was never such a find." He came to me and put his hand on my face. With the base of his palm against my jaw, his fingers curved all the way up the side of my head. And then he kissed me, very lightly on the side of my nose, and then my lips, then on my lips again. We went into the bedroom, and I took off my clothes. I would not be embarrassed, I told myself. This was the body he had married. This is the one he would have to see. We kept the lights off, but the moon against the snow made the room seem nearly bright. "Look at you," he said. "Look how pretty you are." "I'm not pretty," I said. "You have no idea." I slid in between the covers, not lightly, not sexy, and pushed my back against the wall. At least it was a double bed. Son took off his overalls and sat down beside me in his shirt and underwear. "You might as well get used to it," I said. "It's been a long time." "Well, nothing's going to happen, at least not for a while. Just sleep with me." I touched his back. A tree, a wall, a city. He took off the rest of his clothes and lay down beside me. I saw something on his arm, a birthmark or a scar, and leaned over to look at it. It was a tattoo. It said Cecilia in green letters near his shoulder, a cluster of leaves beneath the name. "Who's Cecilia?" I said. "Someone I knew a long time ago." "You must have loved her, to put her name on your arm." "I thought I did." "Don't say that," I said quietly. "Don't change your past because of me. There's her name on your arm." I ran my fingers across the letters, up the C, over the E and the L, down to the A. I could feel his skin tense beneath my hand. "That means you loved her." "Okay," he said. We didn't say anything for a while, but didn't sleep either. "It's going to be all right," he said to me finally. "We've done the right thing." "Yes," I said. "And it will be good for the baby." "Yes." "What are you going to name her? If you know it's going to be a girl, you must have picked out a name." "No, I never did. I was always so sure I was going to give her up. I thought it would be better to not give her a name. I thought that would only make things worse." "But you must have thought about it, even if you didn't want to." "No, I didn't." "So now you should think about it." And I did. I thought about it for a long while. "Cecilia," I said finally. "I'm going to name her Cecilia." "No," he said. "It would be perfect. We'll tell her you had her name put on your arm the day she was born, that you loved her so much you went out and had her name written right here." I touched the tattoo again, and he flinched. "Don't do that, Rose. I'm asking you." "Cecilia," I said. "That's her name." Son. 1. There are so many pretty names for girls. Caroline and Emily and Bess. Those are the three I thought of right off. Then there are all the names you could choose 'cause you wanted to make somebody else feel good. Angie, Evangeline, June. Or Beatrice, since she was the one who brought us together in a way. She could call her Elizabeth for the saint, or Louisa for the hotel. In the hospital gift shop, I bought a book called Naming Your Baby. You wouldn't believe all the pretty names in there, ones you'd never think of, like Madeline and Isabel. In the end, there was only one name that wouldn't be right, which is the name Rose had settled on. Cecilia. In the weeks before the baby was born, I begged Rose 100 different ways to change her mind. Once I even tried putting my foot down. "You will not," I said over breakfast, and looked at her straight enough to scare her. But I must have forgot who I was dealing with. Rose don't scare. She don't even ruffle. She just whisked my plate up off the table, her belly so big in front of her you hardly know how she could move about at all. And she looks at me as if to say, "Who are you to tell me what to name my baby?" "Rose," I said, "listen." "Come on now," she said. "I've got to get to work." Before I know it, she's got the dishes clean and her coat on, and she's out the door to make breakfast for 25 other girls, none of them as far along as her. she didn't stop working in the kitchen. She stayed there till the last possible minute, was stirring up a birthday cake for someone when her own water broke out on the tile floor. Rose was a strong girl. She's the only woman I ever knew who felt as big as me. Not that she's anywhere as tall as me, but her hands and feet are big, and the bones across her shoulders are sturdy. When you find a beautiful woman who's small like Cecilia, there's something about her that makes you want to cradle her in your hands. You want to keep her in your pocket and show her to people like a little secret that you own. But Rose's beauty was something that no one person could keep. It filled up every room she went into. I remember the first time I saw her, standing up on the porch with Angie. She put a shadow over every girl there, her white neck, the length of her thighs against the worn blue cotton of her dress, the line of her jaw under her dark hair. I thought, what's she doing here? What kind of man would let her get away? But I never asked her about that man, and she never asked me anything about Cecilia, except whether or not I'd loved her. She was always staring at her name across my shoulder when we were in bed at night. She made like it was the tattoo she was really interested in. "Did it hurt?" she asked. "I don't remember. It was a long time ago." "But it must have hurt. Needles." She shivered. "I guess it must have," I said. Pain is one of those things where the big ones just wipe the small ones away. So I really couldn't imagine a needle working in and out of my arm when I was 17 could have hurt so much. I loved lying in bed with Rose, smelling her warm skin, running my hand down against her sides once she fell asleep. Everything about her was big. Her belly was a mountain. Her breasts and legs were smooth and swollen and round. In bed with her, I didn't feel lonely the way I did with other women who had fallen asleep beside me. Not that I'm saying there'd been so many, but there were enough to know. Sleep brings out the smallness in a woman, their little hands holding the edge of the pillow while they dream. I felt so huge beside them. I was afraid they would wake up and be scared to see me there. I never touched them while they slept. But Rose could hold her own against anybody. Even after the baby was born, when her body whittled down to its old self, she was still a match for me. There was something about Rose, not just her size, but who she was. I could tell she'd seen some things. When we were married, she wasn't yet 24, and I was 45. I'd seen plenty, more than God will forgive me for, but not more than Rose. Even knowing her as little as I did, I knew that much. That first month was the only time in our marriage we were ever alone, if you can call living so close to St. Elizabeth's being alone. Me and Rose both stayed over there pretty much all the time, same as always. We were used to it that way. Some days it seemed like nothing had changed. I was still eating dinner in the big kitchen while she cleaned up, and as she washed dishes I would find myself looking at her breasts under her wet apron, and then looking away so she wouldn't see. Then I'd think, that's my wife, and hell, I've seen her coming out of the bathtub in the morning big as life. So I tried to tell myself it was okay if I looked, that I don't have nothing to be ashamed of. But it's hard for me to believe. When a man gets to be my age, he don't much expect things will change. Winter, and you press caulk into the windows. Summer, and you're putting up the screens. The pipes give way one by one. By the time you've repainted the whole place inside and out, it's time to start over again. You're alone, and you'll always be alone. It's so true it doesn't bear mention. You just stop thinking about it, the way you stop thinking about everything after a while. But then here comes Rose, after 18 years of pregnant girls come and gone. After the first day I saw her, I found myself looking for her. I hoped she would be there when I came in the morning. I went to the kitchen at night to find her. It had been so long since I'd done anything like that for a while I didn't even know I was doing it. Then all of a sudden, I'm lonely at night. I couldn't remember the last time I was lonely. I would think of her, the way she pushed her hair behind her ear with one wet hand, the way she blew on a spoon of soup she was tasting for salt. I longed for her. Not like I longed for a woman at 17, not like I longed for Cecilia, where I wanted to feel her hands on my back and press my face against her neck. I only wanted to be near to Rose. I guess maybe I wanted the rest of it too, but that kind of longing had pretty much been worn out of me. I'd come to believe that part of my life was over. So when I found her that morning in the snow and she came to my house and slept and woke up and said yes, she would marry me, everything changed. It was like the sun had set in the east, and suddenly nothing was like it was, even though everything was like it was. I can't explain it. It felt like I should be coming home to another house, living in a different state, that nothing of my old life should have stayed the same, because I was suddenly a married man. But instead we went on just like before, except now the longing wasn't there. Rose was there, beside me in my bed. We stayed pretty formal for a long time, always being polite to each other. You marry a person you don't really know, and you're afraid of saying something that might run them off. But we got along fine. The only sore point between us was over the naming of the baby, which wasn't even a sore point with Rose, 'cause she simply refused to see it as a problem. I couldn't seem to make her understand how badly I didn't want her to go through with it. 5 days before our baby came, Angie went into the hospital. She went right away, the very first pain that she felt, which I think is as it should be. I had taken a real liking to Angie. She was always one to stop and tell you a joke or throw out a big wave when she saw you coming across the field. Rose was a wreck right from the minute Angie told her it was time, rubbing her hands the way she does when she gets nervous. She insisted on taking her to the hospital. We put Angie's suitcase in the back, but the box she had with her she wanted to hold up front.
"I can't believe the way they listen to you now,"
Angie said, pressed between us in the front of the truck, the three of us all as big as houses.
"It's like you're one of the sisters."
"That's an awful thought," Rose said.
No, I mean you've got that kind of power. The way you stared them down and said, 'No, Son and I will take her to the hospital.'"
Angie laughed.
"Like, la-di-da, I'm running this show now. Well, I think it's something is all. You stay on, they're going to be calling that place St. Rose the Divine."
"I like the sound of that," I said. Then Angie bunched up her face and grabbed onto my arm so hard I like to drive right off the road. "God, what?" I said. Rose reached over and smoothed back her hair, and Angie took a few short, quick breaths.
"She wasn't lying,"
Angie said.
"This is gonna hurt."
"Are you okay to make the drive?" I asked. Angie laughed.
"What if I'm not?" she said. "What are we gonna do then?"
When the two of them came into the emergency room, the nurses like to took a fit. 2 girls so pregnant coming in together. Angie gave the nurse her box and said something to her about the letter that's taped on top of it. The nurse said that nothing could be left at the front desk, but Angie held her ground. Tired as she was, she wouldn't get in the wheelchair until they promised to do exactly what she told them. The nurse took the box, and they started to wheel Angie through the doors, when all of a sudden she raised both arms over her head and called out for Rose.
"What is it?"
Rose said, going to her. Angie just smiled and shook her head.
"Never mind,"
she said.
"What?" "I was going to say I changed my mind."
Rose was squatted down on the floor beside her chair, and the two of them just stared at each other, their noses not 6 inches apart. I wasn't even sure what she meant, changed her mind about having it or changed her mind about giving it up. Then my wife leaned over and kissed her friend on the forehead so sweetly and right that it made me look away. Once Angie was gone, the doctor tried to talk Rose into staying on, said her time was so close it was hardly worth the trip home. I didn't think it would be a bad idea. I wanted to see her have some rest. But she wouldn't hear of it. All she wanted to talk about was Angie. Every 5 minutes she was out of her chair, going to ask about Angie and the baby. They kept saying, "Fine, fine, everything looks great," but Rose wouldn't settle. "Come on and sit," I said to her. "You're going to wear out the floor."
"I hate this."
"Well, she's fine. You heard the doctor."
"She's too thin, too small."
Rose started to tear up, but when I reached for her, she moved away just slightly so that my hand fell down across her back and barely touched it. We waited there all night, and Rose never fell asleep, even though I'm sure I did. When the doctor came out, all solemn, you could see in Rose's face that she had already resigned herself to what he was about to say and was ready to take it. The cord had worked its way around the neck, and by the time they knew, it was all too late. Rose looked up at him.
"You mean it could have been prevented?"
"No," the doctor said. "There was no way to tell."
"But if you'd known something was going to go wrong."
Her voice was high, almost like she was about to start shouting at him. The doctor looked puzzled. "If we'd known," he said slowly, "then yes, I guess we could have taken the baby cesarean. But you can't think about things like that." Rose sat still for the first time, her hands folded between her knees, her head down. Finally she nodded.
"All right," she said.
"You can see her for a minute if you'd like," the doctor told her. Rose got up and started to follow him down the hall. She'd forgotten I was there, and so I just went along behind them. "Maybe she doesn't know," I said. "She knows," Rose said, not turning around. I almost went inside the room with her, but when I saw Angie's face looking so small and pale against the starched white pillow slip, I stepped back. The doctor went on, reading a chart as he walked away from us. I sat down on a chair in the hallway, not wanting to listen, but hearing it just the same.
"Hey,"
Rose said.
"It didn't go so good,"
Angie said. Her voice sounded dreamy, more tired than sad. They would have given her something. They would give her one good long sleep before she had to wake up and remember everything for the rest of her life.
"You're fine,"
Rose said.
"That's what matters. You're just perfect. I don't feel it."
There was a long silence, and I felt for Rose, wondering what it was she was supposed to say to her friend. I looked up and down the hallway. No one was there but one lone nurse, and she turned into a room before I could get a good look at her. I could hear her shoes squeak away from me, and the door click shut behind her. It was late, but the fluorescent lights made it seem like high noon. I thought about how everything in that hall would always be just so. The brown and black tiles on the floor would always be scrubbed clean. The walls would always be the same dull green color. There would always be that smell of sweet soap, which was trying to cover something up, sickness, and worse.
Rose?
Angie's voice was sleepy, fading, 1,000,000 miles away.
What? You knew, didn't you?
Knew what?
About my baby. Sister Evangeline would have known. She would have told you.
She stopped for a while, and I held my breath.
It makes sense now, the way she was that day. I never saw her get upset with other girls the way she did with me.
Of course I didn't know.
I'm so stupid. Why, I never thought about it before. Never thought about it before because I'm so stupid, right? Go to sleep, Angie. And there you were, watching me make all those stupid things, and you said it was stupid, didn't you?
Angie.
I'm not saying I blame you. I mean, what could you have done? You couldn't have told me. You wouldn't want to hurt me. But you could have told me. Maybe if I'd known, I might have been able to do something about it, tell the doctors to watch out. Did you think about that all the time you were watching me?
I was on my feet, standing by the door. Rose's voice came quiet and steady. Everything about it said, "Trust me, believe me."
I never knew this would happen. Nobody knows life and death, not even Sister. It's just a bad thing, an awful thing. There isn't any reason for it.
And then Angie started to cry, and she said something I couldn't understand. I looked down at my shoes and felt something like a cold wind go through me, because I knew Rose was lying. I didn't know from the way she said it. That's what worried me. The way she said it, I never would have figured it out. But I knew Sister Evangeline, and she would know whether or not a baby was going to live. I was sure of it. Rose would be sure of it, too.
That's right, Rose said. You just cry.
I wanted to look around the corner, see them there. I wondered how her face would look when she lied. But I was intruding just being in the hallway, in the hospital. I should have been in habit.
I want to go home,
Angie said.
You will soon enough. I want to go home with you.
You're going home to your mother.
No.
Go to sleep.
Rose?
What?
Take the box of baby clothes from the front desk. Don't forget it. It was a lucky thing we both had girls, huh?
Go to sleep now.
Don't forget it. Promise?
Promise, Rose said. Rose stayed in a while longer, I imagine until Angie fell asleep. When she finally came out of the room, she looked worn down. She took hold of my arm, not out of love, but because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to stand up a whole lot longer. Driving back from the hospital, I couldn't help but think about our wedding, since that was the last time we were in Owensboro, but I didn't think it would be such a good idea to bring it up. It probably would have been best not to bring up anything at all. But Rose looked so tired and sad, staring down at her hands and not saying anything. It was best you're not telling her, I said. Not telling her what? She said. Her voice was flat, like she was responding to some worn-out joke that everyone already knew. Not telling her what Sister Evangeline told you about her baby dying. If Sister said that was the way it was going to be, there wasn't a single thing that could have been done. That's fate. Divine fate. That's God's business.
I didn't know, she said. That's what I told Angie.
I looked right at her. I didn't care about the road.
I didn't know anything, she said.
And then she closed her eyes, which was her way of saying the conversation was over, even if she wasn't going to sleep. When we went back to the hospital a week later, Angie had already checked out and gone home to her people, but she wasn't the reason we were going up anyway. It was Rose's time, the two trips so close that in my memory they blur together. It's hard for me to sort out who had her baby before who sometimes. There was a day when first I was at St. Elizabeth's, I could tell you the delivery time of every baby to come through that place. I knew the length and weight, and whether it was a boy or a girl. I would make a point to remember the weather on that day, and the color of the mother's hair, and what town she was from. That was when I felt a certain responsibility to all those babies, thought that they might come back looking for their true selves some day, and appreciate a gardener who had a mind for facts. But it got to be too much is all, and it seemed cruel to remember one and not the other, so I just stopped trying. This girl was to be one of them, this daughter of mine. The one her cousins would whisper about, the one who finds out years later, just by accident, that she is not herself at all. Was it not for so many bits of fate fallen into our laps, my daughter would have been someone else's daughter. I was like Rose had been in the waiting room the week before, pestering every person in a white coat that went by. "I want to know about my wife," I said, the word so right in my mouth. My wife. My family. "She's doing fine," they all said. And it bothered me because it was the same way they told us Angie was fine. The night my daughter was born, I thought about her father, just that one time and not later. I thought about him because he didn't know. With just about every girl to come through St. Elizabeth's, you can be sure the fellow knew that she cried and he turned on his heel and left her there. For a long time I wanted to think that was true of Rose, but anyone who knew her at all could see she was a leaver, that she wouldn't know a thing about what it's like to be left. Somewhere out in California was a man thinking that right about now his baby was being born. But he didn't know where to start looking. So for just 1 minute I felt for him, and then I let it go. A child needs one mother, one father. Even if the job wasn't meant to be mine, it was now. I would be the only father she would have. I went to the gift shop and bought myself a pack of Luckies. I didn't smoke much, but I figured with the baby around I'd need to quit altogether, so I was just going to sit in the waiting room and smoke a couple. No sooner did I get one lit than a nurse came out and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Abbott." I stubbed out the cigarette and tossed the pack down on the table for the next poor guy who'd come to wait. "Everything okay?"
"Better than that,"
she said, real chipper, and I thought this must be a pretty sweet job getting to come out and tell people their babies are born. If anything bad happens, they always send out the doctor.
"You have a beautiful girl, and your wife came through it all like a dream. She didn't even cry out, Mr. Abbott, not one time. I can't remember that happening as long as I've been here."
I followed her down a long corridor and through a set of double doors that said, "No admittance."
"You can see her for a second," she said quietly, "but then you'll have to go. She needs her rest."
She pointed over to a gurney where Rose was lying. I looked down on Rose for a minute before her eyes half opened and she saw me there. She looked like she'd been to war. "Hiya," she said. "Tough time?" She moved her head around, but I couldn't tell if she was nodding or shaking her head no. She reached out for my hand, and I gave it to her.
"Know what I did?"
she whispered. "No, what?"
"I told them I wanted to fill out the birth certificate."
Her voice was so soft I had to bend down to hear her until my ear was only a few inches from her lips.
"The nurse says to me, she says the father always does that, but I tell her, no, not this time."
She smiled. She looked so proud of herself.
"I saw her,"
she said. "Saw who?"
"Cecilia."
"Please, Rose."
I ran my fingers along the side of her face and down onto her neck.
Her skin was still damp with sweat. "I'm telling you, there's no reason to do that."
"It's done,"
she said.
"In ink. Don't worry about it, son. It's a good idea. It's a pretty name."
I straightened up, and Rose closed her eyes and let her hand fall away from mine. I walked down the corridor, following the pictures of storks painted on the wall. I went the way their beaks pointed me until I came to the large glass window. So many babies born on the same day in Kentucky. I tried not to look at the names right off. I tried to find the baby that looked like Rose all on my own. But every time I thought I had it right, it turned out I was wrong.
"Who are you looking for?"
a nurse asked me. "Abbott."
"Boy or girl?"
"Girl."
"And you're the father?"
I nodded, and she smiled at me. That's what having a baby gets you, smiles from pretty women. She said I should follow her around the back, and she tried to find a smock for me, but none came close to fitting. Finally, she decided just to drape a couple of them over my shoulders, and she went away and came back with a baby wrapped up in a blanket.
"Cecilia Abbott,"
she said, and put the baby in my arms.
"Brand new, new as they come."
But Cecilia Abbott didn't look like her mother at all. She was pale in every way, with hair fair enough to be called white. It was impossible to believe she had been inside a rose not an hour before, and now lived in the world without her. "Take her," I said to the nurse, my voice shaking so that I surprised myself.
"No, sir,"
the nurse said, and she laughed at me.
"That's your girl now. You best get used to holding her."
She led me over to a chair and sat us down.
"Not so often we get a baby named quick as that,"
she said.
"Why, we got one stay here for days, their tags just reading Baby Girl Smith or Baby Boy Jones. That always makes me sad for some reason. Seems like a body should get named right off."
"Seems so," I said, looking at my daughter.
"Cecilia is a pretty name, kind of fancy, but I like that. Looks like she's pretty enough to be a Cecilia."
I looked up at her. "You think?" The nurse ran one careful finger over the soft spot in the top of her head.
"You bet,"
she said. The nursery closed sharp at 4 o'clock, and all the babies were removed from the fathers. As soon as she was gone, I missed her small weight, her tired face. I went to look in on Rose, but she was sleeping. Everyone was whipped, too big a day. So I went back to the window to say goodbye to my girl. I stood there with the grandparents, most of them younger than me, and waved because her eyes were open. She looked right at me, just for a second, but I swear to God she saw me there, and I loved her. It happened just that fast. It was so complete, so much love, that I realized that before that moment I hadn't loved her. I drew in my breath and felt myself getting taller. For the first time in my life I was glad to be so tall because it gave me a better chance of protecting her. Something that small would need protection. I knew I could do that. All around me young women in pink terrycloth robes held the arms of young men, one of them wearing an army uniform, another a Marine. They made faces through the glass and mouthed the words Mama and Daddy while they pointed to their chests. I saw myself in them. They were in love, too. All of us in love.
"Which one's yours?"
a boy said to me. He was probably 19 or 20, but looked younger on account of his being so thin. His skin was broken out all along his hairline. "That one," I said, and pointed to the plastic box where she lay as still as a chicken egg.
"Cecilia Abbott,"
the boy read from the card. He had to squint, even though the letters were big.
"Well, she's a cutie, all right, and she keeps good company, too. That's my boy right there in the crib next to her."
"Baby boy Seidel," I said.
"I'm thinking of calling him Elvis,"
the boy said, and tapped at the glass lightly with his finger until a nurse made a face at him from the other side, and he stopped. I figured it up in the car on the way over. It had been 28 years since I last set foot in a tattoo parlor, and it was love that was making me go again this time, even though this time I wasn't drunk and wasn't 17, and I was alone. But it was still Cecilia making me go. I am not a superstitious man. I did not believe Cecilia had come back to me in any way. This was for my daughter, a new girl, who happened to have her name. The best places were always around military bases, but I sure wasn't going to drive all the way to Fort Campbell for a small job like this. There was a place in Owensboro, a colored woman who did them in her house. It had been years since I had heard about her. Some guy drunk in a bar pulled up his pants leg to show me where he'd had the skyline of Memphis tattooed above a scar he'd picked up in World War II. I remember the buildings looked neat and orderly, and that she'd left the ragged red trail of the bullet to be the Mississippi.
"Got a sign in her front yard,"
the man said to me, running his finger over the rooftops like it was the first time he'd noticed them there.
"Says tattoo, just like a no hunting or a for sale, 'cept it says tattoo. I always wondered where she found that damn sign."
There was nothing to say that she would still be there. I had met the man years ago, and there was no telling how long he'd had Memphis with him. But people around these parts don't tend to change much, unless, of course, they die. Sure enough, after driving around the other side of town for a while, I asked a colored boy out on his bicycle did he know about a woman did tattoos.
"Ma Mamie,"
he said, and motioned for me to follow. It's not easy driving a truck slow enough to tail a boy on a bike. This boy especially, as he didn't seem to be in any hurry to take me anywhere. I went up and down a few streets and then into an alley where I saw the sign just as the man in the bar had described it. The boy was good to bring me to the door because it was getting dark and the place would have been hard to find otherwise.
"Kid,"
I called out my window. I wanted to give him a quarter, but he was sailing off over the crest of a dirt hill, not looking my way at all. I parked the truck and got out. The way it was in Kentucky and the South back then was that going into a colored neighborhood was more or less like going into a whole other country. Your neighborhood could be on the edge. You could live 3 blocks or not even that, maybe just the distance of a field, be as close as from here to there. But the chances of you ever getting there, assuming your business was good, were about as much as you getting to California. Folks didn't mix, plain as that. There was no town meeting, no drawn-out line that said, "This is where you don't cross." But there was an understanding, and all good folks, colored and white, abided by that. So when I had the opportunity to find myself on the other side, I looked around. That particular road was dirt and dark. but the snow on the ground spread around whatever light was left. I looked at the same porch on every house, each with a couple of chairs, a stack of empty bushel baskets, some firewood, maybe a flat of empty Coca-Cola bottles. I watched the curtains draw back, a face peer out and disappear. They wanted to know what a white man big as me was doing out in their road come night time, though it was clear enough whose house I was standing in front of. They wanted to let me know they'd seen me, that if anything was to happen, they would have seen my face. It gets late so early in February, and I wanted to make it back to the hospital before visiting hours were over. I knocked on the door, and a girl, maybe 14, answered. She had to tilt her head back to see my face.
Yeah?
I've come to see Mom Mamie, I said.
You want a tattoo?
I nodded my head.
You got money?
I told her I did. With that, she suddenly stepped back and pulled the door open all the way for me to come inside. She was wearing jeans and a thin yellow shirt with the sleeves cut off. There were twisted yellow threads hanging down on her shoulders. Her hair was brushed back hard into a high ponytail that was braided tight.
What are you gonna want?
She said, and pointed to where I should sit down at the kitchen table. The date, I said. Just today's date.
That's 4 numbers and 2 dashes. That's $6. You're gonna have to put the cash on the table where I can see it. Lots of folks seem real interested in paying for what they want until they've got it, if you know what I mean.
I nodded and put the money out on the table. I looked into the living room. There was a big console TV, a crucifix, an old divan.
I hope you don't make a lot of noise, she said. My pop's asleep in the back. He's a security guard, works the night shift.
She went to wash her hands in the kitchen sink.
One thing he don't like is being woken up before his time. Where you gonna have this tattoo?
On my shoulder.
Then take your shirt off, she said.
I started to unbutton my shirt and then thought better of it. I didn't like the idea of taking off my clothes, any of my clothes, in front of a child. Where's Mom Mamie? I asked.
I'm Mom Mamie,
the girl said, not looking around. I covered up the $6 on the table with my hand. That couldn't be true unless you were making tattoos when you were 4. She dried off her hands and brought out a big fishing tackle box from the pantry.
You may have been to my mother before me. She was Mom Mamie, too. Both of us named Mamie. Me for her and her for her mama and on back like that. All of us Mamies. When my mama died, I got the needles. That makes me Mom Mamie. Take your shirt off.
I thought about it for a while. It just didn't seem right. No, I said.
I'm good,
she said, screwing in the needle on the little electric drill.
All the Mamies are good. That's because we learn from the time we were born, right away. I did my first tattoo when I was 8 years old on my brother. I had to kneel on his chest to give it to him, but it's there today, a little blue star, right there.
She tapped the space between her breasts.
It's not half bad, either. If he was here, I'd have him show you.
How old are you?
21,
she said, and started to set up her pots of ink in a row. Like hell.
Don't you talk ugly to me, mister.
She didn't look up, but her voice was steady and low.
My pop is sleeping in the other room. I think you best bear that in mind.
Then all of a sudden, she jerked her head up like it's all forgotten.
Time is money,
she said.
Yes or no?
It was good and dark outside now, and I needed to get going. If there was another place that did tattoos in Owensboro, I'd never find it before the end of visiting hours. I wanted today's date put on today, Not tomorrow. That seemed like cheating somehow. This was the day my daughter was born. I unbuttoned my shirt. "Okay," I said. I pulled down the top of my overalls and took off my shirt and sat at the kitchen table of a 14-year-old colored girl whose father may or may not have been in the next room.
"Cecilia," she said. "Not very good work, if you don't mind me saying."
It was a long time ago.
"So where you want the date?"
I pointed just beneath her name. "Right there," I said, and tapped the skin.
"I can touch this one up," she said, touching the name the way Rose did. "I can make it darker, prettier. It'll look like new, only better."
"No," I said, "just leave that one alone."
"I can still do this good," she said, her voice gone all dreamy.
She started to wash my arm.
"I'll just make it look like it happened all on the same day, both tattoos. I'll mix up a special ink so the new one'll look faded to begin with. You won't be able to tell, not till all the scabs come off, but then you'll see."
I looked at her and smiled. For the first time since I'd come in the door, I felt like this would be okay. "That would be nice," I said. "Really nice."
"All us Mamies are pros," she said. "Genetic."
I heard the hum of the needle and looked away. I don't mind what happens, long as I don't have to watch. It only took her a few minutes, and she switched the needle off.
"That looks good,"
she said. She blotted up the extra ink with a little towel and let me see. Cecilia, 2669. It was good.
"You want something else?"
"No," I said. "You were right. You do a fine job."
"Come on, let me do something else."
She sounded girlish all of a sudden. She stood on one foot and twisted from side to side. "I would, but I've got to get going. My wife's in the hospital. She's had a baby."
"How about just a little flower? I'm real good at flowers."
"Roses? Can you do a rose?"
"Like nobody,"
Mamie said. "Then put a little rose there under the date. That'll be for my wife." She changed her needles and flicked the switch on again.
"You won't be sorry about this,"
she said.
"This is so pretty."
I felt the needle cut into my arm and thought about Rose and Cecilia, everyone there on my arm now, everyone included.
"Almost done," she said. "You're being good. Just keep holding still."
But just then a woman walked in the front door and let out such a yell that the needle bit deep into my arm and then fell to the floor. Mamie screamed and the woman screamed again, and it was all I could do to keep quiet myself. "God damn you, girl, giving tattoos," the woman said. She was a big woman, and her big wool coat and tall black fur hat and the 2 sacks of groceries in her arms made her seem all the bigger. Mamie stood behind me.
"He was in a hurry,"
Mamie said straight into my back.
"He needed to get going. He couldn't wait."
"What kind of a fool are you?" she said, turning on me all of a sudden. "Letting a child give you tattoos. Get out of my house. Get out of my house." I pulled on my shirt and felt the blood on my arm soak through right away.
"Don't you want to see it at least?"
Mamie said to her mother. "I don't want to see nothing."
"I'm good," she said. Good as you ever were."
I rushed past the Mamie at the door and wondered for a second if she had been the one who drew Memphis on the man's leg, or if that story was from a long time ago and it had been her mother. But I didn't ask. I hurried outside and into my truck and turned on the heater, because it always made such a racket, and I didn't want to hear what they were saying any more. 2. Before Rose, there was Cecilia. She came before St. Elizabeth's and Habit and my daughter. I was not a young man when I married for the first time. 45 is better than half your life, and the folks who know me would say I seemed older than that. But the first time I was in love, I was young like I can't believe now. 17. Truth is, I was in love with Cecilia a long time before that. I used to say I was born loving her on account of the fact I couldn't ever remember meeting her. She is in the very first days of my memory. I can see her sitting beside me in Sunday school at the Lighthouse Baptist Church, cutting out stars. Or I see her in the store with her mother, Mrs. Stewart, touching all the bolts of fabric she walks by. I see her at the 4th of July picnic, not more than 4 years old, wearing a yellow dress that tied behind her neck and saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Not that I always remember her being a child. Lots of times I think about her when she was 17. I don't think of her hardly at all anymore. It just got less and less over the years, and now it's been an awfully long time. There was a time if a man had told me I would be able to go an hour, much less a day or week, without thinking of her, I would have said he was crazy. But truth is, months go by and she won't even cross my mind, even in the shower or while I'm getting dressed. And I know I must still see her name on my arm. I don't see it, or if I do, it's just letters. It doesn't tell me anything anymore. That's one reason, although God, there are so many I could barely list them, why I didn't want Rose to name our daughter Cecilia. I thought it would stir things up, that every day for the rest of my life I would hear that name. I would speak it myself whenever I called her in to dinner or sent her off to school, and it would remind me of what I had worked so hard to forget. But it didn't really. It became my daughter's name. When she was old enough to talk, we would sit on the living room floor to try to get her to say Cecilia. Cecilia, Rose would say, putting her face up near the baby's and pointing at her. Sissy, Cecilia said, and tapped her chest. Sissy, come to Daddy, I said, and opened my arms. She ran right into them, climbed me like a tree, to bury her face in my neck. Don't call her that, Rose said, standing up. It isn't her name. Well, it's a one she likes, and I'm siding with her. I rolled onto my back and put Sissy up in the air. Airplane, I said. Airplane, she said. Oh, great, that one she gets. Rose walked out of the room and left us there, making engine noises. Rose was a good mother. She fed the baby just the way the Spock book said she ought to. She never complained when she had to get up in the night. She dressed her warm. But there was something that nobody talked about that I think ate away at her. Sissy looked as adopted as any child to come out of St. Elizabeth's. She was blonde curls and blue eyes, and the doctor said she was in the lower range for size for her age. Her giant, dark-haired parents looked awkward and out of place in the little examining room. It didn't much bother me. For Sissy to be mine, I had to make her mine, and I'd done that. But for Rose, it was all supposed to come natural. Sissy looked too much like whoever it was Rose had left behind. So in a funny way, it was more her that got reminded of the past than me. There was no one thing that made me think of Cecilia. I just did from time to time, for no reason in the world. She would come to me in a dream, sit beside me on the bed and hold my hand and talk to me. She was still 17, and I would always feel ashamed to have gotten so old. Other times I'd think I'd seen her, just a flash of some woman turning the corner or driving a car that was so much her it made my heart stop. Then just as quick, the woman would look up and I would see her with light on her face, and she wouldn't be anywhere close. Those things didn't happen much at all, but when they did, they shook me deep. And for a couple of days, I'd be nervous and want to keep to myself. I'd remember the whole thing, beginning to end. It was like watching a movie you can't get out of. When we were 17, Cecilia loved me. At 8, she loved me. 10, she didn't. 13 loved me. 14 didn't. But when we were 17, she said she'd settled down. She was my girl. That's the way we used to say it. I was only grateful. In the years Cecilia didn't love me, I felt paralyzed. It was like she'd taken part of me, most of me, with her when she left. There was nothing for me to do but wait.
"It's over,"
she'd say, pulling her hair from the collar of her coat with one hand. All I could think of was touching it, leaning over to touch my face to her hair.
"Don't,"
she'd say. Cecilia would tell people she was 5'3", but really she wasn't a hair over 5 feet tall. She had a way of seeming bigger than she was, the way she walked with her head up and her shoulders back. Folks thought it was funny, me being so much taller than her. Of course, then I wasn't nearly as tall as I turned out to be. I was only 6'2". I had another growth spurt later, not too long after I left Ashland City, Tennessee, when I was 18. Cecilia didn't mind about me being so tall, though. If anything, it was what kept bringing her back to me. She loved to be carried. Once, when we were 15, we were watching a fireworks show down by the river, and she couldn't see. So I knelt down and she sat on my shoulder, just balanced there like a little bird. She was in heaven. She said it was a whole other world being up so far. If she could have had her way, I know she would have had me carry her everywhere. But she was worried about how it was going to look, so we saved it for special times, like when it was raining and she didn't want to get her shoes wet, or when we were coming home late from a dance and she was wearing high heels and her feet got tired. And always when we were alone, always when we kissed, she liked me to hold her up in my arms like a baby. She liked for me to reach down and pick her up and carry her someplace else, any place, so that when she opened her eyes, everything was different. Cecilia said it made her feel like she was important, special. She said it was the reason she always came back to me. And I liked all of this just fine, except that when I picked her up, when I held her, I could always feel how small she was. Just looking at her, it was easy to forget. Cecilia was such a powerhouse, and don't kid yourself about who was calling the shots on things. I was always half afraid of her, 'cause in a funny way, she was just so big. But when I picked her up, she was one of the earth, if you know what I mean. She wasn't anything more than 90 pounds, and I was the one who made every choice. It scared me. Maybe because I could feel her as just a living thing, which meant it would be possible to lose her for good. Or maybe I was afraid of hurting her somehow, like if I was to pick her up wrong, I could break her accidentally. It's the same way I felt with Sissy when she first came home from the hospital. I would just barely touch my palm to her chest, and I could feel her little heart beating inside her, and it felt so small it would make me want to put her down and run away from her as fast as I could. But I didn't. Not with Sissy, or Cecilia either. Folks that didn't know Cecilia very well all liked her, and the folks that did know her, like me and my family, liked her in spite of ourselves. She was sort of a silly girl, I guess. I can say that looking back on things now. She'd change her mind 1,000,000 times and always say she was right, and she was way too proud, considering we were all more or less from the same stock. But somehow you just couldn't hold it against her. Like we all knew if we were her, we'd be feeling pretty good about it too. My folks tried their best to hate her. Truth is, they got pretty tired of the whole thing, me being happy or sad depending on whether or not Cecilia was coming round. They wanted her to make up her mind. They wanted me to have a little peace. Every time she broke things off, my mother would bake me a chicken with green peas and mashed potatoes. She'd call it comfort food.
"You're better off rid of her, son," she said. "That girl's never going to settle. She wants to keep you hanging on, that's what she wants. You just can't give her the satisfaction."
I would just shake my head, trying to do what was supposed to come naturally. Sit up, cut your food. I am 45. I have made it 28 years in the world without Cecilia. But at 17, it was impossible to think of a day without her. Whenever she came back, smiling and forgetful, my family loved her with me. They tried not to, but Cecilia held them almost the way she held me. They all fussed over her smallness, her bright hair, her pretty hands. She was friends with my sisters. She drank iced tea with my mother after school and looked through pattern books. We all felt Cecilia gave something to us, and the price we had to pay was her constant leaving. Our last year of high school, I was made fullback of the football team. It's funny to think how much that mattered then to me and Cecilia both. You never think about getting old when you're 17. You never think about how it's all going to turn out, that you'll have a wife and a daughter and a job that takes up every waking hour. When you're 17, there isn't anything past a good spot on the football team. In a small town, it was as close as you were going to get to being God. I was just so much bigger than any of the other kids. I doubled up and played basketball, too, but it was the football that everybody cared about. Folks said straight out I was the reason we won. Not just big, but fast, too. Cecilia would say some days it felt like there wasn't a place in town she could go where somebody wasn't talking about me.
"Not the team, not the game, just about you," she said.
That was the kind of thing that made her happy, made her hold on to my arm in a crowd, which made me happy. She would sit on my lap in the front seat of my father's car late at night and let me kiss her, and I felt like nothing else ever needed to happen in the world. It would have been fine to stop everything right then. There was no other girl like Cecilia. There were girls who were prettier or less pretty, girls who were funny or bright, but at the heart of it, they were all the same, just like I was the same. In any crowd of people, Cecilia's face would always be the first one you'd see. It's almost like everyone else was there to be around her, arranged in such a way to set off her eyes, her mouth. I'm not even sure now that she was so beautiful, although then I thought she was. It was more that all of her ways were big. She'd built a momentum from being wanted by so many people, and the attention had made her kinder and meaner both. For a long time, folks talked about the war in Europe, and what Ashland City said was that we should just tend to our own. There would be no point in Roosevelt going into that, though Lord knows we would have done whatever he told us to. But in December of 1941, just as the football season was winding down, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and we all changed our minds. I left the house that Sunday without my coat, even though it was past freezing outside, and ran all the way to Cecilia's. Her family was sitting around the radio. Her mother was crying. When Cecilia saw my face, she jumped up and came over to me. Everything about her looked wound up, not so much scared, but like she wanted to go and fight herself. We went out into the kitchen and held hands, and I told her I was going to enlist. She smiled at me. I never will forget the look on her face at that moment. I remember everything, the dim light in the room, the long table, the yellow wallpaper with the green vines on it, and the set of brass canisters along the counter, and Cecilia wearing a pleated skirt and a pale pink sweater with a stitching of flowers around her neck, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and her face was pure light. It's just like a movie that doesn't leave out one single thing. It was as if the Japanese had bombed downtown, and I told her I was going off to get them right then, before they got to her street.
"Then I'll marry you," Cecilia said. "As soon as you get back from training, we'll get married, and that way you'll know I'm waiting here."
It was settled, just like that, without my asking. I didn't need to ask Cecilia to marry me because my whole life was that question to her. Everything I did was by way of asking her to stay with me. "Then marry me tonight," I said, "or marry me first thing in the morning." She smiled and touched the soft hairs on the back of her neck.
"I can't get married tomorrow, silly," she said. "I've got to get bridesmaids. I've got to get a wedding dress. I'm not going to get married every day of my life, you know."
I leaned down and picked her up, and she wrapped her arms around my neck, and I put my arms around her back, and I held her there, breathed in her smell and the smell of that pink sweater. Rose asked me if I loved the girl whose name is on my arm. She said I must have, that the name itself was proof. So yes, I loved her. At that minute, at night in her kitchen, holding her up off the ground, I loved her like I have never loved anything again in my life. I didn't want to wait for Christmas. I didn't want to finish out the end of the football season. The thought of graduating from high school seemed almost embarrassing, the sign of a man who did not love his country, or did not love Cecilia and want to finish basic training fast enough to get back and marry her. I enlisted the next morning, Monday, December 8th, in the United States Marine Corps. "You the boys' parents?" the sergeant said to my mother and father, who stood with me in the small office, which was crowded with boys I knew and their mothers and fathers. We had been in line for nearly an hour. My father said they were. "You'll have to sign him over then. 17, we need consent." The sergeant handed my father a form, and my mother looked at me.
"You're sure about this?"
she said, just like she'd asked me the night before and again that morning in the car driving over. Her voice wasn't nervous. It wasn't that she thought my signing up was a bad thing. She just didn't want me to do it if I didn't want to. "Sure," I said. I felt everyone waiting for us to get on with it. "Boys doing right," my father said, and handed the form to my mother. "If I was a younger man, hell, bombing Pearl Harbor." "You'll have to wait till the first of the year," the sergeant said, pushing some papers toward us across his desk. "We've got a crowd." The three of us went out of the office, saying "excuse me" a dozen times just to get to the door. Outside in the bright December light, we saw a line of boys snaking up the street and around the corner of the block. It looked like every boy in Tennessee was there. It made me crazy to wait because it put off coming back. But then 3 days later they called and said there was room in Paris Island and that I should report in less than a week. I took the money I had saved and borrowed a little extra from my folks to buy Cecilia an engagement ring for Christmas. There was a nice diamond with a small blue stone set on either side, and when she opened the box 2 weeks early, she jumped to her feet and kissed me. Everything was a promise that had yet to be made good on. I would go to war, and we would win the war, and Cecilia would marry me, and we would be happy. I never separated them either. One thing was the other. They ran together in my mind. But those few days between the attack on Pearl Harbor and the morning my father drove me to Nashville to catch the bus to Paris Island were the happiest I ever had. The news of the war filled every free second, and at 17 it all seemed like a movie that I was about to have a part in. The war did something to Cecilia. She loved the whole idea of it, the soldiers and the broadcasts and the articles in the newspapers. I believe that during those few days, Cecilia loved me in a way she hadn't all the time we had been together before. I was going away and leaving her a war bride. It was the best thing she could have hoped for. Every time she showed her ring, the girls would fall around her in a circle, ask her how she would be able to manage once I was gone. But even when I loved her the most, I always knew Cecilia would manage fine.
"While you're gone, you'll write me every day," Cecilia said.
"Every day."
"And you'll think about me. You'll miss me."
Cecilia pressed against me and shivered. It was nearly midnight, and we were standing by the edge of the Cumberland River, and it was snowing. It was my last night home, and we were pretending it was New Year's Eve. Everything had changed since I enlisted. Our parents never asked us what time we'd be home or where we were going. Everything we did was given a quiet blessing.
"Pick me up,"
she said. I picked Cecilia up in my arms, and she put her head on my chest. Her hair looked so pretty spread out against my dark coat. Her hair looked so pretty in the snow.
"You know what my resolution is?"
she said. What? I was only half listening. I was so full of looking at her, of feeling her chest go in and out against my chest while she breathed.
"In 1942, I'm going to be the best wife son Abbott ever wanted,"
she said. And then she looked up and smiled at me. I was trying to remember if I resolved to do anything, if there was anything I wanted or wanted to be different. I couldn't think of a thing. The next morning when I left, Cecilia stood on the front steps of my house holding my mother's hand. She had kissed me goodbye before, but when my father started to pull away, she came toward the car and he stopped. I rolled down the window, and she leaned inside and kissed me again.
"You're not going to go off and forget me, are you?"
she said. But the question was so crazy that I didn't even answer her. I just ran 2 fingers down along the side of her face. She was practicing for when I would go away to war. She was trying to get her goodbye just right. "You know your mother and I have always liked Cecilia," my father said when we were a few miles from the house. "Not that we've always wanted to. That girl's given you a bad time over the years. But now that it's all settled, I'm glad about it. It's clear enough how you feel about her. We're just glad that everything's worked out. If this is any sign of what kind of a wife she'll be, you're going to do just fine for yourself." "Don't I know it?" I said. I leaned my face against my hand, hoping there would be a little of her perfume left on my glove. All the way up, I thought about her, not about the war, just that I had left her and now could set about coming back. There isn't much I remember about the first 3 weeks of boot camp, other than how much we were all the same. They shaved our heads first thing, stripped us down, and gave us clothes. They looked in our ears and down our throats, weighed us in and measured us up against a wall. When they gave us our shots, it was like they were making us even on the inside, too. Making sure we would all be sick at the same time, well together. I was good at doing what I was told. I had practice. When the coach said fake to the left, I did it. Never once went right just to see what it would be like. My folks told me what to do and always said I was a good son. Did my chores without being reminded. After school, I had a job at the seed feed store, loading bags into the backs of trucks. 100 pounds of sweet feed for horses, 100 pounds of corn, 25 pounds of rabbit chow for the Henleys, whose daughters kept rabbits as pets. They told me where to go, and that bag was over my shoulder. I did my job. No one told me what to do more than Cecilia. To wait for her by the lockers after school, to drive across town to see Jeannie Albritton, to wave to her from the basketball court, to leave her alone, to come back to her. The Marines had nothing on Cecilia. So I got up at 4:30 in the morning and showered and dressed like I was told. I folded my leggings right and tied them right and ran for an hour before breakfast. I memorized my rifle, knew it in the dark, took it apart and put it together again, and loved it the way they told me to. It was a Springfield '03, not what we'd have later on when the battles came, but what we had for now. I knew about guns from my father. I'd shot deer with his Winchester since I was 12. I was hoping for a beautiful gun, a good-looking pistol to wear on my hip. Where I came from, everybody had a rifle or a shotgun of some kind or another, but handguns, automatics, or even old six-shooters were pretty much just for the movies. I would say I was a good shot, but I had nothing on the boys in Paris Island. We were Southerners mostly, and lots of those boys had been hunting since they were 7 or 8. They may have had a hard time making their beds just right, but they could shoot a fly on the other side of the mess hall with the .22. In Paris Island, the way I shot was nothing special. All the guys in our company thought we would know each other forever. But the truth is, I don't know what became of a single one of them, and none of them would know that I became the groundskeeper at a Catholic home and married a pregnant girl and said her baby was my own. In quarantine, we only had each other. We thought we would go to war together, fight together, come home together. We thought we would build our houses in the same towns and talk at night the way we talk now. Maybe it was because we looked so much alike, and everywhere I turned, there I was, sometimes fairer or heavier, and always shorter. But it was me. Maybe it was because we had never been away before, and we didn't know that you could live with someone and not treat them as family. I wondered sometimes if it was that we were scared, and that was the thing that kept us tight. But I can't remember anybody who was smart enough to be scared. Now I'm older, and I know enough to be scared of all sorts of things, things that aren't even there, things that could never happen. But back then it was all Hirohito and Hitler, like their armies were nothing more than football teams from other towns, and you don't get scared of football teams. You just wait for your chance to go out there and lay them out in front of everybody. In the bunk under me was a guy from Chapel Hill named D. He had 2 older brothers in the Navy who'd already been shipped over to the Pacific. It was a big deal, D going with the Marines. "Nobody expected me to," D said, putting black polish on his boots and then brushing it off and then doing it over again. "But I just figured it was better, you know, spreading out a little." I told him I just had sisters. "Well, one of them sure likes you." He winked at me and stuck his hand deep inside his boot. "You get more good-looking envelopes than anybody here." "That's my fiancée." I tried the word out. "Cecilia." "You getting married? No kiddin'. before I get shipped out, one way or another."
"Sweet deal,"
Dee said.
"Guy ought to have a wife waiting for him when he's off at war. I'll tell you, if there was anybody I liked even a little, I'd marry her in a minute."
"I like her just fine," I said. It was a wonderful thing to talk about Cecilia to someone who didn't know her, someone who hadn't watched us grow up and seen her leave and come back like a seasonal bird. Dee thought I was doing her some kind of favor by marrying her. He didn't know how it was at all.
"Pretty?"
"You better believe it."
"Blonde or brunette? Oh, God, she's not a redhead, is she?"
"Blonde."
"Good thing she's not a redhead. I have this thing for redheads. I might have to get on a bus to go and meet her myself if she was a redhead."
"Then she's safe," I said.
"You got a picture?"
I put down my boot brush and wiped my hands carefully on the edge of a towel. I had a picture of Cecilia in my footlocker, in the little space for personal things we could keep. It was the same picture I'd had of her for years, the one of her in her blue sundress. I looked at that picture so much I thought I'd pull her off the paper. But then I just lost it somewhere. I never knew what became of that picture. "Here," I said, and handed it to Dee. He took it by the corner, careful like me. He whistled.
"She's a little thing. God, what a doll. Hey, Jim," he said, calling over to the guy in the next bunk. "Get a load of this."
Jim came over and took the picture.
"Yours?"
he said to Dee.
"Son's. What do you make of that?"
Jim took the picture and showed it to his bunkmate, a guy from someplace in the Midwest, Illinois maybe, and from there it started to go around, up one row of bunks and down the other. Even when I couldn't see it any more, I could hear them saying our names, Son, Cecilia, whistling. Every guy wanted to be me, wanting to have Cecilia wait for him. Dear Cecilia, you don't know it, but you are very popular in Paris Island. I'm not the only one who dreams about you now. Your picture has been making the rounds, and everyone agrees you are the prettiest girl we are fighting for. One fellow named Sam Dixon, who was from Alabama, came over to my bunk early this morning before inspection and asked couldn't he please see your picture again. I guess I'll have to be very careful now. So many guys who want to know where you are. There isn't much I can tell you about what's going on here. Everything is a secret, most of the time even from us. Whatever we're doing, I am mostly thinking of marrying you. Running in the hills in the morning, or marching, or peeling potatoes, I am thinking about you in a wedding dress, and how you will be such a beautiful bride. I can't remember a week that ever went by that I didn't see you, but now it has been almost 2 weeks. I think of you so much, it is hard to know what else I'm doing. Marry me the first day I see you again. I love you. I keep thinking there must be a better way to say it. I wish there was a way to tell you so that you would know that no one has ever loved a girl the way I love you. Son. Just after New Year's, we got our first Cinderella Liberty. I didn't know what that meant until the DI came in and told us that if we weren't back on the stroke of midnight, we sure as hell better plan on turning into pumpkins. In our lives there had been so much free time, but after 3 weeks in boot camp, 12 whole hours without instruction seemed impossible. We didn't know where to start because there was just so much. You'd have thought we would have wanted to be alone more than anything, because we hadn't been by ourselves, not even for a minute, since we arrived. But instead, we went out the gate together and stayed in our groups all night. A uniform was your ticket back then, not like it is now. And when we went down the streets of Paris Island, it was, "Hello, Marine, how's it going there, Marine?" everywhere. Dee was in our group, and Jim from the next bunk, and his bunkmate Perry from Illinois, and that guy Sam Dixon who liked Cecilia's picture so much. We wandered through town, feeling a little anxious about the daylight. It was night we were interested in, though nobody came right out and said it. I wanted to buy a present for Cecilia, and the guys were good about coming along with me. The 5 of us went in and out of dress shops, talking about sizes and the color of hair. All the salesgirls were sweet, and there was one who said she'd meet Dee for a drink after work. The other guys thought of girls they'd known at home, maybe somebody they just went out with a time or two, but now they wanted to buy her something. It felt good to have a girl to send a present to, any girl. I picked out a scarf with red flowers around the edge.
If you want to write a note for that and give me the address, I could just mail it for you, the salesgirl said. If you want, that is.
That would be good, I said. I thought about it for a minute, and then wrote something down and handed it to her. She was a pretty girl, slim and dark-haired. I thought if she was all fixed up, she would have looked a little like Ava Gardner.
Would you like to go for dinner tonight?
She said, keeping her eyes down on the counter as she wrote out the receipt. I felt my face flush, and I hoped that none of the guys had heard her. I can't, I said quietly. I've got a girl. I tapped the scarf on the counter. She looked up at me. Her eyes were brown.
Here?
She asked. No, Tennessee.
So, do you want to have dinner with me tonight?
She started to smile, but then looked away, like all of a sudden she'd lost her nerve about the whole thing. I felt bad for her. She was a pretty girl. I wondered then if that's what it meant to be in love, turning down invitations from pretty girls when you were away from home. I thanked her for everything, and we left. It was cold and snowing a little bit, and we pushed our hands into our pockets and headed down the street toward no place in particular. I say we have dinner, Jim said. Dee looked at his watch. It's barely 4 o'clock. Well, it's too early to start drinking now. If we wait and have dinner later, it'll just cut into our drinking time. Jim was a sensible guy. He could always figure out how to do something, fix an engine, or tighten his blankets to make a quarter bounce. If he said dinner was a good idea, then chances are it was. We were 17. We were always hungry. By the time we'd eaten, it was getting dark, and we figured we could raise any sort of hell we wanted. The first bar we went into, a couple of guys bought us a round of beers, and we took this as good luck. Sam and Perry shot pool, while Dee and Jim and I split a pack of cigarettes. It's not that I'd never had a drink. I'd done some drinking in my day, but that was the first time it didn't matter. I wasn't breaking any rules. There was no worry in the back of my head about coming in late and drunk and seeing my mother waiting up for me in the living room. Now I was a Marine, out with my Marine friends, and I could drink what I wanted. You should see this guy's girlfriend, Sam said to the bartender and put his arm around my shoulder. Great big guy like this, and he has this little bitty girlfriend. He held up his thumb and forefinger about an inch apart. This big and pretty? He shook his head. Who? Jim said. Cecilia. Son Cecilia. To Cecilia, then, Jim said, and raised his glass, and the whole bar raised their glasses and looked up and said, To Cecilia, and we all whooped and hollered. The bartender filled us up again, and we started talking about getting over to the Pacific to show those guys what for. Then, just when we were all starting to feel a little lonely, the salesgirl who liked Dee came in and gave us all a wave. She came to our table and sat right down next to Dee and kissed him on the cheek. Suddenly I missed my salesgirl and remembered her as looking more and more like Ava Gardner.
"Betty,"
she said to Perry and shook his hand. She shook hands with all of us and asked us where we were from. Then someone put a song on the jukebox and she got up to dance with Dee, even though there wasn't really a dance floor. Jim and Sam and Perry and I watched them like they were a movie. We were all drunk, but Dee was drunk and dancing. Then a guy around 60 came over and sat down with us and bought everyone a round of drinks. "I was a Marine myself," he said when we raised our glasses to him. "The Great War. Hell of a war." We nodded. "What's that on your hand?" Perry said. He probably wouldn't have asked that way, except that we were all so drunk, whatever came to our minds came out of our mouths. The man, who said his name was Louder, rolled up his shirt sleeve and showed us a snake that went all the way around his forearm. I could tell by the yellow and brown on its back and the diamond shape of its head that it was supposed to be a cottonmouth. Its red tongue was out, lying on the top of his hand. I wondered why anyone would want a cottonmouth on his arm. "This one's basic training," he said, tapping the snake on the head. "I got plenty others, but I'm not going to take my shirt off. It's too damn cold in here. You know what they say, can't be a Marine without a tattoo." And that was all we needed to hear, because nobody was going to tell us we weren't Marines. We were all out of our chairs and on our feet. I went to get Dee. "We're going for tattoos," I said. "Come on." But Dee only pulled Betty closer and pushed his face into her hair. "You crazy?" "Marines have tattoos," I said. "Are you a Marine or what?" "I'm a dancing Marine." They did a sloppy half-turn so that all of a sudden I was facing Betty. She gave me a wink. I wasn't sure what that was supposed to mean. "We'll go without him," I said to the others. "Without Dee?" Sam said. "It's either that or no tattoos." I downed the last of my drink and then the last of Dee's drink, which he had left sitting on the table. It served him right. "You boys know where to go?" Louder said to us when we were almost to the door. We stopped, looked back, shook our heads. He pulled himself into his coat and got to the front of the line. "Come on, I'll take you down there, but I'm not going to stay and watch. I never watch a tattoo, not even my own." It was nearly midnight, but Louder said the place stayed open late. "I ought to get a commission," he said. It wasn't too far from the bar, and I was glad since the cold was starting to creep up under my coat. There was a sign in the window that said, "Tattoos while you wait." It was lit up like a soda shop, full of guys I knew and guys from other companies, all as drunk as me. They all said hello and tried to make room for us on the edges of the chairs. The place smelled like rubbing alcohol, like gin. "None of you planning on throwing up, are you?" a small, burly man said to us when we came in. We shook our heads. "Well, if you are, go outside." He took a silent count of heads. "It's gonna be a while." "We've got until midnight," Jim said. The man handed us books so we could pick out what we wanted. When his sleeves rode up above his wrist, we caught sight of the edge of a world, the tails of things hanging down beneath his cuffs. He called for the next fellow in line to come behind the curtain. Louder looked around. "Just like the old days," he said. I was more sure than ever that this was the thing to do, what with so many of the guys there doing it. A fellow named Pinsky, whose bunk was near the front of the Quonset hut, stepped out from the back, buttoning up his shirt. "They've got 3 guys working back there," he said. "You won't have to wait too long." "Hurt much?" I asked him, and then was sorry because the question didn't sound very marine. He looked at me, his eyes glazed over from bourbon or something else. "You bet," he said, and stepped through the door without a coat. Jim and Perry went back first. Jim for an eagle with a flag twisted in his talons, and Perry for a snake like Louder's, which seemed to make Louder happy. He stayed with us after all, and talked about something that I couldn't quite hear. I was thinking about my tattoo, which would say Cecilia. I picked out the kind of letters I wanted. I thought of how happy she would be to see her name there, on my arm like it was on most every tree and park bench in Ashland City. I had carved it in so many places that it was almost a joke in town, every tree named Cecilia. When a very short man with smooth black hair and a careful little mustache called me back, I told him what I wanted. "Big or small?" he said. There was no interest in his voice. There was talk that they'd done more than 150 tattoos since Liberty began that afternoon. He was tired and didn't care about my love life. "Pretty big," I said, "from about there to there." I marked out the place on my arm, and he started to wash it off. "Write it down," he said, and gave me a pencil and paper. "I don't want to make a mistake. My spelling's not so good." So I wrote down her name on a piece of paper and held it up with my other hand while he worked. After every letter he finished, he checked it again. His hand shook a little while he worked the electric needle, probably just from being so tired. When it was done, I looked at it, and for the first time, I felt married, like the whole ceremony was done, and Cecilia was mine. "That's good," I said to the tattoo man. My voice seemed to startle him, almost like I woke him up. "Yeah?" he said. "You think?" He looked at my arm like he'd never seen it before. "It's not bad, really." I tipped him $1 over the price and went back out into the waiting room. Jim and Perry were finished, but Sam was still getting worked on, so I sat down and waited with the rest of them. I was starting to sober up a little and was sorry for it. I could feel a sting in my arm that I hadn't before. Then Sam came into the waiting room with his shirt off. He was still as drunk as he'd been in the bar. He was smaller than the rest of us, but he'd kept up. It must have hit him harder. "Look at this," he said, and turned his shoulder toward us. That tattoo was a little red, but it was clear enough from where we sat. Jim and Perry started to howl. It said, Cecilia. "You son of a bitch," I said, and I went for him across the waiting room. All the chairs, the black and white tile floor, the pictures of tattoos taped to the wall turned into a blur. There was just no stopping me, though I guess a few people tried. I was a fullback, and I moved through the room of would-be Marines like water and got to Sam. It was like somebody just handed him to me, and I had him by the shoulders and up in the air. I can still see his face above my face. It was pale and red and a little broken out. His blue eyes were rimmed with water, and there was a pain and fear I hadn't seen before. "My arm!" he said, crying. "My arm! Put me down!" But I didn't put him down so much as throw him down, through the curtain and onto the table where someone I didn't know was having the word America carved into his chest. The tattoo man I'd tipped 5 minutes before looked at me like someone he'd never seen before in his life. "I'll call the shore patrol," the burly man said. "Stupid drunk bastards." So then I went for him, hating him exactly the way I had hated Sam a minute before. All I wanted to do was fight. That quick, I'd gone crazy, seeing her name like she was the one who put it there. Jim took hold of my arm, and so I turned to go for him. But when I saw his face, he said, "Son, hey, son." And I heard him. "We need to get out of here now," Jim said. Perry went and picked up Sam and helped him into his shirt. We were all so good at getting dressed quick in those days. And the four of us were out the door, and it was all forgotten. We were running together, stumbling half blind and laughing at what I can't imagine. I never saw Sam's tattoo again. The next morning was a hell that nobody accounted for, 'cause the day went on same as ever. 4:30 wake-up, 4:45 run. Each beer and whiskey was with us as we went through our course, and nobody's arm felt like lifting a field pack either. It's the day after Liberty that folks should talk about, but I guess it doesn't make as good a story. It was that day I got my assignment to stand guard duty, midnight to 4 a.m. I wasn't any too pleased, seeing as how all I was thinking about was the night's sleep I'd be having. But there was no arguing with the Marines. At 11:30 I got up and got dressed in the dark, careful not to wake up D in his bunk, took my rifle, and headed out into the night. I was lucky since it wasn't as cold as it had been the night before, and it wasn't raining. Actually, it was a pretty night, and standing guard wasn't too bad as long as you could stay awake. It was the first time I'd been alone, and so I walked back and forth in front of my post and thought about Cecilia. With all that time, I could think of her as long as I wanted to. It felt like a luxury, like a bath, to remember whole conversations we'd had without anyone interrupting. I'd tried to do it at night, but I was always so tired I just fell asleep after a minute or two. I imagined our wedding, the Lighthouse Baptist Church done up in flowers. Magnolias were her favorite, but there'd be no way of getting them that time of year. In the summer, I'd go around cutting off magnolia branches. I took so many I had to start doing it at night. I tried to get them mostly out of the woods, but a lot of the good trees are the ones growing in people's yards. Then I would go and leave them on Cecilia's doorstep, the stems bound together with twine, so many flowers they made their own tree. That's what I was thinking about when I heard the Jeep drive up. I snapped up straight, worried at first that I'd been thinking so much and that my thoughts had taken me too far away. I felt like my thoughts of Cecilia were spread out on the ground, that I had been caught touching her clothes. "Halt!" I said, trying to make my voice sound like something a person would halt for. "Who goes there?" I pointed my rifle out toward the bright headlights of the Jeep. "Corporal of the Guard." "Advance and be recognized," I said. I still couldn't see him with the lights in my eyes. He turned off the Jeep and got out, and I blinked, trying to adjust to the darkness. "What's your name, Marine?" he said. "Sir, my name is Wilson Abbott, 276-559, sir." "Abbott, what is the first general order?" I was relieved, 'cause that was the one I could always remember. I told him I'd walk my post in a military manner. I told him the whole thing. "At ease," he said. They were the sweetest words in the language back then. It meant that things were going to be all right. I took a step to the side and looked at him. "Corporal of the Guard, come to smoke," he said, and tapped a Camel out of his pack and lit it. "Not too bad out here tonight." "Sir, no, sir." "Anything to report?" "Sir, no, sir." He probably wasn't more than 19 or 20, but on that night he was so far my superior that I couldn't imagine we could have gone to high school together. He pulled on his cigarette, leaned back his head, and blew the smoke straight up. Bill Lovell was his name. I remember that. I waited and tried not to watch him, thinking he would finish his cigarette and go on. But he seemed to make it last, and when he was finished, he lit another one off its end. He took the one that was done and field-stripped it, flicking off the burning end, scattering the tobacco, and rolling what paper was left into the smallest ball you could imagine. "You smoke, Abbott?" "Sir, yes, sir." "Well, then, have a smoke with me." He took a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and handed it to me. I can't describe this so that it would make any sense to someone who hadn't been there, but this was just short of a miracle. The corporal of the guard giving me a cigarette at my post. I took it and thanked him. "Where are you from, Abbott?" "Sir, Ashland City, Tennessee, sir." "Never heard of it." "Sir, no, sir," I said. I wanted to ask him where he was from, how long he'd been there, but I didn't want him to think that if he gave me a cigarette, I'd take it as a sign that I could do anything I wanted. So I just kept quiet and enjoyed the smoke. He looked around the camp. It must have been 3 a.m. Nothing was moving, nothing awake. Then he looked at me. "It sure would be a shame if you had to shoot anybody with that weapon," he said. "Springfield was fine in the Great War, but you'll need better than that to fight Tojo. I hear his boys have weapons we haven't even thought about yet." "Sir, yes, sir." The corporal of the guard stripped his second cigarette. I did the same. "Seems to me they should be giving everybody sidearms like this," he said, and pulled a gun out of his holster. ".45. Now, there's a weapon to fight with." It was a hell of a gun. If you didn't want to shoot somebody with it, you could use it to hit him over the head and kill him just the same. I'd seen pictures of them, but I'd never been up close to one. Right there in his hand. You could tell it would have nearly the kick of my Springfield, all the power without the size. "You interested in weapons, Abbott?" "Sir, yes, sir." "I figured you been from Tennessee. Tennessee and Texas, they're 2 states that know from firearms." He pulled the slide back and forth, ejecting 4 rounds. They popped out of the chamber and made a dull sound when they hit the dirt. "When you do this," he said, "you're taking off the safety and putting back the hammer. See? Now it's ready to go. Of course, there's another safety here in the grip. This weapon does all your thinking for you." He put the .45 flat in his outstretched hand. "I can't let you hold it," he said, "but it's heavier than you'd think it would be." He moved his hand up and down slowly, like he was a scale. "Nearly 5 pounds with the clip in. Just right, just enough to really give you something to hold on to." I would have loved to have that gun. He put one finger through the trigger bar and spun it around his hand, then caught the gun by the butt and held it still again. "Pretty good, huh? Comes from watching all those westerns." "Sir, yes, sir." "I've been working on my draw," he said, and put the gun back into the holster. He reached down, flipped the top of the holster up, and pulled it out fast in one clean movement. He pointed it down, then put it back in the holster, looked away for a minute, and pulled it out again. "I'm fast," he said, "but not really fast enough. I've seen guys who do this." He pulled the gun out again, a little better that time. You can't believe the weapon was ever in the holster, they get it out so fast. The secret, he pulled it out again, this time tensing up a little, is just to do it over and over again, and then... He pulled the gun out, and it discharged. He had hit the grip safety and the trigger at the same time. I heard the loud crack and smelled the sharpness of the gunpowder before I felt it. The round went into my left knee with such force it knocked my leg clean out from under me. I fell to the ground like a stone, and there was a sound of all my breath coming out of my lungs, and Billy Lovell looked at me for that second, and I looked at him, and we knew that in different ways It was all over for both of us. 3. Mother Corinne never liked it, Rose staying on and working in the kitchen the way she did, but Rose just wouldn't go. It wasn't 3 days after Sissy was born that she just bundled her up and took her into breakfast. I went over with her. "You don't need to do this," I said. "You should have some rest. Stay home with the baby. You don't need to be working." But she didn't even look up at me. She was putting diapers in her overnight bag and trying to find her scarf. We went in together through the back door. Once we got there, I knew why she was doing it. Sister Evangeline lit up like a Christmas tree. The second she saw Rose and the baby, she started to cry, her hands pulling at her rosary. "Looky," she said. "Oh, Mother Mary, looky at this one here." She wrapped her arms around Rose and put her head down next to the baby, kissing her. "I never get the babies," she said, not stopping to wipe her face. "All the girls come here, and I can see so much promise, but then everybody goes away. I've tried not to mind, but now I can tell you I do. Every one of them I miss." "I'm here," Rose said. "I wasn't sure. I was sure everything in me said this baby was going to stay. But then I thought maybe I just wanted it so bad. Maybe I was trying to will it so. I got confused." She smiled at me, standing over near the door. "Old women, you know me, son." "She wouldn't leave you," I said, because then I knew it was the truth. I tried to get her to stay at home, but she wouldn't have it. "Well, you should stay at home." She reached up and slapped Rose a couple of times on the cheek. Too hard, I thought. "You should be in bed." But the joy in her voice said very clearly, "You're fine, you should be right here." "They sent me a new girl when you left. Penny. Sweet girl, but she's no Rose. I'd forgotten how to cook with you around. All those years of doing everything, and now I can't boil an egg. And Penny, sweet girl, she can't do a thing either. I was starting to think I'd be out on the streets, an old nun looking for work. But you're hungry, all of you. You," she said and touched Sissy's nose. "Sit down, I'll make you breakfast." "You sit down," Rose said, and dropped the baby in her arms like she was tossing a handbag on the sofa. Sister Evangeline and I both took on the same panicked look. "I'm going to make breakfast." "Well, what am I going to do?" Sister Evangeline said. "Take care of Cecilia, I guess," Rose said, and went to tie an apron on. "I don't know about babies any more." "You know more about them than I do," Rose said. Then she set about her job just like nothing had happened. She took out the bowls and the eggs and the flour, the cups and the spoons. She forgot about us, or at least tried very hard to look like she had. I ate the plate of pancakes she set before me. "I need you to take the baby over to June," Rose said to me. "June?" "She's going to keep her for me for a while during the day." "I thought you'd keep her here." Rose shook her head. She kept on cooking. With Rose, it was always a meal for 25. "I don't want her around here. In fact, I want her out before the girls start waking up. It's too hard for them to see a baby. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about." "But how's June going to feel about this?" I said. Sister Evangeline had the baby and was bouncing her up and down. "I called her and worked it all out. She's thrilled. You know June. She'd love to have the baby around." "I talked to her, too," Sister Evangeline said. "She can hardly wait." I stewed for a minute. I didn't like it, the baby not being with Rose. I didn't like not knowing either. I was the father. That ought to count for something. "You need to get going," Rose said to me. "Girls will be up any minute." I leaned over and took my daughter out of Sister Evangeline's arm. Such a tiny bundle, such a little round weight. I wanted to keep her with me, but there were so many things to do. I was the one with the paying job in the family. "All right," I said, "but we'll talk about this later." When I got to the door, Rose stopped me. I thought that maybe she couldn't stand it now that she was watching her go. "Son," she said. I turned to her. Sissy was asleep like an angel. "Take the diaper bag." I carried the baby over the pasture to June's house. It was cold, and I kept trying to keep her head covered up without smothering her. Who would have thought I'd be walking across this pasture with a baby? My baby. The bag of bottles and soft clothes swung from my shoulder. My daughter slept and woke, twisting up her mouth as she watched the sky pass over her head. It was early, barely daylight, but when I came up the steps, June threw open the door, fully dressed. "Well, let me see this," she said, and stretched out her arms. I gave Sissy over to her, and she just couldn't get enough of it. I thought she'd push the baby clean into her chest. "Son Abbott," she said, "if I had known the day I met you what good things you'd bring to my life, I would have taken a mind to marry you myself." "You're smarter than that," I said. "Not smarter," she said, "just too old. God, will you look at this one? All my life I thought a baby would come to me. Just didn't count on it taking so long." She stepped inside the house, and I saw a bassinet set up in the living room, right in the center of things, where June could keep an eye on her all day. She didn't waste any time getting herself set up. "This seems like an awful lot of bother for you," I said. "Don't be a fool." I sat down on her sofa, made myself to home for a minute. "If you ask me, it's Rose who should be doing this. There's no point in her going back to work." "The point is that she wants to. If she wasn't meant to stay at home, it would only wind up worse in the long run. She told me on the phone. It's only why this one's real little. It's hard for those girls, seeing new babies when they're so close to having one of their own. It's confusing. Once some time goes by and things settle down, she can stay over with Rose during the day." "I don't like it," I said. "Well," June said, running her finger along my daughter's cheek, "I do." I stopped in a couple of times during the day to check on things, but everybody seemed happy as larks. Once I went by and found Sister Evangeline there, changing Sissy's diapers on the kitchen table. "Everything else in the world gets modern," she said to me. "Babies just stay the same." I thought a lot about the two of them, both past 60 and finally getting to have a baby of their own. I was glad for them. I could see it was no burden, but still, I wished it wasn't my baby they had. At the end of the day, Rose and I went over to June's and took Sissy back. June acted like we were tearing her heart out of her chest. "She'll be back in the morning," June said. "First thing," Rose said. June watched us walk back toward our house beside the hotel. "This isn't right," I said to Rose, Sissy fussing a little in my arms. leaving her with someone else, not paying her any attention. I feel sure Cecilia got more attention today than most children get in a lifetime. I just don't like it, I said. She stopped in the snow halfway between St. Elizabeth's and our house. We looked at each other in the darkness. The stars behind her head looked like a decoration for Rose. I'm tired, she said quietly. And I didn't say, "See there, I told you." And I didn't say, "That's what you get." I said, "Come on, then. Let's get you home." The next morning, when I was on the second floor, finishing up work on a sink, flat on my back and staring up at the curved underside of a wash bowl, Mother Corinne came in. "Son," she said, "I won't have this." I sighed, sat up, and wiped my hands. I'd gotten good at being careful not to hit my head on things. "Rose," I said, "she's not a resident anymore. She shouldn't be here." "She's my wife now, Mother." "Then she should stay at home as your wife. I'm none too pleased about the way all of this went. It wasn't the time to talk to you before, but I'll have you know this is a great disappointment to me. I trusted you, son. If I'd known you were going to be picking out girls for yourself, I would have dismissed you years ago." I stood up, because Mother Corinne used her size to bully people. "Since we both know that's not so, I think it best we just don't get into it." She flushed a little bit. "The point of this conversation is your wife's continuing to work in our kitchen, which is unsatisfactory. The thing you had to do if you were going to deal with Mother Corinne was forget about her being a nun. I used to let her get by with a lot of stuff, took all her guff for years because she was supposed to be a woman of God. You had to deal with her as straight as she dealt with you, or you were dead in the water. The way I hear it told, the food went downhill fast with Rose gone. Sister Evangeline can't do it any more. She hasn't been able to for years. And she can't have a different girl coming and going for each meal. She needs someone to look after her, and she wants that someone to be Rose. As for my feelings, I'd tend to agree with you. She's not getting paid, and she's working like a horse, which don't make much sense to me. I'd say we should all be thankful for what's set before us." Mother Corinne mulled on this for a minute. She was not one to set her teeth so far into something that she couldn't let go when presented with the truth. "There will be no salary for her, not if she's not asked to be here, but if she wants to help for a while," she said. "Then I suppose that could be arranged. But her daughter will have to stay at home. This is no place for children. Surely even you will be able to understand that." "I understand that fine," I said. "Sissy is staying with June Clatterbuck." "Then this conversation is concluded," she said. "Except for this. When you want to get rid of Rose, you go tell Rose, not me." I turned the cold water faucet. Water came out. "Fixed it," I said. Mother Corinne nodded toward the sink and left me there. I didn't scare her, and I didn't try to. We'd been around each other for so long, and we both admitted, at least to ourselves, that we were dependent, me on the work and her on the worker. But Rose was another story. She didn't need anything from anybody, and if you tried to tell her what to do, chances were she was going to tell you to go to hell. Sissy was pure joy, as smart and loving a child as God's made. Being around so many people while she was growing up made her friendly. "Children are like pups," Sister Evangeline told me. "The more people picking them up and playing with them, the more people they'll grow up liking in their life." By the time she was 3, she'd started coming over to St. Elizabeth's for lunch, and when she was 4, she was pretty much around all the time. It happened gradually, so that even Mother Corinne was used to her. She still went over to June's every day, but it was almost like she was too busy to spend the whole day with one person. All the girls wanted their time with her. They wanted to brush her hair and read her stories. They wanted a little chance to mother if they weren't going to get to be mothers in their own right. At the hotel, she was the center of the world, and it made her sweet, where another child might have turned spoiled. With all the excitement that came from spending her days at St. Elizabeth's, Sissy must have found the evenings dull.